stars burn out, but you held this far. Now here you are to stay. Stars burn out, but you held this far. Here in my heart, you'll stay. I reach the mothership, reach the mothership, till I reach the mothership. Riding on a train, taking my trip, and we gon' keep on riding till we reach the mothership, reach the mothership, till we reach the mothership. Na 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 hey, na 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 hey, na 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 hey, na 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 hey, na 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 hey, na 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 hey, na 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 I just wanna know where we go from here. Could this be the end of fear? I just wanna know where do we go from here? Na 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 na, na 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 hey, na 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 na, na 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 hey. I just wanna know where do we go from here? We both know that it don't matter who's wrong or right, just as long as we feel the yearning inside. Win or lose, we're still together. When tomorrow's so far away, endless nights keep the stars away, the world runs free. The world always
The pain for you all I makes no difference to you.
Obey, obey, oh, yeah, my role, let's go. Let's go. これは恋ではなくてただの痛み、oh, yeah. 抱き合うたびひどくしびれるような夜のドライブはいつも二人きり、ラジオから流れてる愛しのエリー、二人まるで恋人みたいな二人、そしてとても疲れてる二人、愛してると一言だけ Baby, baby 愛してるともう一度だけ、君は天使じゃなくてただの娘、oh, no. Back seatで少し眠るといいさ、no, no.ドライブは多分これきり、多分2時過ぎには君の嫌さ、yeah. 二人何も話すことのない二人、そして君は泣き出してしまう、じゃなくて痛み、そして夜のドライブはこれでおしまい。Baby, baby, ooh, baby,
about in my fantasy. I swear, ain't no reason that we ain't together, far as I can see. No disrespect to who you came here with, but this ain't where I wanna be. So tell your boys they can take your car, you can ride with me. Don't be scared. From the very first time that I saw your lips, boy, I knew you'd be the one. Tell me, can we make love, please? Because I really made you so fine. I wanna make you all mine. Where are you from? Where have you been? Baby, take me there. Places. There are so many things on my mind. I should let you hit it just one time. Where are you from? Where have you been? Baby, take me there. Places. There's a secret place that I wanna take you, but first you gotta get in the mood. Follow me. It's a private place, only love we're making, and I know that we can get there real soon. I bet our bodies make good conversation without even saying a word. Over and over and over again and again. From the very first time that I kissed your lips, boy, I met the morning time. Tell me, can we make love? Because I really made you so fine. I wanna make you all mine. Where are you from? Where have you been? Baby, take me there. Take me there. There are so many things on my mind. So many things. Wanna make you mine, 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 mine. We can go places. Hey, you over there. Yeah, you, number 3. Ain't no reason that we shouldn't leave this place and just be you and me. I love my friends, but this ain't where I wanna be. So let me take you to a place where we can both be free. From the very first time that I saw your lips, boy, I knew you'd be the one. Tell me, can we make love? feels so good.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll be together, baby. It may not be now, but we'll be together, baby. Know what I'm saying? You hear me?
I'm so glad to see you. I can't believe what I found. You got yourself together, trying to move to a higher ground. Now what have I been missing, aside from the fact that you're fine? I'm into your mind and all that comes with it. So many feelings to deal with. Oh yeah. And I wanna know, where do we go from here? Do we face our fear into love again and remain friends? I believe that I wanna stay, so once again I'll be finding my way back to you. Oh, hey. Best is what it will be. So won't you leave right there and create a future, build a life that we can share. That's what it's about. So do you mind hanging? I've been kicking myself ever since I gave my love to you 100%, and you gave nothing in return. The only time you seem concerned is when you wanted to lay up. You kept telling me that I was the one, and you kept selling me dream after dream. But after so many dreams deferred, I saw you for what you were, and that was someone who really didn't care. How could something feel so right, really be so wrong? Why were you stringing me along for the ride? I can't let you get back inside. You know you're wanting to make it right, blowing up my pager and phone day and night, like I should up and let you in to my open arms again. I don't think so, not a chance. I am stronger now, thanks to you. I turned a negative into something positive. I know that I can live without the likes of you around. Something feels so right, really be so wrong. Why were you stringing me along for the ride?
there's nobody in town.
ラジオから流れてる歌リサとあなたと私大理石のテーブル頬杖をつけばひんやりして気持ちがいいの isn't that soft. It was amazing the way we were playing. If I'd have known not what your messed up plan, I would have said bets off. I had to hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back before I'm too far gone. So I had to hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back, even though it turned me on. So I had to hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back. Do they see what I see? So I had to hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back. You're so good at this. It's all over my face. So obvious the way we play. And there's a girl I'm afraid. Hey.
Yep. 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 Come on. Yep. Yes, sir. Come on, little mama.
Things over me, and I'll be this for a while. Get the butterfly where he looks at me, and all he has to do is just smile. Is he my future friend? Just a friend? Am I taking this for what it is worth? Heaven give me a sign. All my feelings just blind, and my out of my mind. Then it come back to earth. But in the back of my mind now, don't wanna fool. I'm afraid that he'll know. If it says no, if it says no, please don't tell me no. I wanna know what he thinks of me. We compatible, could I be? Girl, yo, is this fate that is happening? I wonder how we got in this world. But you ready to ask now? I can't, but I know. Ready to let him go. I can't, baby, give it to me, baby, give it to me. What you gonna wear tonight? I don't know. Will it be loose or tight? I'm not sure. You can just ask him right. I can't, guess the piece me back down to earth.
What's up, mama?
But in the back of my mind now, don't wanna do is I'm afraid that he will know. What if it says no? What if it says no?
without a trace. The joke's on you when you find out you're laughing on the other side of your face. You can't escape this place. If you should find yourself a passing soul through someone else, would you dare to sing a different tune? Or would it scare you that you should care at all? But if you fall, you'll rest assured we're in a world out of control. Don't close your eyes to the future this time. Cool as a scream in your mind, shadows dancing in time. Where are they now? Bless all your dying dreams, surrounded by your silent screams. You found there's no one else to blame, and no more sympathy. You've thrown it all away. But if you fall, you rest assured we're in a world out of control. Don't close your eyes to the future this time. To the future this time. We're in a world out of control. We're in a world I knew if I had the patience that eventually in time I'd find someone whose journey could be a part of mine. Yeah, I feel I can go the distance without a reason for so long, because you understand me, and I realized your charms. I'm through with hesitation. This time I've come around. Yeah, I'm under no illusion that love cannot be found. And it's
streetlights cast the shadow, we'll consume the night, bound to one another, restless as we are. Hey, restless as we are. Restless as we are. Hey, restless as we are. Oh, yeah. Some live their lives with prudence, but that's not you and I. Dirty songs and poetry, ending with a sigh. Ooh, I'm through with hesitation. This time I've come around. Oh, I'm under no illusion that love cannot be found. Oh, where skies fall into oceans, we'll always share the dawn. Crazy about each other, restless as we are. Where streetlights cast the shadows, we'll consume the night, bound to one another, restless as we are. Where skies fall into ocean, we'll always share the dawn. Crazy about each other, restless as we are. Where streetlights cast the shadows, we'll consume the night, bound to one another, restless as we are. Yeah, 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 yeah. Restless as we are. Ooh, restless as we are. Yeah, restless as we are. Oh, yeah. Restless as we are. Restless as we are. Restless as we are.
I know that you and I are supposed to be. We don't have to wait. No, 'cause there's something so familiar. This feeling, and it feels so good. That look you give me when I say the wrong thing, but you surrender when you let me hold you. I'm telling you, I keep on having these strong dreams. Baby, 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 ooh, now. Your mama put that work in when she raised you, and God was thinking perfect when she made you. I'm telling you, I keep on having these strange dreams. Baby, baby, baby. sweetness dripping when they molded you. I'm telling you, I keep on having this love dreams. Baby, 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 ooh, no. They say that love can lift people above things. Whenever I'm in trouble, that's my go-to. Since you're laying next to me, you know just what that means. Baby, come on, baby, come on, baby, ooh. I know that you and I are supposed to be. You and I are supposed to be. There's something so familiar. This feeling, we don't have to wait another hour. They say, she's the kind of girl you wanna marry, the kind of girl you walk the whole earth for. Put her on your back and just carry. Her attitude is hotter than the earth's core. When she's around, nothing else matters. Untouchable, she's got her own force field. Sooner or later, someone will get at her. If I don't, someone else will. Wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you. Oh, oh, oh. She's the kind of girl you wanna marry. Scientists say that she's a second sunshine. And now my life is sweeter than berries. I guess if we have sex, our love will turn to wine. When she's around, nothing else matters. Even if the sky was at a standstill. If I turn my back, then someone will get at her. If I don't, someone else will. Wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, girl, wanna love you, wanna love you, girl, wanna love. This pretty girl
Felly Fail, Neo, Yeezy, calm down, easy. DJ Felly Fail.
Keep telling me you got a man, but he can't do what I can. Let me
Come on.
show you what you've been
Felly Fail on the track, by the way. Yep.
Let me show you the finer things. Let me
I make my appearance. Y'all know what this is. Right about this time, raise your glasses. What's my motivation? That ass is. Start a conversation like as if you really want to know about a day in that shit. Go ahead, tell the DJ play Swiss, so I ain't gotta tell these hoes who I is. Bitches hating again, that's music to my ears. What you think my fuel was for all of these years? I'm inspired when people don't like me. It keep me writing, so exciting. Man, the drama is so enticing. I might just bite a motherfucker like Tyson. And just to spite a motherfucker, show your chain, throw your cash, that's cake and icing. I asked her, you buying? She said, no, just sightseeing. Maybe that's cause you just ain't found the right thing. Yeah.
telling me you got a man, but he can't do what I can. Let me show you what you've been missing. Keep showing you the minor things. Let me show you the finer things. Let me.
What it's like to be the wife of a nigga with a life that'll make your hair spin around. See, it's funny cause I know what you like, but I be seeing you with niggas that ain't right round. Hard top, knowing that you really want your top down. Knowing really that it's time to stop and run around. We don't live twice, only live once, and I know you like nice, so how you gon' front on me? Baby, I'm the boss, JD. With him it's a limit, with me it's a spree. He buy cars, I write your poetry. He send flowers, I send Mercedes. Like Ye say, having it is everything that having it is. And yes, I guess I'm into tricking off biz. But shit, if you had it like I got it and you got it as a kid, you say the same thing to a girl that I just said.
But he can't do what I can.
Let me.
Show you what you've been. The life I lead, fit for a king. Now all I need, fine little diamond that's sharing my shine. We sit back, watch the haters go by.
Now I try to keep the losses to a minimum. If you associate bending them with winning them, then I say I win 9 out of 10 of them. Frankly, I know bending them and like spinning them. You like it smooth, I could white linen them. Hey, I look good in a Tim. You dog, hey, I look good in a Tim. You might win some, but ain't act like Air Force Ones. It's easier to lose her than to find her. So wine her and dine her and treat her to the finer things. Lines from the top designers, bling, shine like you tryna blind her. These are just reminders, just a sign her. Show her you find her, a one of a kind of. Seen a lot of ass, but that one behind her. Let's just say I'm digging it like I'm
That's how we do it around this time, baby. Broadway in the building, 4th quarter status. Yo, shorty like the way that I move and what I do. The way the B logo looks hot for a tattoo. The way the game changed, it changed up my crew. But despite the changes, I came back the same dude. Though even though I went through hell, I never fell. Soldier, but if my enemy should prevail, there's only one-eyed muster, one eye, one usher, one Pharrell. We link, let's give 'em
like
hell.
some songs so bad. When your smile is all I worked for in the past. I worked so hard to see us live. But love is not a game, we don't get another spin. Every time I try to tell you, you act so absurd. And when I try to write it, you won't read a word. Girl, you acting like I'm leaving. It's something you ain't heard. Well, don't be surprised, girl, you ain't the first. You're gonna be the lonely one. Only one who's a lonely one. You're gonna be the lonely one. Only one who's a lonely one. You're gonna be the lonely one. Only one who's a lonely one. You're gonna be the lonely one. The only one who's a lonely one. I worked so hard to see us live. Spend beyond my means when I couldn't afford to. Unlike some songs of today,
try to tell you, you act so absurd. And when I try to write it, you won't read a word. Girl, you acting like I'm leaving. It's something you ain't heard. Well, don't be surprised, girl, you ain't the first. You're gonna be the lonely one.
See, I move smooth, that cool dude, he's huggable. Swag like a real diplomat, untouchable. From ATL to NYC, I can lock Neptune. Who's fucking with me? Ain't no other rapper that's come better, that's why he bagged her. Her friends hating, they look madder than Mr. Hatter. But it doesn't matter, just show me you ain't really phony. Just be my down chick, a true homie, or you'll be lonely.
Every time I try to tell you, you act so absurd. And when I try to write it, you won't read a word. Girl, you acting like I'm leaving. It's something you ain't heard. Well, don't be surprised, girl, you ain't the first. You're gonna be the lonely one.
Only one who's a lonely one.
You're gonna be the lonely one.
Only one who's a lonely one.
You're gonna be the lonely one.
Only one who's a lonely one.
You're gonna be the lonely one.
The only one who's a lonely one.
Make sure you can love me right.
electric star. Hey. Mm-mm.
When it feels like the world is on your shoulders and all the madness has got you going crazy. I know a place where we can dance the whole night away underneath the electric stars. Oh, feel the beat of the rhythm of the night. Yeah, the rhythm of the night. Forget about the worries of your mind. Ooh, forget about your worries. Feel the beat of the rhythm of the night. The rhythm of the night. Oh yeah. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hi everybody, this is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another Old Hollywood Scandals video. Before we get started, I want to tell you guys about a channel called Vanique Vibes. I have left the link in the description. This channel is dedicated to different wave frequencies for meditation. They have meditation for relaxation, meditation for hair growth, meditation to cheer you up, child, whatever you need. So if that is your thing and you are interested in that, please go ahead and click the link in the description and go give that channel a visit. Secondly, I would like to give a major shout out to Miss Kathy. Hey Miss Kathy, look at her and her little baby. There are other people that I also need to give a shout out to. The very first person is the Prince. He is the Don't Do Me Sir member that requested this video, so of course shouts out to the Prince. And I want to give a shout out to Travis Perry. He is the Don't Do Me Sir member that requested the Dionne Warwick video. And then I need to give a member shout out to Chandrell Divine. I got your name right this time, boo. Kimberly Samuel, Vicky Campbell, Kay Mendo, Chandra Vinny, Marcus Adair, Carol Cuneo or Cuneo. Sorry, Carol, if I messed that up. David and Melba Bush, New Love, T. Jordan, Lania Mickey, and Shirley Harris. Thank you guys so much for becoming members. And if your name did not get called this time, do not worry, do not fret. I will continue to do member shout outs the more videos that I make. Now, I know you guys are ready to get to the tea. I understand that, but y'all, I need to say one more thing. And this is about the email requests from the Don't Do Me Sir members. If you guys have a request and you want me to do somebody, you have to send that information to my email. And that email will be included in my top pinned comment. And now it's time for my disclaimer. And I want to tell you guys that I am not sure what's true or false in this video. I am just here to take the gossip and rumor from online and yesteryear and tell you guys a story. And for this story in particular, I am going to put another disclaimer on here. As hard as I worked on this doggone story, shucks, I'm going to tell this story in a storytelling way. That means that some of the language that you hear or the way that I describe the situations that happen, you may not agree with and you may not like. I love to put my audience in the mix like they were there. So if it's terminology from the 1950s and 60s, that's the terminology I'm using, okay? I'm an author. I'm sorry. That's just the way I tell stories. So I just wanted to put that out there, okay? And also some of the content that happens in this video is just, it's a little bit much. Today we're going to be doing an Old Hollywood Scandalous video on the very popular but very short-lived group named DeBarge. And in order to tell the story of DeBarge the way I need to, I also need to add in some DeBarge family members that were not a part of the DeBarge group. So come on, let's get to it. Ederline Abney was born on October the 13th, 1935 in Royal Oak, Michigan. She was one of 12 children, and one of those 12 children was a twin sister to Ederline. Her name was Ernestine. And when Ederline and Ernestine were children, their parents moved the whole family to the Brewster Douglas Projects in Detroit. Now, although Ederline grew up a good church girl in a good church family, gossip says that when she became a teenager, she wanted a taste of freedom. So she started sneaking out with her friends, painting her face with makeup, and they would go to the skating rink. And one night, while she was all painted up with her powder makeup and lipstick, she went to the skating rink and she met a nice young black Marine named Robert.
Instantly, Ederline was attracted to the young Marine, and Robert was just as attracted to her. So they ended up talking the whole night, and then they switched the numbers. And Robert told Ederline to call him at his military base sometime. Ederline didn't waste no time, honey, and rumor has it she called him the very next day. And when she did, she heard the military operator put the phone down and page for Robert to come to the phone. And when Robert gets to the phone, Ederline is like, "Hey, it's me, Ederline, the girl you met yesterday." And Robert is like, "Oh yeah, you know, how could I forget you, gorgeous? How you doing?" And so they spend a while talking on the phone, and Ederline is pleased with Robert's conversation. You know, he's very attentive. He's calling her sweetheart. He's being very, very nice to her. And she's like, you know, okay, this guy Robert is something else. Like, we could really be something. And so they get to the end of the conversation, and by that time, Ederline is hanging on to Robert's every word, and Robert suddenly burst out laughing, you know, ha ha ha. And Ederline is like, "Well, what's so funny?" And Robert is like, "Listen, little lady, we have had a heck of a conversation, but to tell you the truth, I am not the Robert that you called for. My name is Robert, but my last name is DeBarge. In fact, heck, I'm not even black. I'm a white man." And Ederline is like, "Oh my gosh, what is going on? You mean to tell me this whole time I've been talking to a white guy?" And he's like, "Yes, you were talking to a white guy, but let me tell you something, dawg. I love black women. I only date black women. I don't date white women. So, you know, I did have a nice time conversing with you. And if you give me the chance, I'd like to come and meet you face to face." And it is rumored that this really blew Ederline away. It said that she was taken aback, but was pleasantly surprised at the way this white guy was like telling her so boldly that, "Hey, I like black women." So she was flattered. So she ended up saying, "Yes, I would like to meet you face to face." And they set a date to meet at the skating rink. And they did end up meeting at the skating rink. And once again, it is said that Ederline was taken aback by how handsome Robert was. In his younger years, Robert DeBarge was a looker. So Ederline was like, "Wow, this guy is cute. You know, he looks good." And then when they did go off and start talking to each other to get to know each other, Robert was very romantic, even in person. You know, he was telling Ederline how beautiful she was, you know, how happy that he was that she would give a white man a chance. You know, he just knew the exact words to say, because rumor says that Ederline did not care for her dark skin. And to be fair to Ederline, back at that time, I'm sure she was not the only person with that mindset, okay? So to be fair with her, but I will like to say this, a person with that mindset that feels like, you know, "Oh, I wish I wasn't so dark," and all this kind of stuff, it is very easy for a person, especially a person from a different race, to come in and sweep that person off of their feet. And that is what happened to Ederline. Along with Robert saying what he was saying, he was very bold. He was holding her hand, and then said one day they met up, he swept her up and gave her a kiss, you know, didn't even ask her, just swept her up and kissed her. And by the time he was done, it was like, whoo. She saw that as being bold. You know, she saw that as Robert being like, you know, "I don't care who watches. I love this black woman right here, and this is who I want to be with." And then she saw it as even more romantic and more bold when he showed up at her house after she had told him, "Listen, I don't want you to come to my house. I don't want you to know where I stay." Well, lo and behold, Robert shows up at her door, walks in there, "Hey, mama, how you doing? What's up?" Grabs her mama into a big old hug, you know, just doing all kind of stuff that was unheard of, and definitely was unheard of for a white man to be doing with a black family at this time. And so, as I stated before, Ederline is on cloud 9 with Robert's boldness, with the way he's going after what he wants. But it is said that although Ederline saw it this way, a lot of her friends were saying, "Okay, this ain't bold, this is controlling." But when they voiced their concerns, that Ederline thought everybody was jealous. You know what I'm saying? She felt like, "Listen, I'm gonna be with this man. He loves me. He cares about me. Y'all just hating. Y'all jealous. Boo, I got me a white man. It is what it is." And then soon Robert surprised everybody when he asked Ederline to marry him. And he called his mother to tell his mother that he was going to marry Ederline. And to give you a little background on Robert's mother was a very domineering woman. And yes, she was racist, but she controlled Robert's father. In his household, when he was growing up, his mother's word was law. And Robert did not like this. He did not like to see his mother punk his father, pretty much. I mean, that's what she was doing. So he could not stand his mother. So anything that his mother was for, Robert was against. And a lot of people feel like this is why he chose Ederline. Not only her, but any other black woman that he got with. They felt like it was a mental thing where he was just trying to hurt his mother. So anyways, there's a little bit of background about how Robert was raised and what was going on with him. But like I said, he called his mama and he told her, I'm going to marry Ederline. And his mother was like, if you marry her, you out of this doggone family, we're gonna disown you. And Robert told her, listen, disown all you want, old lady. I'm marrying Ederline. Then it said that Ederline herself got a call from Robert's mother. And when she picked up the phone, Robert's mother told her, you cannot marry my son. And Ederline told her, listen, I am marrying your son and your racism cannot stop that. I don't care what you think, I'm going to marry Robert. And said that Robert's mama shot back, hey, listen, Blackie, even though I am racist, my racism is not what I'm talking about. I'm telling you that you cannot marry my son because my son has severe mental problems. There is something wrong with him. So you cannot marry my son, I'm telling you. But it said that even though Robert's mother told Ederline this, Ederline did not believe her. You know, and she basically was like, you're just saying that because you're racist, you don't want your son to marry me? Well, get it through your head, I'm marrying your son. And click, you know, hung up on the woman. And since Ederline and Robert declared that they were going to marry each other, that is what it was. And in the year of 1953, they did indeed get married. Ederline was 17 and I believe Robert was around 20 or 21. So anyway, they get married, they get settled in, and then 2 years later, they give birth to their first child. And it is a girl and her name is Ederline. She is named after her mother, but nobody calls her Ederline because as soon after she's born, her aunt Ernestine gives Ederline Jr. a nickname of Bunny. So everybody in the family calls Ederline Jr. Bunny. And listen to me, after Mama Ederline gives birth to her daughter, the babies do not stop coming, honey. So I'm going to go ahead and name them off right now. First, there's Bunny, born March 5th, 1955. Then there's Robert DeBarge Jr., aka Bobby, born March 5th, 1956. Tommy DeBarge, born on September the 6th, 1957. William DeBarge, aka Randy, born on August 6th, 1958. Mark DeBarge, aka Marty, who's born on June 19th, 1959. Eldra Patrick DeBarge, aka L, was born on June 4th, 1961. After him, there is James DeBarge. He's born on August the 22nd, 1963. Jonathan Arthur DeBarge, aka Chico. He's born on June 23rd, 1966. Lastly, you have twins, Carol Peaches DeBarge and Daryl Young DeBarge. They were born on June 5th, 1969. So like I said, once Mama DeBarge got started, Mama DeBarge did not finish or something, child. I don't know what happened there. The woman had a lot of kids. And I also want to say that even though I said that more DeBarges would make it into the story that were not a part of the group DeBarge, the line stops at James. Chico, Daryl, and Carol will not be making an appearance in this story, okay? So let's get back to the story. So anyway, Ederline gives birth to Bunny, and it is claimed that as soon as she gives birth to her, her husband Robert started to act crazy. And when I say crazy, I mean he suddenly starts treating Ederline like garbage, straight trash. Baby, he starts accusing her of sleeping with everybody. He starts calling her out her name, cursing her out, and then he starts busting her upside the head. Ederline was walking around with all kind of black eyes and busted lips. But Robert didn't care. Child, he thought he was part of the WWE. I mean, just handing out tail whoopings. And the thing about this is that even though he was doing this, Ederline stayed. She did not leave. She wanted her work. But because she stayed, there were no repercussions to Robert's actions. So this gave him even more. So as their children got a little bit older, Robert also started busting them upside the head. It was WWE for everybody now, like the whole family. He was really hitting on them. And I ain't talking about just no whoopings or nothing like that. I'm talking about he was beating the heck out of these kids. It is rumored that one day he slapped Bunny across the face so hard that she peed on herself. He beat on all the rest of the kids too, well, except James. But we'll get to that more in a minute. But the rest of the kids, he was whooping their tail day in and day out. And Bobby, the eldest son, he got the worst beatings of all. Gossip says that almost every day, without fail, Robert would come in that house, slap Ederline, run upstairs, and start attacking Bobby. There's this one story out that says that Bobby and Tommy, that's who it was, the one right up under him, Bobby and Tommy were in their rooms, you know, playing with trucks or trains or whatever. As soon as Bobby heard the door open and his daddy walking through the house, he would throw his toy back in the toy box and go sit in a corner and just start like shaking and rocking and rubbing himself, just scared, you know. And Tommy would try to talk to him, and Bobby would be like, shh, be quiet, shh. Be quiet, Tommy, don't say nothing. He would get agitated with Tommy because he was just that scared. He was so scared of his father, he developed a speech impediment. And as a child, even during his teen years, Bobby stuttered because he was terrified of his father, and he had reason to be. So here we have Robert Sr. coming home and beating on the whole house. And Ederline, instead of leaving, she turns to God. So she's in church constantly, and she's praying and hoping that God will save her husband, you know, change his heart so he would stop hitting on her and the kids. And meanwhile, while she's praying, Robert is still coming through with them fists upside her head and her kids' head. And then get this, not only did her prayers not stop Robert from beating on her, Robert added something new in the mix. He started cheating on her constantly. Listen, people are out here saying that Robert Sr. didn't even live with his family. He would be gone from the house for weeks, if not months at a time, and come home maybe for about 3, 4, or 5 days, and then just leave again and be gone. And rumor also goes on to say that even though Robert is gone like this, that whenever he comes home, he lays the law. Like the man would come in after being gone for like a month just to check on his family and give them a beating, just to remind them that even though I don't live with y'all, I'm y'all daddy and I'm your husband, and y'all better do what I say. That is what he would come back for. And listen to this, because see now, gossip getting messy, because it said that Ederline didn't care. She would happily take her beating. Now, I'm not saying happily like, yeah, beat me, Robert. I'm not saying like that. And she, of course, would be like, stop, don't hit me. But I am saying that she just was glad her husband was home. You know, she was like, you know, we might have to get beat, you know, but at least he's home. We're family again, kids. Yeah, your dad. So in essence, I'm gonna keep you pregnant so no other man can have you, but I don't want you, Ederline. And listen to this. Listen how messy folks is, because see, that right there was actually told to me. And the person that told me that said that even that night, she went to bed with him on that night. And another person told me that Ederline claimed that she had all of these children for Robert, or she kept having all these babies by him because he would rape her. Child, listen to this. The sources say that that's a doggone lie. They said that Robert ain't had to rape Ederline. They said that Ederline laid in that bed freely and got pregnant every single time by this man. I don't know, but I do know this. It is said that the abuse that the family suffered at the hands of Robert got worse and worse. And it's also claimed that Ederline did not protect her children at all. In fact, some people even think that she sacrificed her children and put them in harm's way for her own selfish reasons. And to be honest with y'all, after doing my research and finding out a lot of the stuff that I found out, that is my opinion too. And I'm about to tell y'all several stories that were told to me or that I researched and read about, which made me believe this way. This first story I heard about involves Bunny, okay? When she was at a young age, I think she was around 5 or 6 years old, no older than 6, I do believe. Well, anyways, this was during a period when Daddy DeBarge, Robert, was out doing what he was doing. You know, like I said, he was gone for several months, several weeks. This was one of those times. And Mama DeBarge, Ederline, was going to church. So on this night, she again wanted to go to a church service. It was a night church service. And she needed a babysitter. So she got her neighbor's teenage daughter to come over and babysit her children while she was at church. And so the neighbor's daughter does come over and babysit the kids. And it just so happens that this night is one of the nights that their father happens to come home after he's been gone for God knows how long, okay? So while the kids are in bed, their father walks through the door. He opens their room door and he looks in. I guess he was checking to see if they were asleep, all right? So he closes the door back and then he goes into the room where the babysitter is. Suddenly, Bunny, who's laying with her brothers, starts to hear noises coming from the room that her father and them are in, you know, and these are those type of noises. You know, there's some kissing going on, some rubbing. She's just hearing stuff. You get what I'm saying? So she gets up and she peeks out of her door and she peeks into the room that her father is in with the nanny. And sure enough, she sees her father and the nanny getting some stuff going on. So Bunny is like, ooh, And she goes to get her brother Bobby, and she brings him, and she's like, look what daddy doing. He sees it as well. So then they go back to the bed, but when Bunny gets in bed, she makes up her mind that she's going to tell her mama. The next morning, when Ederline comes in her room to wake her up for school, Bunny shoots up, and she's like, Mama, I got to tell you something. And Ederline is like, what is it, baby? And she was like, and Ederline is like, what is it, Bunny? And Bunny was like, Mama, I saw Daddy and the nanny. They was doing the nasty last night, Mama. They was doing the nasty. And it is claimed that immediately Bunny's blood turns cold and she starts to shiver because she realizes that she just told her mama on her daddy. And if her daddy found out that she says this, he is going to come and beat the daylights out of her. So as soon as she realizes this, she starts pleading, Mama, please don't tell Daddy. Mama, please don't tell Daddy. I told you, Mama, please, please. And Ederline says, shh, hush, child. It's okay. I'm not going to tell your daddy. Turns around and walks into the room that she shares with Bob, and she stands over the bed and says, Bob, wake up right now. Bunny just told me that she and Bobby saw you and the nanny doing the nasty last night. What that mean, Bob? What that mean, Bob? And it is said that Bunny is in the other room just crying her eyes out. She is like, oh my God, my mama just told on me. Oh my God. She's scared out of her mind, and she had a right to be, because as soon as Ederline threw her under the bus like that, Bob jumped out of that bed and he started bumbling down the hallway. He just do. And it is said that Bunny's stomach was in knots. Every time she heard her daddy getting closer, her stomach hurt more and more because she knew what was coming, and she was right. Bob bust in that door and straight, pow, slapped Bunny right across her face. Her nose started bleeding immediately. Her little night clothes were soaked with blood. And get this. Soon as it happened, here go Ederline. Oh my God. Oh my God, Bob, how dare you? I'm sorry, Bunny. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know your daddy was going to do that. What do you mean? You have witnessed your husband beating on your children. You know he's an abusive man. You know that. You know he's violent. So, no, ma'am. And turned out you and your daughter got slapped. Because I think after he slapped Bunny, he turned around and slapped Ederline too and was like, don't question me or don't tell me what not to do to my daughter or something like that. But I think her behind got... So at the end of the story, her and Bunny sitting in the bathroom crying, and she's holding a wet rag over Bunny's nose to try to get the blood to stop coming out. Now that's the first example of nobody protecting these children. This next story I'm about to tell you guys tripped me out, honey, because to me it seals the deal about how these kids had no protection. So Ederline and the children are either living with her sister or they're living in the vicinity of her sister, beside her sister, something like that. They are living close to her family. So Bob bursts in the house after he's been gone for weeks, and he's coming in arguing. He's wanting to argue and jump on Ederline, but he's not comfortable doing that because they're living close to some of her family, and he's scared that her family will hear. So he tells Ederline, you come and get in the car with me right now. And Ederline is like, no, Bob, I think we should just stay here. I don't want to get in the car with you. And Bob is like, you better get your behind in this car, woman. I said now. And so Ederline is like, okay, I'm coming. And instead of her going to get into the car, she goes into her children's room. And I think around this time, she's pregnant with one of them, and there's like 3 or 4 that's already born. So anyways, she wakes them up out of the bed, and she's like, come on, kids, come and get in the truck with me and the daddy. We got to go. And the kids are like, Mama, what's going on? And she's like, shh, just come on, get in the car with me and your daddy. And the story says, it is claimed, what was told to me is that Ederline was trying to use her children to be in the car with her because she figured if the kids are in the car, they got to sit in between us because it was a truck. I'm sorry. So she was going to put the kids in between them, and she figured like he either ain't going to be able to reach me, or maybe he won't act so crazy with the kids in the car. Whatever the case, she was using her kids to protect herself. That is what was established when it was told to me. So they get inside of the truck, and while they're driving, Bob, or Robert Sr., starts cursing and fussing. And this night he is acting really crazy because he starts blaming Ederline for his parents not having anything to do with him. He starts saying stuff like, it's because of your N-word, and it's because your little black, you little darky, all this kind of stuff. It's because of you. I married you. My family won't have nothing to do with me, with your black tail. He just going off. And so he's getting madder and madder, like outrageously mad. And Ederline is getting more and more scared because she's like, okay, he's about to jump on me at any second. Like, I am terrified. And so they're riding down the highway, and Robert is just driving and just cursing, I can't stand you, woman, you this, you that. And all of a sudden he hears a clack sound. So he looks over to the side. his passenger door is open and Ederline is gone. She has opened the door and did a tuck and barrel roll and then jumped out the car and just rolling down the highway. And when she finally comes to a stop, she jumps up and she's like, hey, help me. And so a young black couple pulls over, opens the door, Ederline jumps in, slams the door, speeds off down the highway. And I mean, I'm laughing because of the way I described it. I laugh at myself just like y'all do. I'm not laughing at the situation just the way I described it. But anyways, this really happened. And I mean, it's like she doing some Indiana Jones stuff to save herself. You know, she's gotten out of there. That is great. But her children are still in the car with this maniac. She has left her children in the car with their father, a man who has no qualms about going upside his kid's head. And the story says that the kids were in the car, you know, crying and shaking and scared. They didn't want to be with their daddy. And luckily, I think it said that he did not put his hands on them that night. He actually went and took them back home. And then he went to the hospital because he figured Ederline would be in the hospital since she was pregnant. And he was right. She was in the hospital and the cops were there as well and they were talking to her. But it is said that although Ederline was telling them, like, there's my husband, you know, he put his hands on me, he beat me and all of this good stuff, the cops saw that he was a white man and were like, you know, oh, okay, our job is done here, and left. And, you know, I don't know if it's true or not, but I can kind of believe that because of the time period that they were in. This next story is going to show that not only was Robert cheating, he was living a whole other life outside of Ederline. Okay, so the story goes like this. Around this time, Robert had come back home. Like, he was living there and had been there for like months at a time. So him and Ederline are really together. He's being a father. Still beating on everybody, but he's in the home. And Ederline is enjoying having her husband home with the family. And Ederline supported this. She was happy to hear that he wanted to have a job to support his family. Even though when he had a job in the past, he rarely, if ever, sent her money to help with the family. I guess she just figured now, you know, he's going to make a change. He's going to be a real father and a real husband. So yes, he needs to get a job. And I think she suggests to him that maybe he should go and try to drive trucks. That she heard somebody was hiring for truck drivers or something like that. So Robert is like, yeah, I'll go do that. Good job, Ederline. And so he goes and he gets a job with a trucking company. And the family is happy. Ederline is happy. But there's just one thing about it. Now that Robert is driving trucks, he tells Ederline, like, hey, this trucking company is making me drive all over, so I'm not really going to be home like that. And Ederline is like, you know, man, I really wish I could have you here, but it's cool. You know, you got to make money for your family. So Robert sets off and he is driving these trucks. And he is gone for months at a time. He comes home every once in a while, but he's mostly on the road. And even though he's on the road, Ederline is noticing that she's not seeing any money. So Robert is again working and not sending her any money. And then she finds out just where his money is going when a neighbor or a friend or somebody knocked on her door and was like, girl, you know, I didn't know you and Robert had split up. How long that's been? And Ederline is like, where you hear that lie from? Who told you that? We haven't split up. And the neighbor is like, yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all got to be split up because he ain't been over here. And Ederline is like, that's because he gone, he driving trucks. And the neighbor is like, no, ma'am. He ain't driving no trucks. Robert is staying with another woman. And Ederline is like, what do you mean? And the neighbor takes her finger and points up the block and around the corner. And what Ederline sees when she goes to look is Robert's car. Robert has been staying with another woman who lives right up the block from Ederline. He wasn't going nowhere on that trucking job. As a matter of fact, he didn't even have that job for long. He just was shacking up and living with another woman. And Ederline went on to find out that that was his woman and she herself was the side chick. Now, she had the label of wife, but as far as actions, Ederline was very much the side chick. This new woman that Robert was with was his woman. He was in love with this woman. And when all of this information came out, gossip says that Robert came over to Ederline's house and told her that himself. Told her, like, Ederline, I'm sorry, I don't want to be with you no more. I found me somebody else. I want a divorce. And Ederline is like, Robert, I'm pregnant. How can you say that to me? And indeed she was. I think she was pregnant with her 5th or 6th child. You know what Robert told her? I'm sorry, I don't care that you're pregnant. I cannot leave my woman and our children. And Ederline is like, but Robert, what did you say? And Robert was like, yes, I can't leave my woman and our children. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You out there in the audience? Yes. It is true. Because he had been supposedly driving trucks around a year at this time, and majority of that time he was just living with this woman. So in that amount of time, he had a daughter with her. And then she was pregnant right now. Right at this time he was having this conversation with Ederline, that woman was pregnant. So yes, she and Ederline were pregnant at the very same time. And when Ederline found this out, she continued to beg for her marriage, and Robert told her, no, I do not want you. I want a divorce. And Ederline said, finally, I'm not giving you a divorce. I'm just not gonna do it. So Robert was like, you know, whatever. And then he went back to his other lover. And because the other woman felt like she was Robert's rightful wife, whenever Robert would be missing from her house and gone from weeks, she would come up to Ederline's door and knock on the door and be like, I know Robert in there. Tell him he needs to come home right now. And Ederline would be like, Robert is not here. He's not with me. So he's not with you no more? Oh yeah, baby, he's still with me. He just done left for a couple of weeks and he probably over there. Like, you know what, Ederline? I'm sick of your crap. Bring your tail out here so I can whoop your behind. I'm gonna jump on you. And this woman was not no church going woman. Like, this woman was worldly. She liked to drink and gamble, and you know, so this was a tough woman. So Ederline didn't take praying where the woman could hear her, and then she told the woman, you know, I'm not gonna fight you. God gonna get you because you fight my battles, and God, Robert is my husband. That's my husband, and I want him back. And God or Satan or somebody answered her prayers, because she did indeed get her husband back. But the circumstances under which it happened are ridiculous. Baby, go get your teacup and listen at this. So supposedly Ederline is at home with her children, and there is a knock at the door. When she goes to open the door, she sees a man that has bandages all over his body. You know, he's just out there looking like a mummy. And she's like, you know, sir, may I help you? And Robert is like, it's me, Ederline. I done come back home. So he gets in the house, and Ederline is like, you know, Robert, what happened to you? And he tells her, well, that woman I was with, she got all her brothers to jump on me. She done left me. I just want to come back to you, Ederline. I love you. I love you. Well, get this, baby, because here comes some piping hot tea. Come to find out, the reason that the woman left him and had her brothers jump on him is because the woman had came home from work and opened her eldest daughter's door, the daughter that she had before she started dating Robert, and found Robert on top of her daughter and sent his tail back home. He had been molesting her child. But get this though. It is said that within a few days, Ederline found this information. Information out. She ended up knowing that that is what happened, and she still took this man back with open arms. And if y'all think this is messy, and buckle up, because it's finna get even messier. So now Ederline and Robert are back together. He is back actually living in the house, and I think around this time she ends up giving birth to her son James. And James, for whatever reason, turns out to be his father's favorite. Like, as soon as he came from the womb, his father loved him. He treated him like a father should treat a son. He kissed on him, hugged him, loved him. The other kids just sitting there there looking on, wishing that their father would treat them like this, but he didn't pay them any mind. He still beat on them. But for some reason, he loved James. James was his favorite. And while all of the other children were, of course, a bit jealous of James, Bobby, the eldest son, was seething with jealousy. I mean, it was just coming through his pores. He was so angry. So it is said that while James was growing up and while he was still very young, that Bobby used to knock the daylights out of him. You know, he would push him down the stairs and treat baby James in kind of way because he was jealous. He hated James because the love that James was getting, Bobby craved for himself. And there's actually a little more I need to tell you about that, but before we get into that, let me finish off telling you this. So anyways, the story says, like I said, that Robert and Ederline are back together, and Robert is being a doting father. You know, he's also acting like he wants to pull himself together and be a good man for his family, or so Ederline thought. But the children, they thought different. So they wonder, like, what is daddy's true angle? Like, there's no way that this man just all of a sudden is a good family man. Our daddy don't give a doggone about us. So what is really going on? But child, let me tell you something. They didn't have to wait too long to find out, because one night Ederline went to church like she always did, going to those night services, okay? And now that Robert was in the home, she didn't have to find a babysitter because she just left the kids with their father, all right? So Ederline goes to church. Robert is there with the children. He sends the children up to bed. After they're in bed for a while and Robert figures they are asleep, he goes upstairs to look at his children. He kisses them on the forehead, and then when he gets to Bunny, he kisses her on the forehead. But not only is he kissing her on the forehead, he also takes his hand and sticks it under the cover and rubs her in a private area. And it's claimed that Bunny was awake, but she didn't let her father know she was awake, so she just froze and she just stayed still, and apparently he just kept rubbing until he got his satisfaction, and then he stopped. And then when he was done, he took her brother Bobby, who was asleep beside her, took Bobby and laid him on top of Bunny, and then did a hunching motion where he like pushed Bobby down, you know, did the little motion. And then after he got enough of that, he left Bobby on top of Bunny and he walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, Bunny pushed Bobby from off the top of her and just kind of like looked around like, you know, what's going on? What does this mean? Now, it's claimed that this behavior kept happening. Almost every night Ederline went to church, and almost every night Papa DeBarge or Robert would come into the room and do this to Bunny. And it's also claimed that Bunny wanted to tell her mama Ederline, but she was too scared, because plenty of times before she had told her mother, and her mother would lie to her and tell her, I ain't gonna tell your daddy, and then she'd turn around and tell the daddy, and Bunny would get a beating for it. So she never said anything. She held it in, and because she held it in, the abuse got worse. When she was around 9 years old, she was in the bed and her daddy came upstairs, and Bunny was expecting him to do the rubbing thing like he always did now, but instead he picked her up, took her down to his bed, and actually had full-blown intercourse with her. And not only did he have intercourse with her, it said like this, like he treated Bunny like that was his woman. You know, his 9-year-old daughter, he treated her like that was his woman. It is said that even after they were done, he laid in the bed beside her with no clothes on and fell asleep. I mean, like that was his woman. You know, it takes a lot for a man to be comfortable enough to fall asleep beside you with no clothes on after y'all get down. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men don't even do that except when they're with their wives or when they're with longtime girlfriends. So he was sick. This is sick. He was sick. He looked at this girl like she was his woman, and he treated her like it. And it's claimed that after he slept for a while, he always got up in time to pick her up, put her clothes back on, and take her back upstairs and lay her beside her brother before her mother Ederline came home. And so now that this was happening and he was actually actively assaulting her, Bunny would like beg her mother every time her mother went to church, Mama, please take me with you. Mama, please take me with you. And her mama would be like, no, Bunny, you can't go. And it's even said that one night Ederline paused and was like, Bunny, what is it? What makes you want to go with me all the time? Like, why do you want to go to church with me so bad? And that Bunny was like, well, you know, Mama, it ain't nothing. I just want to go to church with you. And the Ederline was like, oh, okay, so it's nothing. There's no reason. All right then. Like, come on, man. A mother's intuition, like, I'm sorry. It just seems like to me that this woman knew that her husband was molesting her daughter. Listen to this story right here. So when Bunny was around 12 or 13, she was walking home with a cousin or a friend or somebody. They were walking home from school. And so they was talking about how cute the boys was and who they You don't know. And Bunny was like, yes, I do. I do know about kissing, And then the friend was like, yeah, no, you don't. And Bunny was like, I do, because my daddy, he be kissing me. And my daddy, we do the nasty. And so the friend is like, that ain't true. And so the friend was like, Bunny, I'm playing. And the friend was like, no, Bunny, I think you was telling the truth. I don't think you playing about that. I'm sorry. And so Bunny is like, you gonna tell somebody? And the friend was like, yeah, I'm gonna tell my mama. And Bunny was like, please don't tell your mama. I was just playing, girl. I was just playing. I don't know nothing about that stuff or whatever. And so the friend says, well, okay, I won't tell Bunny. And goes right home and tells her mama as she should. So the mama calls Ederline and tells Ederline what Bunny said. And rumor says when Ederline heard what the friend said on the phone, she walks to Bunny's room and she's like, Bunny, your friend mama just called and told me that you said your daddy was doing some nasty stuff to you. Is this true? And Bunny does not say anything. So Ederline asks again. And once again, Bunny does not say anything because she's too afraid to say anything. So Ederline goes on to say, woo, Lord, this is just serious, child. And I really feel like that I'm going to have to tell your father. I got to tell your daddy that you saying stuff like this because you can't just be out here saying this stuff about your daddy. That's putting some bad stuff on his name. And immediately with her saying this, Bunny goes, Mama, please, no. Okay, Mama, it's not true. It is not true. Please, Mama, please don't tell Daddy. Shh. Hush, child. I ain't gonna tell your daddy. And she didn't. Of course she didn't. She didn't tell Bob about this sleeping with another woman. She didn't care. The whole world could know about him cheating on her. But him molesting his own daughter? Oh no, of course she couldn't let this get out to the public. Heck, she couldn't even let Bob or Robert Sr., whatever you want to call him, she couldn't even let him know that this was being said about him. No, this is something that had to stay under wraps. And I truly feel that the only reason that Ederline even brought him up to Bunny was to scare her. And I think that she felt like she had done that. I think she felt like just by bringing his name up, she had scared Bunny to shut her mouth and to not say this anymore. Not in her presence or anybody else's presence. So I'm pretty sure by now, a lot of you guys who have not heard about the DeBarge story are just like gritting your teeth and your head is just like, wow, what the heck is going on? Well, listen, let me make it even more uncomfortable and disturbing for you. Not only was Robert or Daddy DeBarge, whatever you want to call him, not only was he assaulting Bunny, he was doing the exact same thing to Bobby. Yes, it is rumored that not only was Robert DeBarge beating Bobby every day, he also was taking his son into a side room at night and he was also molesting him. And yes, it is claimed that just like he did with Bunny, he went all the way with his son Bobby as well. His mistreatment affected Bobby in the worst way. Bobby ended up becoming the devil seed. Like I said, he was already beating up his brother James all the time, pushing him over. But it wasn't just James that he was beating up. He also was beating up his other younger brother. But get this, he's not only doing that, he's also beating up children that are outside of the family, as well as lighting fires in people's garages, throwing rocks through people's windows. Baby, it's even rumored that it's very possible that he started to kill small animals. And then let me tell you one of the worst things of all that Bobby did. He started to sexually assault his younger brother James. And rumor has it that James is not the only one that he sexually assaulted. It is said that he also sexually assaulted his brother Tommy. Child, listen to this. One night when Tommy was around 12 and Bobby was around 13, Tommy has just gotten out of the tub, okay? So he runs with a towel around him into a room that he shares with his brother Bobby. And when he gets in the room, he's drying off with the towel and he pulls on his night clothes. Well, it said that when he turned around to face Bobby, that went at him and gossiping at him, he became uncomfortable because Bobby was looking at him in a weird way. And so Bobby is just looking and Tommy. Bobby asked him, hey, Tommy, do you know how to jack? And Tommy was like, no. And Bobby was like, for real, man, you ain't never jacked? And then Tommy was like, no, I've never done that. Well, then Bobby was like, well, you want me to show you? And Tommy was like, no, that ain't right. The Bible said that ain't right. And Bobby was like, oh man, no. The Bible said it's a sin if you actually do the act with a woman. That's a sin. But it didn't say nothing about jacking. Ain't nothing sinful about that. And so Tommy was like, well, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess you can show me. So it is said that night the brothers ended up each other. And the next day, Tommy felt weird about it, but he kind of just felt like, okay, well, that's kind of like a weird episode that happened. I don't know. And he tried to go on about his life. Well, that night, the night of the next day, he ended up going in the room again and he got in the bed. And it said that as soon as he got in the bed, Bobby ran over and got in the bed with him. And so Bobby was right up on him, and then he got in his ear and was like, man, let me just put it in. Let me just put it in. And said immediately Tommy was struck with fear and was like, Bobby, what are you talking about? Put it. No, you cannot. No, I don't want this. But it did not matter because Bobby held him down and he did force himself inside and, did what he did. So he ended up assaulting his brother. And the sad part about it is that after that night, he continued to assault his brother. And also what's sad about it is that after he started assaulting his brother, he would humiliate his brother in public. Like they would go out and go somewhere and play, and Bobby would be like, look at you, Tommy, you can't do nothing right. Basically humiliating his brother. And that sounds like to me like a psychological thing where Bobby tried to project that persona onto his brother. But to Tommy, he was a child. He didn't understand this, so he thought his brother hated him. He thought Bobby hated him because at nighttime Bobby would hurt him, and then at daytime Bobby would hurt him. And for those of you wondering, yes, Tommy is the brother that was also a member of the band Switch along with his brother Bobby. Now, everything that I have said so far has been scandalous and crazy and just whoop, child, I know. But listen, I had heard a lot of that already, okay? And some of you may have too. But this next little bit of tea, let me tell you something. I had not heard this until I started researching for the DeBarges and people started reaching out to me. And one of the sources told me this and I was just like, oh my God, it blew my mind. As a matter of fact, this is what I was talking about when I posted that picture in the community tab and I said my face was looking like that because my face really was looking like that when the person told me this. Why come these folks is out here saying that Bobby and Bunny were like Jamie and Cersei from Game of Thrones? And for those of you who don't watch Game of Thrones and don't get that reference, Jamie and Cersei were brother and sister who used to have relations with each other. They practiced incest. There is a rumor floating around out here that Bunny and Bobby used to have those type of relationships with each other from a child all the way up to, young adults, or at least when they were like kind of older teenagers. And so I don't know. The tea is too deep for me, child. I don't know.
Okay, guys, this is the end of part 1, and I know I just spilled a whole bunch of scandalous T-bombs at the end of this video, but at the beginning of part 2, as soon as I put it up, it will pick up to the actual main story where I was talking about just like I told y'all on the Etta James video, don't y'all go sitting up here watching this part 2 without watching the part 1. So make sure y'all click on that little thing that slides up at the top of the screen to go watch part 1 of the DeBarge family first. And also in this video, y'all, the sound will probably start acting stupid around the 5 or 6 or even maybe 4-minute mark. It won't last for long, so just bear with me for a little bit. Y'all know I've been having microphone trouble since the beginning, child. But anyways, let's get to it. Part 2.
So here's the deal. Robert Sr. is still beating on everybody in the household, okay? He's also assaulting Bunny and Bobby. And in turn, this makes Bobby assault Tommy and James. And some rumors out there claim that Bobby could have maybe assaulted Bobby.
Part 2.
So here's the deal. Robert Sr. is still beating on everybody in the household, okay? He's also assaulting Bunny and Bobby. And in turn, this makes Bobby assault Tommy and James. And some rumors out there claim that Bobby could have maybe assaulted even more than Tommy and James, and said it's possible that he assaulted Chico as well. But that right there, I do truly believe is just a rumor. Because the thing is that most of the siblings have admitted at least once that they were assaulted and who they were assaulted by. So I just feel like if he did do some stuff to Chico or some of the other ones, they would have said something by now. Now that was a little summary of what we've been talking about. But now to get back to the main storyline, or some semblance of a storyline, child. After the conversation between Bunny and Ederline, where Ederline was like, I'm gonna tell your father you saying that stuff about him. After that conversation, it is said that Robert Sr. ended up joining the church. Like, he actually went to church with Ederline, and he joined the church and started reading his Bible, and I think he even became a deacon or something like that. And Ederline is just like on fire. She is so happy. This is what she wanted. As soon as he does that, he is forgiven of everything. His slate is wiped clean in her eyes. Ederline is like, now all his sins are washed away because he's a changed, saved man. Now, because Robert, or Daddy DeBarge, has been cornering Bunny and taking her off by himself and, keeping her away from the boys, Bobby understands that, okay, Daddy must be assaulting Bunny. Like, he has to be molesting Bunny because I know this is what it looks like when he does it to me. So Bobby catches on and he finds out that his dad really is doing that to his sister. So this makes Bobby angry because he wants to protect his sister from his father. So he ends up telling Bunny, I know what Daddy is doing to you. And Bunny's like, no, Daddy ain't doing nothing to me. And he's like, yes, he is, Bunny. I know what he's doing to you. And I'ma tell Mama. And Bunny is like, no, please don't tell Mama. Don't tell Mama. And Bobby is like, yes, Bunny, I'ma tell Mama, because when I tell Mama this, she gonna leave Daddy. She gonna leave Daddy. There's no way she's gonna let Daddy do that to you. She gonna leave and she gonna take us with her, and we'll be free of Daddy. We'll be free of the boogeyman, because it's claimed they called their father the boogeyman. But anyways, he's like, yeah, we'll be free of him. But Bunny tells him again, listen, I don't care about none of that. Do not tell Mama what Daddy is doing to me. And Bobby is like, okay, well, I'm gonna tell her anyway. And so a few days after that, he did indeed tell his mother. She was cooking or cleaning the bathroom or something, and Bobby comes up to her and was like, Mama, I need to tell you something. And he's like, Mama, Daddy has been doing the nasty stuff with Bunny. He's been doing that. Soon as he says it, Ederline, oh God, oh baby boy, please don't tell me that. Ooh. And so Bobby's like, yeah, Mama, yeah, he been doing that. We wanted to tell you, and doing all this kind of stuff. So Ederline comes running down the hallway to where Bunny is. Bunny, oh Lord, is it true? Baby, please tell me it ain't true. And Bunny is just sitting there. It is said that she just sat there and looked at her mother. And Ederline is like, why didn't you tell me, baby? Why didn't you tell me? And it said that when she said that, Bobby said, well, Mama, she was scared to tell you because she's scared that you was going to tell Daddy and that you wasn't going to do anything. And then Ederline was like, I ain't going to stay with y'all Daddy doing something like that. He done touched on my baby. Y'all, what kind of mother do you think I am? And said that Bobby ended up feeling a little bit guilty behind it, but Bunny didn't feel any guilt at all, because it said that Bunny had got used to her mother manipulating and guilt tripping her children at this time. So Bunny just sat on the bed looking stoic, like she did not have anything to say. So Ederline comes over there and rushes up in her arms and is like, tell me, Bunny, tell me, please tell me the truth. Has your daddy been doing this to you? Again, Bunny does not say a word. She don't say nothing. Ederline, Bunny, tell me, please, baby. If you tell me the truth, I'll leave. I'll leave. There's no way I can stay with a man where he's doing this to you. And Bunny is like, really, Mama? You'll leave? Like, for real? Yes, baby. Yes. You don't have to worry about that demon no more. And finally, Bunny is like, yeah, Mama. Yeah, Daddy been doing this to me for years. And so the same day that Ederline finds out that her husband has been molesting their daughter, she packs up all of her kids and they get on a Greyhound and they leave to stay with her sister in Grand Rapids, Michigan. She does not let Robert know anything. He comes home. He is shocked to see his whole family gone. He don't understand what is going on. But anyways, like I said, the family goes to Grand Rapids. They are living with Ederline's sister. The DeBarge children are ecstatic to get away from their father. They all feel like they can really be children. They all feel like they can laugh and play without their dad coming and busting them upside the head. They are just so happy. Everybody is doing well. Ederline settles in. She starts to go to church with her sister. She's really starting to learn her way around town. The family is doing very well. And then suddenly, one day, Ederline says, ooh, I guess I need to call the pastor back in Detroit. I need to call him because he got to know what has happened. Because see, Robert is in his church and he needs to talk to Robert and tell him what he did was wrong. He got to know. I also need to let him know to tell Robert that I've left and gone to Grand Rapids, and I'm never coming back to him again. Yes, Lord, I got to call the pastor and tell him to tell Robert that I am gone to Grand Rapids, and I'm never coming back to him again. And that's what she does. A week or two later, she is coming out of church, and they look down the road, and there is Robert. He is standing there with an umbrella, and the rain is falling all around him, and he looks and he's like, Adeline, that's you? That's you, baby? Can we talk? Can I just talk to you for a minute? And so Adeline starts walking towards the house with her sister, and when she gets in there, I think she was about to let Robert in, and her sister was like, oh no, baby, he ain't coming in this house. And to be a family. So she does leave and go back with Robert, and she takes her sons with her. And things were good for around 6 months, I guess. Don't quote me on that. I think around 6 months, Adeline ended up calling Bunny. And she was like, Bunny, I want you to come home with me. You know, the boys miss you. I miss you. You know, everybody misses you. Even your father misses you. And so Bunny was like, oh, you know, Mom, I miss y'all too. Well, Bunny, we was trying to see if you wanted to come home. You know, we done repainted your room and hung up some signs for you. Do you want to come home? We really miss you. You know, me and your daddy just want the best for you. We miss you. And before Bunny could answer, it said that Edeline handed Bobby the phone, and Bobby got on the phone and was like, hey, Bunny, you know, we miss you so much, sis. We want you back. And so Bunny is like, well, Bobby, is it really going good down there? Is everything okay? What about Daddy? And said that's when Bobby started to whisper and was like, no, you know, Daddy still act crazy. He still be hitting on us, but, you know, he don't hit on us that much no more, you know. And then Bunny was like, well, I'm not coming back then. And then she said Bobby started breaking down almost in tears and was like, please, Bunny, please come home, Bunny. I miss you. I need you. Please, sis, we need you. And when Bunny heard that and heard the heartbreak and pain in her brother Bobby's voice, that is when she packed up her bags and she ended up moving back home under the roof with her abuser. Now, when Bunny did go back with her father and mother, I don't believe he ever touched on her again, but I can't be sure of that. But I haven't heard or saw or read anywhere where he continued to touch on her after that. After she came back home, he didn't do anything to hurt her. He just acted like nothing had happened. You know, he acted like everything was normal and just acted the same way he had been acting, minus the assault. And actually, I think he stopped the physical assault as well. Now, I know he did in fact slap her one more time at least, and we're going to talk about that in just a second, but I don't think he was hitting on her still like that. But anyways, to talk about the time that he slapped her for the very last time, what happened is the family is back together. You know, Bunny has moved home. And the Abneys, which is Edeline's side of the family, has some type of family function or something like that. So Edeline and her children go to the function. Robert does not go because he's embarrassed. He's too embarrassed to show his face. You know, he doesn't know how these people think of him. But because the family only has one car, after he drops them off, he has to go back and pick them up. Well, when he does, it's not like the family is just standing outside waiting on him. Nobody has cell phones. So he has to knock on the door and tell the person that opens the door, you know, can you tell Edeline that I'm here? So when he does, the person that opens the door, which is like a cousin or uncle or something, says of, you know, like white devil, or, you know, you still molesting my niece or something. I don't know what he said, but he said something derogatory and basically put Robert down. And Robert became very ashamed, very ashamed. So when he did get his family back into the car, he started in immediately, started fussing and cussing, like cussing her out. How dare you something like that to me? You know, what you been telling them folks? See, that's what I'm saying. I sat up there and gave up my family for you, but you sitting up there, your family can't even respect me. How dare he say this? How dare he say this? Boy, I have to knock him out. But the thing is, sir, is that you should have. You should have, sir. I wish you would have tried to raise your hand at that man, because the thing is that you ain't fighting no men out here, but you love to hit on your wife and your children, though. But anyway, so he's going off acting crazy. When they get to the house, he is still acting a fool, and then soon he starts to put the hands on Edeline once again, slapping her around, beating her up. And while he's doing this, I think Bunny walked by, or he spotted her in the corner or something like that, and then he suddenly says, your family treating me like this because of the lies that you telling and the lies that little B over there telling them. And he walks up to Bunny and slaps the piss out of her. And when I say he slaps the piss out of her, that is literal, because literally this is the time I was talking about when I said that she peed on herself. This is what happened. She peed on herself. He slapped her so hard. So I told you a lot of those stories about Edeline and Robert and their marriage because I wanted to
out the video, but apparently the daddy did try. I think they said that he had gotten a job at like a furniture store, and then he had brought some furniture home to his family. You know, he wanted to make his wife and children happy, and they were happy. They were so happy to get this new furniture. But then I think one of his co-workers that delivered the furniture to the house saw that family were black, so they went back to the wife and told the supervisor that, hey, we just delivered this new furniture to a black woman, like this is a black family. And so next thing you know, Edeline and the kids running around jumping and having fun on the couch. Baby, why come it was a knock at that doggone door? Well, that supervisor then sent the workers right back out to pick them couches up, child. And then on top of that, and said that by fire from the job, and, you know, started back drinking and started back acting crazy. So I'm guessing at one point he did try to straighten up, I guess it just never worked out. But anyways, let's get back to the story.
I know I focused a lot on Bunny, but that is because a lot of the rumors that I heard were about Bunny. Now, I heard some of the rumors about some of her other brothers, but it's like when they were growing up, I don't know. I'm not sure, but because the girl, I'm about her. And I also heard that the other children, they barely even paid attention to. Like, they rarely paid attention to their children. And that is why Bobby was out setting people's garages on fire and assaulting everybody. And let me tell you some of the stuff that happened to the other. There's a tale that we're not being paid attention to. Robert were in the yard fussing about him cheating or her cheating or something like that. I think he was accusing her of cheating. So they are in the yard and they are fussing. Suddenly they hear a loud scream from the kitchen. It is one of their babies and he is just like, ah, ah, and turns out it is little bitty L. He's only around 2 or 3 years old, and what he's done is walked into the kitchen and pulled a pot of hot boiling water, and although I think he kind of jumped back to not get burned all the way, the water splattered up on him, and so it still burned him. And so they rushed him to the hospital to get patched up, and then they brought him home. And then I think maybe not even 2 weeks later, Ederline and Robert were arguing again. This time they were somewhere in the house arguing, fighting, and suddenly once again they hear a scream from the kitchen. This time they run in there and it is James, and he's only about 1 to 2 years old, and he also has pulled a pot of boiling water off of the stove. But baby James is not strong enough or smart enough, or maybe he's just too little. He does not jump back in time. So that whole pot of boiling water actually falls on him and burns his body severely. So they rush him to the hospital and he has to stay in the hospital for a while as well. And then the next story involves their son Tommy. And I don't even think Robert was even there. I think this is one of those stories where he was gone for weeks or something like that. But Ederline told her children to go to bed, every single one of them. And Tommy was like, no, I want to go to the store. And he actually asked his mother, rumor says, Mama, can I go to the store? And Ederline is like, no, you need to go to bed. But Tommy sneaks out and goes to the store anyway. I think the child is probably around 6 to 8 years old. I'm not sure. Goes to the store anyway, and on his way home from the store, he gets hit. He gets run over by a car. He is laid in the middle of the road. They said his foot was like twisted, and he is rushed to the hospital. And he stayed in the hospital for several weeks or several months or something like that, because it said that he died in the hospital and they brought him back. So it was very severe how hard he got hit by that car. Now, unfortunately, or actually maybe fortunately, I don't know much about the childhood of Randy, Mark, Elle, and well, we do know that James was assaulted and beaten up when he was a child, but I don't know any details. Like, I can't tell you what they really like to do. Elle did love to play piano. In fact, I think he was almost looked at as a child prodigy. He played piano and sang at the church. And actually, I think all of the DeBarge children sang in the church. But as far as like detailed information about their childhood, I don't really have any information on that. But what I will tell you about Bobby, something that I actually forgot to tell you, that it is claimed that not only was he molested by his father, he was also molested by an adult choir member. I am not sure if this was a male or female, but it is claimed that he was also molested by somebody in the church. I've also heard that the Abney side or Ederline side of the family really don't even have anything to do with her or her children, because she and her children kind of put a bubble around themselves. And also, the Abney family, they didn't understand all this stuff. They felt like it's too much going on over here. Ederline, you done got with that man and just turned crazy. And so I think over the years they kind of just maybe, pushed away or kind of grew apart a little bit. I don't know. But like I was saying, teen years, I don't really have much on them, but I do know that school at the age of 17, and she got pregnant and gave birth to a baby girl named Demia. And I think at first she wanted to marry Demia's father, but then she found out Demia's father was more serious about another girl. So she ended up marrying a man named Tony Jordan, I think. Anyway, she ended up marrying a man named Tony. I do know that. And they ended up having children together. Now, let me go drop some scandalous information right here. A lot like her mother, Ederline. Let me tell you what I mean. So gossip says that after her and Tony had been married for a while, her baby sister Carol, who was about 14, 15 years younger than Bunny, came up to Bunny one day when they were in church and was like, Bunny, I need to tell you something. And Bunny is like, what is it, Carol? And she's like, well, your husband Tony, he touched on me the other night when I was laying in the bed. And baby, Bunny was 38 hot. Bunny was like, he did what? And Carol was like, well, he touched on me. He touched on me in a bad spot. And baby, Bunny ain't waste no time. She went right to the pew where they was sitting up and walked all upside Tony's head. Walked all upside his head, child. They said she jumped on Tony and beat him up in front of the whole entire church. And that is wonderful. That is great. But then Tony got to talking to Bunny. And he told Bunny that, no, baby, no. I wouldn't do that. I didn't touch on your sister. No. What it was is that I saw her sleeping in the bed and the cover was down on her. So I pulled up the cover so she wouldn't be cold. I was just trying to tuck her in. And when I pulled up the cover, I mean, I may have messed around and rubbed her, but I didn't mean to. And so Bunny believed this and she forgave her husband. And then 2 years after that, Bunny had come home and she's just walking around the house, you know, just checking out her house. And so she opens the door to check on her daughter Demia, and when she opens the door, it is claimed that she sees her husband Tony on her daughter Demia. And Bunny goes back crazy again, just starts acting a fool, you know, fighting, going crazy. And it's also said that she got on the phone and called her brothers and were like, you know, y'all need to get over here now. Y'all need to beat Tony up because he done molested Demia. Come get him now. And her brothers came over there supposedly and told her, Bunny, you know, we ain't mad at him. You know, we understand why he did it, Bunny. We understand. We sympathize with him. Child, listen, and said that not only did Bobby come over there and say, you know, Bunny, just calm down, he also gave her some drugs and was like, you know, here, just take this. You need to mellow out, sis. You know, we understand what happened. We understand why he did that. But listen, rumors say that Bunny ended up understanding herself. She understood so much that she stayed with Tony and
Okay, we can listen to something else. Okay, if that's too triggering, I'm sorry. I'll change the channel. Y'all want I think, yeah, is she too extra? Like, what is it? Girl. Okay, this is something else.
Hey everybody, this is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another Old Hollywood Scandals video, and you guys can already see the title of the video. You guys already see the subject of the video. So I hope that you guys put your helmet on before you even click play on this doggone video. It's definitely about to be some scandalous, oh my goodness, type stuff in this video. So let's get to it. James Simpson was born on July the 9th, 1947 in San Francisco, California. His mother's name was Eunice Simpson and his father's name was Jimmy Lee Simpson. And on top of OJ, I think they had about 3 or 4 more children. And let's go on right ahead and sprinkle some messy tea right here in the beginning. Because gossip claims that Jimmy Lee used to kiss Eunice at night and tell her he would be right back. And I don't know if Eunice thought her husband was going out to the bars to talk to other women. I don't know what she thought. Jimmy Lee definitely did used to go to the clubs and the bars, but when he did, something strange would happen. Jimmy Lee used to go rush to the back, and then about 20 minutes later, a queen honey by the name of Mama Simpson used to come out styling and profiling. And baby, they say Mama Simpson used to be rubbed up on all the young white men in the club. And if you have not put 2 and 2 together, Mama Simpson was Jimmy Lee Simpson. Turns out he was a gay man who liked to perform in drag. Now, I don't know if Jimmy Lee hid this side of himself from his wife and children, but if he did, I do know that by the time OJ was 4 years old, it is very likely that Eunice Simpson had found out. And I say this because around this time, gossip claims Jimmy Lee ended up moving out and leaving the family and left Eunice to pretty much raise the children on her own. Now, if OJ didn't know this at that time, I do believe a few years later he ended up finding out, because there is a rumor out
here that says that once his daddy moved on his own, OJ ended up coming to his father's house, and when he knocked on the door, his father opened the door and he was in a bathrobe. Well, soon, while the father and OJ are talking, Jimmy Lee, the father, ends up opening the door a little wider, and OJ sees a man sitting on the bed, also in a bathrobe. If this rumor is true, I think this is when it kind of was confirmed for OJ that his father was a gay man. Now, to get back to OJ's childhood, his mother Eunice tried to raise her children the best she could, but things got very tough on her when OJ came down with rickets. And his rickets were so severe that he ended up in the hospital for a little while, and then after that he had to wear braces on his legs. And even a while later, when the braces came off, OJ had a severe case of bow legs. Now, his mother Eunice worried that this would have lasting effects on her son, but child, by the time OJ turned into a teenager, she probably wished his legs was bent up, bent out in every which way, because OJ was acting crazy. Said OJ started hanging around the bad boys and fancied himself a big thug. In fact, around this time, he got acquainted with a young girl by the name of Marguerite, who would later become his first wife. And Marguerite said that back in the day, in this teenage time period, OJ was a very bad person, and he was a person that nobody would want to meet. And she was right, because baby, OJ wouldn't listen to nobody. As a matter of fact, being a gangster got his tail sent to jail multiple times. And by that third time, people were really ready to write his behind off. But luckily, he ended up getting a visit from baseball great Willie Mays. And this meeting right here left a mark on OJ, and he finally started to slowly but surely change his life. Seeing what Willie Mays had achieved showed OJ that there was more to life than just this doggone street corner right here. And so he started to take things more seriously, especially football, because by this time he was playing football in high school. And he probably would have gotten scouts' eyes on him as early as high school. But child, that boy grades was so bad, wasn't nobody looking at his tail. Luckily enough for OJ though, he was able to find placement at a community college. And it was here that he really extended his football skills. And so he was able to move from this community college into a big school, which was University of Southern California. And it was here that he actually made his mark. The skills that he possessed as a running back were just so great that people hadn't really ever seen anything like this before. So when it came to being a Heisman Trophy winner, it was only right that OJ got the award, which he did. And from that Heisman Trophy win, it was pretty much OJ from there. All eyes were on him. People wanted to know if he would survive as a professional football player. Yeah, he did all right in college. Let's see what he's going to do in the pro. Baby got up there and that doggone boy was running like a doggone coyote had got after him or something. Oh, baby, he shined. The boy was absolutely unstoppable. And not only in his professional life, in his personal life, he was doing just as well. He seemed to be a great family man, having married his first wife, Marguerite, at the age of only 19 in the year 1967. And they were a nice looking couple. The public just ate them up. They were on every single magazine cover, especially the black magazine covers. They have this thing today where they say, oh, that's couples goals. I want to be this couple. Well, OJ and Marguerite, that was them. Beautiful, gorgeous, and classy Marguerite seemed to know her husband so well. And because she knew her husband so well, that meant she knew her place so well, which was in the background. OJ was the guy who wanted to be out front. You know what I'm saying? He was always the one wanting to shine, making muscles, and gee whiz, I'm just that good. So Marguerite understood this, and she had no problem standing in the background looking beautiful, quiet, mysterious. And then, they had their children. In fact, they had 3. They had a daughter named Arnell. They had a son named Jason. And then a little bit later, they had a baby girl named Erin. So this picturesque family was a photographer's dream. OJ, the All-American football hero, he was great. As a matter of fact, he was so great and had shown his butt so much that by this doggone time, he wasn't even OJ no more, baby. He was the Juice. So the Juice was that guy. And it really seemed like he was going to be that guy forever. But unfortunately, by the year 1977, the cracks in America's favorite son started to show. Now, the folks say, although The Simpsons looked like couple goals, the truth was OJ had been cheating most of the time in his marriage. But I don't think he was careless enough to be all out in public cheating. However, that was about to change.
One day in 1977, OJ was invited to a place called the Daisy, which was a private club in Beverly Hills. While he was sitting, chatting, drinking, having a good time, a cute, slim waitress by the name of Nicole Brown caught his eye. And gossip claims that it was either sometime that day or the very next day when OJ came back to the restaurant that he had somebody make the introductions between him and Nicole. And from that first conversation, baby, OJ was hooked. I mean, the man was absolutely besotted with Nicole. Here OJ is, 29, 30 years old, married, settled down man. And here comes Nicole Brown. You know what I mean? She is young, she's 18, she is vibrant. She's able to wear little short skirts without the guilt of age running through her mind. So she's very free. And OJ is delighted with her. He recognizes that freedom in her and he loves that. So very, very soon after they make the introductions, OJ and Nicole go on their first date. And their first date is when Nicole probably should have took her little tail and ran on somewhere. Because, honey, the folks say that OJ was so ready, so eager, so willing, honey, that during the day he started like pawing at her pants like an animal or something. Gossip claims that when she came home to her roommate was like, what is going on with your pants? Why have your pants look like they've been ripped open? And Nicole says something like, he was a bit aggressive, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to say anything to him because I really like this guy. And so there were many more dates after that. And so OJ became a man that was living a double life. It got to the point where at first, during the weekdays, he was a married man at home with Marguerite and his family, and days with Marguerite and the children. Oh, now let's get down to 3 days. I'm sure already knew her husband was cheating with his new fling, is now really stepping back and looking like, oh my goodness, like my husband has never changed this doggone much. And so I'm pretty sure that she at least once confronted OJ, telling him to end this fling. You know what I'm saying? Leave that girl alone. She's got your mind going crazy. And probably was hoping and praying that he obeyed her because Marguerite was pregnant with their third child, Aaron. So this is not a happy time for Marguerite at all. She's pregnant, she's getting cheated on by the love of her life, having to keep a smile on her face in front of the other kid. But unfortunately for Marguerite, she really couldn't compete with the thing that was pushing him into Nicole's arms. Because it was not her, it was mostly his insecurity. And one of the main insecurities was the fact that his football career was starting to wind down. He was used to being a star, all in the limelight, and now younger and faster guys were getting ready to replace him. And word on the street is that OJ took the ending of his football career almost like a midlife crisis. His identity was wrapped up in his football career. OJ wanted to be the juice whenever he walked in the room. You know what I'm saying? And not just a bunch of older folks saying, I remember when. No, he wanted to stay that young, current juice everywhere he went. Because the main thing that mattered to him was his public image. And so like I said, OJ getting older, getting more boring. And poor Marguerite, whenever he looked at her, she reminded him of this. They were close to the same age, so she was getting older right along with him. And also Marguerite met him before he was a star. She knows all his flaws, all his faults. Well, Nicole don't know none of that. She met him when he was a heroic football player, and so she kind of looks up at him with admiration. But gossip claims that spending all of this time with doggone Nicole, she was able to see more sides, if not all sides, of OJ. There's this particular rumor in 1978, OJ and Nicole were staying in a hotel room, and she said something or did something to tick him off, and baby, he square punched her right in the face. She fell to the ground, and then he started to kick her. Even after this incident, though, Nicole did not leave. And that's mostly because by this time, Nicole and OJ were a couple. They were in a real relationship. Rumor has it around 1978, like these people were out in public now. You know what I'm saying? They were going shopping together, going to parties together, the clubs. And also he basically lived with her in the apartment that he bought her. Not only that, I believe he ended up buying her a car around this time. And in 1978, 1979, Marguerite had tried to hold on to her marriage, but really there was just no use at this point in time. Like OJ was really just gone. So in March of 1979, OJ and Marguerite ended up getting a divorce. Now I'm pretty sure that Marguerite was very hurt in the inside, but this hurt right here wasn't anything compared to what happened in August 1979. Their youngest daughter, Erin, who was just a toddler, just 2 years old, wandered out and got into the swimming pool. After several minutes, she was pulled from the pool, but she ended up dying a couple of days later in the hospital. I do know that gossip claims that OJ was very upset. Rumor has it that he blamed Marguerite, and baby, some of these messy rumors out here even say that OJ tried to jump on Marguerite at the hospital. So from 1979 onwards, Nicole and OJ are a couple. It's definitely not a secret anymore. Now here's where it's finna get messy, and some of y'all about to get really mad. But the folks say that their relationship was never what people thought it was. OJ was said to be a controlling, manipulative jerk, and Nicole was said to have had a mouth on her. And also, it's alleged that she had some racist family members. Apparently, her mother was German or is German, and there were rumors on the streets that say that while Nicole was growing up, she was taught that she was a part of the master race. It's also said that OJ felt this tension from her family very early on, and so he felt like he needed to buy their love. According to this book, because I'm gonna put the doggone book up here on this one, because y'all ain't finna get me. So anyways, according to this book, a lady by the name of Miss Bethy Vaccarano, who says that she was a maid to OJ and Nicole for a period of time. Baby, she said that Nicole was not shy on calling OJ racial slurs whenever they argued. She also said that she saw Nicole throw a crystal vase at OJ and took a baseball bat and tried to bust OJ upside the head, but she missed him by like an inch. OJ's private maid, a woman by the name of Michelle, said Nicole hated her so much that Nicole always demanded for her to be fired. And Michelle ended up getting in her face. Baby said Nicole reached back and slapped the devil out of doggone Michelle. Now, maybe they were lying, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they was trying to destroy her character to make OJ look good. I don't know. But here's my thing. Let's say that is true. The gag is her alleged views didn't bother OJ, and gossip claims that the reason that OJ did not have any problems with this is because these also were OJ's views. But anyway, to get back to the main story, like I said, there's all these alleged stories about how much mouth Nicole had, you know, she argued and all this kind of stuff. Well, some of that arguing came from the fact that OJ was cheating on her. As a matter of fact, rumor has it that in the year 1983, 1984, Nicole was walking down a California street with her girlfriends laughing and talking, and baby, she walks up on OJ, arm in arm with another woman, kissing the other woman, you know, having a good old time. And the folks say Nicole cursed both of them out and then ended it by telling OJ, if you were gonna cheat on me, the least you could do is cheat with a pretty bee. And I honestly think after this argument, Nicole was really thinking about ending it, because rumor has it this is what caused her and OJ to get engaged. Word on the street is that OJ was so scared of losing Nicole that he ended up getting an engagement ring and proposing to her. So on February the 2nd, 1985, they get married, and gossip claims that Nicole was really in a good place. And to the outside, to the public, it did seem like everything was going okay. You know, OJ had starred in movies like The Naked Gun. He also had some movies before that. He credited Nicole for helping him to achieve anything that he had achieved in Hollywood. But as time started to pass, family and friends started to notice changes in Nicole. Some people say she became a shell of her former self because she was too busy trying to be what OJ wanted her to be. She had to wear the clothes that OJ wanted her to wear. She had to wear her hair the way that OJ wanted her to wear it. OJ demanded that she be this glamour girl. And in the midst of her losing herself, she and OJ ended up having 2 children. Gossip claims that she loved her children, always around her children, to take care of her. In fact, OJ would tell her, oh, you need to leave the children. What about me? We need to go somewhere. And Nicole would leave the children behind and go where her husband told her to go, because she dare not say no at this time. Because, baby, those beatings had become much more frequent and much more severe. Gossip claims that Nicole actually kept a journal where she wrote down the entries of the days that OJ beat her. And I will put the links to that journal in the top comment so you guys could see them for yourself. But at one point, she told a story about how she, OJ, and the children went on vacation, and their son, Justin, matter of fact, I don't think I told you their names. The girl's name was Sydney. The boy's name was Justin, okay? Well, while they are at the beach, this gay guy comes, and I guess he kind of just scoops up Justin, kisses him. I'm not sure how he kisses him, but I imagine it was on the cheek. When Nicole gets back to the hotel room, baby, OJ takes her by the arm and slams her all against the wall, slams her on the floor. He is so upset that she let this gay guy kiss their son. Then she wrote another entry about how they had went to a friend's house, and then when they got back home, said that OJ abused her so bad, hit her so many times, baby, that he beat her clothes off. And she said she actually went to the hospital after that incident and lied and said that she had a bicycle accident. She talks about a time he pulled a gun out on her, and a lot of stories out there about him abusing her end with Nicole calling the police. One of the stories even said that she was hiding in the bushes outside when the police came to the home, and she ran to the police's arms and kind of collapsed in their arms, saying that he's going to kill me, he's going to kill me. Now, allegedly, Nicole never really told her family what was going on with her. She never really let them know that OJ was beating her the way he was. But by 1990, the folks say that Nicole was getting tired of this treatment. So allegedly, she told her sister and maybe even a couple of friends that if OJ hadn't changed, or if she was not happy by the year 1992, she was leaving. Well, 1992 comes around and OJ ain't changed one bit. And Nicole is nowhere near happy, so she files for divorce. They go through with the divorce, and now Nicole is a single woman. And for the first time in her life, she feels grown, and she's kind of tiptoeing out, and she's starting to feel in control of her own destiny, because remember, she's been with OJ since she was 18. So Nicole is out and about. She is free. You know, she goes to clubs, she goes dancing, and allegedly she also used a couple of drugs around this time. And I did see rumors where some gossip claims that she was strung out on drugs and like a party animal. I don't know about that part. Either way it goes, she is living her best life, hunty. She even starts dating again. And allegedly this drives OJ in freaking insane. Child, the folks say that OJ got to stalking that doggone girl wherever she went. Said he would park down the street in an alley and hide out in her bushes, checking to see who going inside and outside of her home. Then his tail was looking stupid because he was searching so much for something and his behind found it. Now, honey, the folks say that Nicole ended up getting a new boyfriend by the name of Keith. And she and Keith had been talking and dating for a while, and then one night she ended up inviting him over. She and her children hung out with Keith for a little while, then she sent the children up to bed, came back down to the living room, and started to give some throaty bodie. Now, some rumors say that OJ kicked down the door and came in right at that moment, and other rumors say that he waited till morning time and came busting into Nicole's house. Either way it goes, allegedly, he had seen her doing the throaty bodie, and he ended up coming into her house and confronting her and Keith, and they were both terrified. Matter of fact, Keith was so terrified, baby, he got the hell headed. And I'm not exactly sure what happened between OJ and Nicole during this meeting. I don't know if he actually jumped on her, but I do know that they said that he was calling her all kind of hoes, you know, you tramp, telling the kids, you know, your mama a hoe and all this kind of stuff. And then on top of this thing with Keith, allegedly Nicole dated probably about 3 more men while she was single during this period, but gossip claims that every time she was dating anybody, OJ would make it hard on her. You know what I'm saying? He would make unannounced visits. He was always calling the phone, all of that good stuff. Now, that was said to have happened in 1992. In 1993, allegedly, Nicole was writing letters to OJ trying to get back with him. And rumor has it she was doing this because some of her family members were kind of coaxing her. Nicole, maybe you should give OJ another chance. You know, was it really that bad? He does really love you. So like I said, now 1993, Nicole cuts off all of those other men and she is determined to get OJ back. And they do start talking again,
But even with this reconciliation, you can still see aggravation from OJ. In fact, there is a link that I'm going to put in the top comment. Go to the timestamp that it shows you in that comment and watch how OJ acts. It's like he's upset that Nicole is not his wife anymore. He says something snarky like, you know, oh, here come my ex-wife, or is she my wife? And then finally Nicole says ex-wife, and that is while they were on a family vacation together. So like I said, it was still a lot of tension in this reconciliation. And there may have been a reason for this tension, because although she was back talking to OJ, at this moment, they were not married anymore. So Nicole kind of sort of still looked at herself as a single woman. So she still was going out dancing. You know what I'm saying? She was still hanging out with her friend. And OJ did not want that. He wanted her to start back acting like the wife she was to him. Right back under his control to do what he said. And to be honest with you, I'm not really sure why OJ was acting like this with Nicole. Because he too also had his own thing going on. By this time, he was already talking to another woman named Paula. And he had been talking to Paula for a little while, at least since 1992. It did not matter. He wanted to control and abuse Nicole no matter who the heck he was talking to. And it was right around this time where they're supposed to be doing this trial relationship where the infamous 911 call happened. And I will also put the link to this call in the top comment.
Hey guys, I'm just going to butt in real quick and tell you a little bit about this 911 call. Now, I don't think this 911 call was released to the public until after the death of Nicole Brown Simpson. But one of the alleged backstories is that on the evening of the 911 call, earlier that evening, Nicole and OJ were having dinner, because they did that from time to time. So the folks say they were having dinner at her house. And while they were talking, discussing, Nicole ended up bringing up Paula. She didn't like the fact that OJ had put a picture up with Paula in a frame that used to house their wedding picture. So, you know, she's just talking, expressing her feelings. Well, allegedly, once OJ heard this, he was like, Paula? You saying something about Paula when you sitting up there got plenty of pictures with that guy Keith you were talking to, the guy Keith I caught you with. So anyways, the dinner goes kaput, and then allegedly OJ gets up to go home. After he goes home, I guess he gets on the phone ranting and raving with a friend. Don't know who this friend is, but whoever this particular person was, while on the phone with OJ, said something to the effect of, oh yeah, well, I heard that Nicole is having like orgy parties at the house. You know, she's having people coming in with drugs all in the house. You know, she's just really doing it up over there, OJ. And so, because OJ is already upset, that he goes storming back over to Nicole's house, and he kicks in her back door, some people say off the hinges, and he comes in the house and he's fussing at her. And so she runs upstairs to the bedroom, shuts the door, locks it, and calls 911. And on this 911 call, when it was released, it shocked so many people because they had never heard OJ act this way before. Here he was on this phone call just hollering at Nicole, you know, screaming, sounding like he was knocking things over. And then Nicole on the 911 call says, you know, OJ, please, the children are sleeping. Please calm down. And that's when OJ really blew everybody's hair back, because he says, oh, you want to worry about the kids sleeping now? Well, let me tell you something. You sure enough wasn't worried about the kids sleeping when you were downstairs doing the throaty boaty. You know what I'm saying? But he actually said the words, you know. And he continues to scream and holler as Nicole begs for 911 to send a police officer over, clearly showing that he's still on the same type of abusive time he was on while they were married.
After all of this stuff happened with that 911 call, Nicole, she was done. She tells all her family and friends, you know, there is no reconciliation. I'm just finished. I can't do this anymore. The next 8 months were said to have seemed touchy between Nicole and OJ. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really talk. And then when they did, somebody ended up getting an attitude. It just didn't seem good between them. And then on that 8th month, which was June of 1994, or more particular, June the 12th, 1994, Nicole and OJ's daughter, Sydney, ended up having a dance recital. And Nicole asks OJ, you know, are you coming to this? If so, I've gotten extra tickets for you. You know, hopefully you can be here for our daughter, Sydney. Gossip claims
OJ comes late to the recital, and then when he gets there, he does not say one word to Nicole. I'm not even sure if he made any eye contact with her, if he even looked at her. In fact, after the recital was over, witnesses heard Nicole talking to family members, and she was telling them, God, he didn't even say hello to me, like, I don't want it to be like this between us. I want us to still be kind of friends. But I suppose she ended up shrugging all of that off, because after the recital was over, she ended up telling all of her family, hey, let's go eat at a restaurant called Mezzaluna. So anyways, Nicole and her children and the rest of her family go eat at Mezzaluna, and then after they're done eating, Nicole and her children make it home. I guess it's around 8 p.m. Well, the people say that around 9:30, her mother ended up calling the restaurant Mezzaluna and saying, hey, I think I left my sunglasses there. And they confirm, yes, ma'am, you left your sunglasses here. Then Nicole's mother calls Nicole and tells her, hey, baby, I left the sunglasses at the restaurant. Can you get them for me? And Nicole says, yes, since the restaurant is like right here close to my house, which it was, I'll get my friend, a waiter by the name of Ron Goldman, to bring the sunglasses to me. Now, there are several different versions of what happened next, and I'm going to tell you guys 2 of these versions because there's just too many of them. So the first story says around 9:40, 9:45-ish, Nicole is upstairs lying down in her bed, and all of a sudden she hears a lot of commotion and she hears 2 men arguing. She runs outside and she sees Ron Goldman having an argument with a guy that's dressed in all black. Nicole tries to stop this argument. The guy that's dressed in all black punches her in the face, so she falls, and that's when Ron Goldman tries to fight the guy dressed in all black to try to defend Nicole. And Ron Goldman knew like karate or something like that, so he definitely knew how to work his hand. Well, the guy dressed in all black has a knife, so while Ron Goldman is trying to fight him, this guy just pulls out a knife and just starts stabbing Ron Goldman. After he was done with Ron Goldman, he went back over to Nicole, lifted her up, stabbed her in her head, and then kind of like pulled her hair back, and then he cuts her across the neck. The second version of the story says Ron Goldman came to Nicole's house and he rang the bell on her gate. When he rang the bell on her gate, Nicole came out of her house and was walking down the stairs when a masked intruder came from behind her and started stabbing her in the head. Some type of way, Ron does get inside of the gate, and when he sees Nicole being attacked, he tries to fight the intruder off of her. This is when the intruder drops Nicole, who's already been stabbed and bleeding, and then goes after Ron. After Ron is down and defeated, this is when the killer went back to Nicole, picked her up by her hair, and pulled her head back and sliced her across the neck. After either one of these stories or whatever version happened, the killer runs off into the night, and about 12:10 a.m. Their bodies are found by a neighbor. Once the bodies are found, the police stop by OJ's house, only to find out that OJ has just taken off on a flight to Chicago. So the police start doing their investigation on OJ. He's like the #1 suspect, but they haven't told him yet. So OJ carries on as normal. He ended up going to Nicole's funeral. Gossip claims that he leaned down and kissed Nicole, and some witnesses claim that they heard him say, "I'm sorry." It was on June the 17th when the police finally said that they are charging OJ with murder, and they wanted him to turn himself in. And so OJ and his lawyers told the police that OJ would turn himself in on the very next day at 11 a.m. Well, we all know what happened the next day. OJ called his best friend and former teammate, Al Cowlings, and told Al, hey, why don't you come and drive me to the police station? As soon as Al gets there and he and OJ get inside of that white Bronco, OJ says, psych. He told his friend not to turn him in. He told his friend Al to first take him to Nicole's house where she had been murdered. And then he saw that there was so many police around there. So he said, no, don't take me there. Take me to her gravesite. And then he told Al Cowlings to just drive. He didn't care wherever, just drive. And allegedly this whole time, OJ was in the back seat of this Bronco with a gun pointed to his head, threatening to blow his brains out. And gossip claims that he kept saying, I want Nicole. I want my Nicole back. And I am not going to describe the arrest and trial to you guys because it's just so much information, you know what I mean? You guys will have to research that on your own. But we all know that OJ was found not guilty. Now, back then, as well as today, you have 3 groups of people. You have the people who believe OJ did it and he got away with murder. You have the people who believe that OJ was innocent and he didn't do anything. And you have that third group of people who believe that OJ didn't do it, but he knows who did. And that group of people are the ones who have been spreading the messiest tea of all, honey. Because according to that group of people, the person that committed those murders was allegedly none other than OJ's eldest son, Jason. There is this page on the internet on the Business Insider page. I will put the link of this page in the top comment also so you guys can go read that. But according to this page and other pages like it, it's alleged that OJ's son Jason had a love-hate relationship with his stepmother. Allegedly, he hated his stepmother Nicole for breaking up his parents' marriage, but he loved her because he liked her. You know what I'm saying? He actually had an attraction to her. And I'm not Steve on that, but I'm not gonna lie. It had me looking at their wedding tape kind of side-eye. Like there's this portion where she hugs Jason, and I don't know if it was because I found out this information that made me feel like, ugh, you know, maybe that hug wasn't, I don't know. But you guys can go see it for yourself and judge for yourself and tell me what you think in the comments. Do you think that hug was inappropriate, or was that just my mind doing that because of the information that I researched? But it's in the top comment. Make sure you go to the timestamp as well. But anyways, the evidence that this article gives that says that Jason could have been a suspect or should have been a suspect, one of the things, it said that he attacked a girlfriend at an earlier time with a knife and almost killed her. It's also claimed that just a couple of months earlier, he attacked a restaurant boss, his boss for the restaurant he worked at. He attacked that guy with a knife. And also it's claimed that he had a diagnosed mental illness and that sometimes he heard voices. And some of the most damning evidence that he gives is the fact that OJ hired a defense team or hired a team of lawyers for his son Jason even before he got lawyers. Like even before OJ was charged, he had already hired a defense team for his son. But here's the thing with that. Like that sounds like, ooh, wow. But then when I researched that, he also hired a team of lawyers for his eldest daughter as well. So, you know, that right there kind of makes it, And then to me, this theory further falls apart for the reason they gave for Jason attacking Nicole and Ron Goldman on this night. Because apparently the reason is because Nicole had told Jason, hey, yes, we're going to come by your restaurant and eat at your restaurant tonight so I can see you. But then she changed her mind and she went to another restaurant. And apparently this was enough to make Jason very upset, like, you know, you didn't come to my restaurant, you know. I don't know, that just seems like far-fetched to me. But anyways, Jason is the first person that group feels like should have been a suspect. And the second person that group feels like should have been a suspect was a serial killer by the name of Glenn Rogers. And actually, according to rumor, Glenn Rogers actually confessed to killing Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson. He was in that area at that time working as a house painter. Gossip claims that he may have even dated one of Nicole's friends. But when Ron Goldman's father was told about it, he didn't want to believe it. Like, he did not believe that. He believed so firmly that OJ did it, he didn't even let that right there get any traction. You know what I'm saying? Because he just felt like that was just so far-fetched. Then you got this theory that I won't even pay attention to because it just sounds like just not real. And that's this theory or the rumor that Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman were killed by the cartel. Allegedly, Nicole Brown Simpson or somebody that was very close to her, one of her friends, owed a drug debt. But I mean, surely the cartel ain't taking folks out over 30 snorts of cocaine. You know, I don't know how they run their operations. I'm not sure. I'm not all up in their business. But I would assume that you would have to have a substantial amount of debt before they sent assassins after a person. I mean, to me, Nicole would have actually had to be a trafficker. But to move on back to the story subject, OJ, even after being acquitted, OJ's life was never the same. His public image that he cared about so much, that he tried so much to craft up, was over with. It was finished. And then what made it worse for him is that his life continued to be marred by scandal. Just like with the Nicole and Ron Goldman thing. Yes, OJ did get acquitted from the criminal trial, but when their families took him to court in a civil trial, OJ lost that case. The judge did indeed find him liable, and OJ had to pay over $33 million back to these families. And then in 2006, OJ had folks really wanting to bust him upside his head because for some reason he thought it was a good idea to write a book called If I Did It. And he basically was telling the world, hey, if I did murder Nicole and Ron, this is the way that I would have done it. And this man really went into full detail in this book describing hypothetically how he would have done these people. As a matter of fact, there is an interview where he described it hypothetically. I will put that in the comment as well so you guys can go watch it. And I'm not gonna lie, it feels like this man is confessing to murder. I ain't gonna lie. But, you know, maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't know if OJ was trolling or if he was saying, yeah, I did it. I don't know. And OJ really shouldn't have tried to write a doggone book like that because honestly, that didn't do anything but put another target on his back. And some people wanted to see him jailed. A lot of the people who thought he got away, they wanted to see retribution. And OJ made it absolutely easy for them. On the night of September 13th, 2007, OJ found out that some guys at a Las Vegas hotel were selling his sports memorabilia. OJ took a doggone gun, baby, and had a couple of friends and went and broke into those people's hotel room, held them up at gunpoint, and took all of his memorabilia back. And he was basically saying that that stuff was stolen from him, that that was his private property, but you know, I don't think he could prove that. And then you done brought a gun? Baby, them folks charged him with kidnapping, armed robbery, and possibly several other charges. He was sentenced to 33 years, but even with OJ behind bars and locked up, he still could not get away from gossip and tabloid fodder. And it wasn't long before a rumor started to circulate that OJ had a transgender girlfriend in prison by the name of Alexandria. If he did have a girlfriend, then she probably was crying because she probably thought their relationship was going to be long term. But come to find out, OJ did not have to serve the full 33 years. He only served 9 years and he got out of prison in 2017 on parole. Since then, it seems like OJ has mostly stayed out of the limelight. He hasn't done any more If I Did It interviews and all of this good stuff. And from the small interviews that I've seen, there was one where this guy asked OJ straight out, are you scared to meet God? And OJ told him, I look forward to it. I'm ready. I look forward. I'm ready to meet God. And the way he said it and the way he was looking, he really looked like a tired and broken man. Seems like a man who hasn't had a moment's peace since the murder of his ex-wife and that handsome young man. And maybe OJ deserves not to have peace. Maybe this is his karma. But karma for what? Murdering those two young, beautiful people in their prime? Or for simply being a manipulative, abusive jerk who treated a lot of people like trash during his lifetime? You decide. And when you decide, make sure you put it in the doggone comments because I got to know how y'all feel. I hope you guys enjoyed what I did do. I love you guys so much. I will be back with another video soon. Bye.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Revin, police squad.
Oh, I remember you, Drebin. What do you want?
I want to ask you some questions. You familiar with that face?
I don't know. My memory ain't so great.
Oh, yeah? Maybe this will refresh your memory.
I don't know, it's still kind of hazy.
How about this?
Yeah, I remember him. I used to see him around. Why do you want to know?
I can't tell you that.
Well, maybe this'll help.
61% of Americans believe that O.J. Simpson did it. That O.J. killed Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. So what in the blue hell are the other 39% thinking? That O.J. was a good guy and was framed by the LAPD? That's not a question, that's actually what some people believe. Now before I say anything else, let me just say that the views expressed in this video are my own opinions. Accept the facts. The facts are the facts. And the fact is that O.J. Simpson was acquitted of all charges in his murder trial. Even if he came out publicly and said, yep, I murked them both, nothing would have even happened to him because of double jeopardy. Therefore, my opinions ain't worth a goat's fart in a hurricane. With that said though, it is my opinion that the jury made the wrong decision, and that all of the evidence suggests that he was guilty. And it's in the evidence that we get to the real issue. While researching this story, I couldn't believe my eyes, but I found article after article and post after post claiming that this giant dingleberry was actually innocent, and that the police squad framed him by planting all of this evidence. People also believe that the phone records for the night of the murders have been faked. This creates an alternative timeline in which it is impossible for OJ to have committed the murders. So are these people onto something? Did they finally solve the mystery of who actually killed Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? Ironically, yes, because when you examine the arguments these people make, and you realize just how full of shit they are, it only makes it even more obvious that the person who killed Nicole and Ron was OJ. If you believe that OJ was actually innocent, that's fine. That is your opinion, and like I mentioned earlier, your opinion is worth a goat's fart in a hurricane, just like mine. Now that we've agreed on that, what we're going to do in this video is we're going to go through the timeline and we're going to go through all of the evidence, and then you guys can let me know what you think actually happened here. This is going to be a very detailed video, so it's going to be a long one, so I've separated the video into two parts. I'll be uploading part 2 tomorrow, and if it's already out when you're watching this, I'll link it at the end of this video or in the description below. Alrighty guys, viewer discretion is advised, sources are below in the description, and just expect some bad language, because this story really pisses me off. Nicole Brown was born on May 19th, 1959 in Frankfurt, West Germany. Her mother, Judita Judy Brown, was German, and her father, Louis Lou Brown Jr., was American. Lou served in World War II as a pilot, and after World War II, he continued to serve with the Air Force overseas. While flying photo missions in Europe, he met Judita in the small town of Rollwald. They would eventually get married in Switzerland, and they raised their first two daughters, Denise and Nicole, in Germany. Lou, at the time, worked at an American military newspaper called Stars and Stripes, and then the family returned to the United States. Once back in the US, Nicole attended Rancho Alamitos High School in Garden Grove, California. Just a disclaimer guys, I am South African, and therefore I do pronounce everything wrong. Just an example, you guys call this thing a traffic light, we call it a robot. You call this a barbecue, we call it a braai. Ons gaan nou fucking braai, bro. I bet you had no idea what I just said, except for the word fucking. You know what fucking meant. So expressive Afrikaans. Anyway, okay. Nicole then graduated from Dana Hills High School in Dana Point, California in 1976. Nicole was quoted in a 1976 Dana Hills High yearbook as saying, "Be yourself. Don't be phony. You don't have to do anything." Love that. Those are some good words to live by. Except when they aren't. Be yourself is just about the worst advice that you could possibly give some people. Like a piece of shit like Michael Myers, or Jeffrey Dahmer, or O.J. Simpson. Speaking of orange juice, he was born in 1947 and grew up in the housing projects of San Francisco. He then joined a street gang in his teens called the Persian Warriors and was arrested 3 different times. After his third arrest, O.J. happened to meet the baseball star Willie Mays, who encouraged him to get his shit together. OJ's future first wife, Marguerite Whitley, would describe OJ at this time as a really awful person. So some things never change. Now, honestly, I couldn't give less of a fuck how OJ became a professional football player. So instead, let me just tell you a bit about Ronald Goldman. Ronald Lyle Goldman was born on July 2nd, 1968 in Chicago, Illinois, and he grew up in the community of Buffalo Grove. Ron attended Adlai Stevenson High School in Lincolnshire, Illinois. He was a student at Illinois State University for one semester, where he planned to major in psychology. After his family then relocated to Southern California when he was only 18 years old, Goldman discontinued his studies and followed his family. Just before relocating to California, Ron worked as a camp counselor and had experience volunteering with children who suffered from cerebral palsy. So far, he sounds like a really nice guy. Once Ron's family arrived in California, Ron decided that he wanted to live independently from his family and supported himself as an employment headhunter, a tennis instructor, and a waiter. He occasionally also worked as a model for Barry Zalders. Ron also told friends that he wanted to open a bar or a restaurant in the Brentwood area. He planned for the venue to be known not by a name, but by the Ankh, an Egyptian religious symbol of life that he had tattooed on his shoulder. Ron also showed some aspirations to act, and he appeared on an episode of the dating game show Studs. Then in 1977, Nicole Brown met the American professional football player Orange Juice Simpson. Now, she was 18 and she was waitressing at a place called The Daisy, which was a nightclub in Beverly Hills at the time, when she met OJ Simpson. OJ, by the way, was 30. So OJ was somewhat of a collector, and what he enjoyed collecting was red flags. The first real red flag in the story, though, is that OJ started dating Nicole while he was still married to his first wife, Marguerite Whitley, who was pregnant at the time. OJ then divorced her the next year in 1979. Marguerite would later say in an interview with Barbara Walters, quote, "Before we had separated in 1977, Nicole would drive by the house or check to see if his car was there. She would call many times and say that she was Kathy Randa, who's OJ's secretary. So I knew who she was, I didn't actually know her personally." Nicole and OJ then got married on February 2nd, 1985, about 5 years after he retired from professional football. They went on to have 2 kids and their marriage lasted about 7 years. According to multiple accounts, OJ was emotionally, verbally, and physically abusive towards Nicole throughout their relationship. According to Nicole's sister Dominique, OJ referred to his wife Nicole as a fat pig while she was pregnant, and a family friend of theirs named Robin Greer stated that OJ refused to get intimate with Nicole for months after her pregnancy because of its effect on her weight. Wow. Robin. That's a lot, Robin. Now, whether or not you think this guy actually did it, you can't argue the fact that this guy was somewhat of a piece of shit. And you know what? It just gets worse. The more I read, the worse it's gonna get. Because family friend Robin Greer also claimed that OJ had Nicole followed several times, and he would plant people in the club she and Nicole went out to at night to report their activities back to him. Now, accounts from Nicole's diary also document physical abuse as far back as 1978 already. Nicole called the police on OJ multiple times over the course of their marriage, but the police squad did what they do best, and didn't do a goddamn thing. Yeah, the same group of people who allegedly wanted to frame him, because clearly they had no other fucking opportunities to arrest this piece of shit. The first police report was filed after an incident on New Year's Day in 1989. On December 31st, Nicole called the police and said that she thought that OJ was going to kill her. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that we should trust Nicole because she did end up getting killed. She was found by the responding officer hiding in the bushes outside their home, quote, badly beaten and half naked. Reportedly, OJ had punched, slapped, and kicked her, and somehow 39% of people think this guy was framed. When the responding officer told OJ that he's under arrest, OJ sped away from the police. Eventually, he pleaded no contest to spousal abuse. Unfortunately though, Nicole dropped the charges after her parents allegedly encouraged her to reconcile with OJ.
I mean, I've got to give my marriage another chance. No, you don't. No, I say you have to give your divorce another chance.
Possibly or probably because OJ was enabling Nicole's father Lou to invest in a lucrative Hertz car rental facility, which significantly benefited the Brown family financially. My only question now is, how much did Nicole really mean to them? Well, about $33.5 million apparently, but I'll get to that later. Now, in addition to physically abusing her, family friend Robin Greer also claimed that the couple were constantly fighting over OJ's affairs with other women. Robin also claimed, yeah, I know, she claimed a lot. Robin also claimed that OJ had made repeated advances towards her as well. Even the police report from the New Year's Day incident noted that OJ said, quote, "I don't want that woman," referring to Nicole, "sleeping in my bed anymore. I got 2 women and I don't want that woman in my bed anymore," end quote. At the time of their separation, he told Nicole that he had been having an affair with the actress Tawny Kitaen for a year already. Another account claims that a family friend said that OJ had told Nicole's friends that if he ever, quote, caught her with anyone, he would kill her, end quote. Kris Jenner, who's apparently famous for something, also claimed that Nicole on one occasion told her, quote, "Things are really bad between OJ and I, and he's going to kill me. And he's going to get away with it." What the fuck? How is this story a mystery? This sounds so strangely familiar. And you know, there are loads of reports like this. Now, according to psychologist Lenore Walker, the Simpson-Brown marriage was a textbook example of domestic abuse. Of the 62 incidents of abuse, the police were notified 8 times, and OJ was only arrested once. Then on February 25th, 1992, Nicole filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. Nicole said that OJ still stalked and harassed her after they divorced. He spied on her with a new boyfriend, and she said that she felt that her life was in danger because OJ had threatened to kill her if he ever found her with another man. And Nicole believed this so strongly that she drafted a new will. Soon after that, the next year in 1993, Nicole sent OJ a video of their wedding and a letter begging him to take her back, stating that she wanted to put their family back together again. Now it seems that soon after that, Nicole moved back in with OJ. However, OJ just continued with his fucking weird behavior and abuse. Nicole once told her mom that OJ kept following her, saying, quote, "I go to the gas station, he's there. I go to the Payless shoe store, he's there. I'm driving, he's behind me." That is some Michael Myers type shit. Then incidentally, close to Halloween on October 25th, 1993, OJ came home and kicked in a door. Nicole then managed to rush to the bedroom, lock the door, and call the police. OJ went berserk after he allegedly found a photo of a man Nicole had been dating while they were separated. Nicole was recorded on the police phone call saying, quote, "He's going to beat the shit out of me." OJ could be heard in the background of this call saying, quote, "You didn't give a shit about the kids when you were f***ing him in the living room. They were here. Didn't care about the kids then." Then he repeatedly says, "I'm leaving with my 2 fucking kids is when I'm leaving." Now, it's got to be mentioned that OJ didn't hit Nicole during this altercation. I'm not sure if that's because there was a door in the way, but when the police arrived, Nicole was secretly recorded saying, quote, "He gets a very animalistic look in him. All his veins pop out, his eyes are black, and just black, I mean cold, like an animal. I mean very, very weird. And when I see it, it just scares me," end quote. She also admitted here that OJ had not hit her in 4 years, referring to the New Year's Day incident as the last time that he physically abused her. After this, Nicole then moved out again in January 1994, and their relationship seemingly ended here permanently. She just moved a few minutes away to a 3-story rental townhouse on Bundy Drive in Brentwood, Los Angeles. Nicole's older sister Denise described this period in her life with, quote, "Nicole was just so vivacious and so full of life, and I was so happy for her. For the first time in her life, she was able to have her own friends. We were talking about going to Yosemite, camping, taking the kids to Club Med. Everything was going to revolve around the kids," end quote. Then on March 16th, 1994, Nicole and the kids attended the premiere for OJ's newest movie, Naked Gun 33 1/3, The Final Insult. Now, I don't know if you've seen the newest one, but even Nordberg's son thinks his dad's a dickhead. Then sometime around late April or early May 1994, Nicole met 25-year-old restaurant waiter Ronald Lyle Goldman. According to the police and friends, they had a purely platonic relationship, occasionally just meeting for coffee and dinner. Around the same time, Nicole developed pneumonia, and OJ actually came over to look after her. OJ then left sometime around the end of May. And then, on June 11th, 1994, Kris Jenner spoke with Nicole over the phone, making plans to go to lunch sometime. Kris Jenner claimed that Nicole wanted to confide in her about something, quote, very important, and possibly reveal information about her volatile relationship with O.J. Simpson. However, Nicole Brown and Kris Jenner would never get the chance to meet up for lunch, because the very next day, Nicole Brown would be dead. Now, I've made a timeline so we can go over exactly what happened in order to fully understand the events surrounding the murders. In the late afternoon or early evening of June 12th, Nicole and OJ both attend their daughter's dance recital at Paul Revere Middle School. Afterwards, Nicole and her family go to a restaurant called Mezzaluna for dinner. Mezzaluna was about a 2-minute drive away from Nicole's condo. Now, according to witnesses at Mezzaluna, the family left the restaurant sometime between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. Nicole and the kids then stopped at Ben & Jerry's before returning home to her condo on Bundy Drive in Brentwood. At 9:30 p.m., Ron finishes his shift at Mezzaluna and clocks out, but he stays behind at the restaurant and he sits at a table with some people and has a drink. At 9:37 p.m., Nicole's mother Judy calls Mezzaluna asking if she left her glasses behind. Karen, the manager on the phone with Judy, then goes outside and finds Judy's glasses. She comes back to the phone and asks Judy when she would be picking them up. Judy then tells Karen that she lives too far away, so she'd get Nicole to pick them up on Monday. Karen then says okay, and she puts Judy's glasses into an envelope and she writes on the envelope, quote, prescription glasses, Nicole Simpson will pick up Monday. Karen then puts the envelope behind the bar in the lost and found section and the call ends. A few minutes later, at 9:40 p.m., Karen gets another phone call, but this time it's from Nicole. She identifies herself by saying that her mother Judy had just talked to Karen. Nicole wanted to know if Ron was still working. Karen then puts Nicole on hold and she goes over to Ron to tell him that he has a phone call. Ron comes back and picks up the phone, and him and Nicole talk for a while, but Karen cannot hear what they're talking about. Pretty soon after that though, Ron would end the call. Ron then comes back to Karen and asks her for the glasses. So Karen hands over the envelope with the glasses, Ron says goodbye to a few people, and then he leaves Mezzaluna at 9:50 p.m. and then returns to his apartment, most likely to shower and change clothes because he arranged to go out that evening with another bartender from Mezzaluna. In court, when Karen was asked how she knew exactly what time Ron left Mezzaluna, she said that her friend was at Mezzaluna that night and he wanted to rent a video. So she thought that she would call the store to see if they were still open because it was Sunday and maybe they would close early. And she specifically remembers looking at her watch as Ron walked out the door. Now already, we are at the first major fuck up in the timeline, because it's been theorized by some geniuses out there that Judy would not have been able to make it home in time to make this call, because Judy lived about 70 miles away in a place called Monarch Bay in Dana Point, and she would have had to travel down Interstate 405 to get there. And since traffic is such a problem, this drive should have taken her at least 90 minutes. So even if the family left at the conservative estimate of 8:30 p.m., Judy should have only gotten home at about 10 p.m. I took this screenshot at 10:07 a.m. California time on Wednesday the 3rd of September 2025. It says 1 hour 20 minutes or 1 hour 25 to make the journey. However, Judy called Mezzaluna at 9:37 p.m. When you change the departure time to, for example, 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday, presumably the time that Judy actually left Mezzaluna, you can see that the journey can take an hour 5 minutes. And from what I've seen on Reddit, most people say that the best day to drive on the I-405 is a Sunday. So clearly, she could have made it in time. Now, while all of this was going on, OJ was enjoying some fine dining at McDonald's with his friend Kato Kalin, a bit part actor and family friend who at the time was staying in OJ's estate in his guest house. On this particular evening, OJ was scheduled to board a red-eye flight from LAX to Chicago, where he was due to play golf the following day at a convention with representatives of the Hertz Corporation, for whom he was a spokesman. The flight was due to leave at 11:45 p.m. Now apparently, OJ and Kato returned to the Rockingham estate around about 9:36 p.m. Between now and when we see OJ again, he has no witness alibi. He could have been fucking anywhere. The next thing that happens in the timeline is apparently at 10 p.m. This is according to OJ's Dream Team. Now I'm going to be talking about these guys more in part 2, but the Dream Team is the name given to the celebrity defense team assembled by O.J. Simpson for his murder trial. The notable members included lead attorney Johnny Cochran, Robert Shapiro, Alan Dershowitz, F. Lee Bailey, Robert Kardashian, and forensic experts Barry Scheck and Peter Neufeld. Their strategy mostly focused on undermining prosecution evidence, suggesting police misconduct, and creating reasonable doubt. This is according to O.J.'s Dream Team. Nicole apparently had an intense argument on the phone, overheard by one of her kids upstairs, and that a witness named Tom Lang saw Nicole arguing with two men on the sidewalk near the front of her house. Also apparently, another neighbor saw a Hispanic teenager crouching menacingly behind a pickup truck. Well, hey look, I don't know how you crouch menacingly, but this witness decided to do fuck all about it. Other neighbors also apparently reported seeing Hispanic people running around in the neighborhood that night. One of these witnesses was a 14-year-old boy. Another witness was a rollerblader who saw a Hispanic man who was not OJ crouching in some bushes at 9 p.m. And there were at least two others who also remembered seeing Hispanic people in the neighborhood. People in a neighborhood! That's so weird, right? Well, the guy in the bush at 9 p.m. is kind of weird, to be fair. But there's no evidence that there was a guy in the bush. There is, however, evidence that OJ killed Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. But we're going a bit ahead of ourselves, I guess. Next thing in the timeline is at 10:15 p.m. Nicole Brown's neighbors start hearing profuse barking. The barking apparently went on until about 11 p.m. Then at 10:25 p.m., a limousine driver named Alan Park arrives early at Simpson's Rockingham estate to pick him up for his flight. Alan Park then drove around the estate to make sure that he could navigate the area with the limo properly and to see which driveway would have the best access for him. Now, I've read properly and to see which driveway would have the best access for him. Now, I've read some weird shit about the things he saw and testified to while driving around the estate. However, according to Alan Park himself, in an interview, he did not see OJ's white Ford Bronco at the estate when he arrived. So then the obvious question to ask next is, where the fuck was OJ's car then? Well, this is where things get really interesting. At 10:35 p.m., a witness named Robert Heidstra said that he was walking his dogs when he heard a dog barking like crazy near Nicole's condo. About 5 minutes later, he said he heard another dog start barking, and then he heard two male voices. The first voice was a clear young male adult's voice who said, quote, "Hey, hey, hey." The other voice then started talking fast and was clearly much deeper, but Robert Heidstra said that he unfortunately couldn't hear what the men were saying because of all of the fucking dogs barking. Moments later though, he did clearly hear a gate slamming. Now, I've linked these testimonies from the civil trial in the description for you to read the whole thing for yourself, but Robert would later go on to testify something very interesting happened after this. He's kinda describing how he's walking through an alley nearby Nicole's condo while all of this is going on. And when he got to the other end of the alley, he said, quote, "I was looking down there. From nowhere, all of a sudden, then I saw from the west side of Dorothy, from Nicole's side, from out of the dark, came in the light a white Jeep-like car. It was a white kind of Jeep with tinted glass." Well, damn, I wonder who drives a white Jeep-like looking car. And also, according to Robert Heidstra, he said that this white Jeep-like looking car also appeared to be in a hurry, and it sped away from the intersection. Well, since we might now possibly know where OJ's car was and where OJ might have been as well, Since we know that Ron returned to his apartment first, most likely showered and then changed clothes, the man shouting "hey, hey, hey" here is believed to be Ron Goldman, interrupting whatever is going on. Then at 10:40 p.m., after waiting 15 minutes, Alan Park, the limo driver, buzzes the intercom, but he gets no answer. He testified that the house was dark and nobody appeared to be home. So he just waited. He smoked a cigarette and he made a couple of calls to his boss to get OJ's home phone number. He also testified that while he was doing that he saw a shadowy African-American figure, the same size as OJ Simpson, enter the front door from where the driveway starts before the lights came on, but he did not see what direction the figure came from. At around the same time at 10:40 p.m., when the shadowy figure enters OJ's home, Kato Kalin hears something crash into the wall of the guest house he was in. Kato then described this crash as 3 thumps, which he thought was an earthquake. He then ran outside to see what the noises were, and that's when he notices the limo waiting at the gate. Kato then goes down and lets Alan Park in. Now what's interesting here is that Alan Park testified that when he saw OJ's house number on the curb outside the estate, no car was parked outside. Now why is that important? Well, because the prosecuting team presented exhibits showing the position next to the house number on the curb in which OJ's Ford Bronco was found the following morning, implying that Alan Park would surely have noticed if the Ford Bronco was there. But as already mentioned, Alan Park did not see the Ford Bronco while he was waiting for OJ. Now he also does not remember seeing it arrive, but he also recalled having an impression of a vehicle blocking his path as he was leaving the estate. Unfortunately though, he can't remember what the kind of vehicle was. Another important thing to mention here is that OJ had never parked his car outside of his estate before. And if you remember Tawny Kittian, who I mentioned earlier OJ had an affair with for about a year, when she asked OJ, "Why did you park outside?" OJ said, "I don't know." I'm jumping the gun a bit again, but she also asked him, "Did you do it?" And he said, "Well, they can't prove it." What the fuck, dude? If you didn't do it, a no would be perfectly acceptable in that conversation. Moving on. Now, the next thing that happens on the timeline is just a few minutes later, but unfortunately at no specific time. OJ finally came out of the front door of his estate a few minutes after 10:40 p.m., claiming that he had overslept. Now, OJ's defense tried to convince the jury that the murders happened later, so that it would have been impossible for him to kill both Nicole and Ron and then make it back to his estate on time. Well, OJ's estate was only about 2 miles away from Nicole's condo, and as Google Maps says, it's a 6-minute drive. However, if that's not enough time, surely a guy capable of fucking murder is capable of speeding. Just saying. Now, both Park and Kalin would testify that OJ seemed agitated. Now, Park also testified that OJ came out with 4 bags of luggage, and as he begins loading the bags, OJ would not let him touch one of them, which was a knapsack that OJ insisted that he would instead load himself. While on the way to the airport, OJ apparently complained about how hot it was. He started sweating and he rolled down the window, despite it not being a warm night. At the airport, a porter testified that OJ only checked in 3 bags. Now, the police assumed that the missing bag was the same knapsack that was mentioned earlier, the one that he wouldn't let Alan Park touch. Then another witness who didn't testify at the trial claimed that he saw OJ at the airport discarding things from a bag into a trash can. Therefore, detectives Tom Lang and Philip Van Atter believe this is how the murder weapon, shoes, and clothes that OJ wore during the murder were disposed of. But we'll talk about these detectives in part 2. Alright, next thing in the timeline happens back at Nicole's place now. At 10:55 p.m., a man who lived a few blocks away from Nicole's condo was walking his dog past her home when he came across Nicole Zakita, barking in the street outside her home. Nicole Zakita's legs were covered in blood. Nicole Zakita was refusing to go back home and instead followed the dog walker home. The dog walker then tried to walk her back to Nicole's house, but the dog refused to go. So he would then pass the Akita on to a neighboring couple who offered to keep the dog overnight. Then at 11 p.m., and here is where the real bullshit starts. According to the wiki on Nicole, her mother, Judy, told police and investigators in a sworn statement, it's even mentioned in the coroner's report, that Judy spoke with Nicole over the phone at 11 p.m. that night. Now this would prove, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that O.J. Simpson is innocent, because right now, O.J. is in the limo on the way to the airport. This is of course if we ignore the fact that Nicole's dog has already been found, covered in presumably hers or Ron Goldman's blood. However, this is still a big point of contention in this mystery, because the coroner's report states that Nicole spoke with her parents at 11 p.m. What is weird though is that during the trial, this phone call's time changed to 10:17 p.m. Now if you're asking yourself, where the fuck did this time of 10:17 p.m. come from? We know that Judy phoned Mezzaluna at 9:37 already. What is going on here? Is it not as simple as just looking at the fucking phone records? No, nothing is ever easy in California. So I'm gonna jump ahead to the trial quickly just to show you what we're dealing with here. Dream Team member Robert Shapiro says to Marsha Clark, the lead prosecutor against OJ, quote, "We're going to ask for a stipulation regarding the phone records that were presented in open court from the phone call from Mrs. Brown to Nicole, which I believe was at 10:17, end quote. Marsha then replies, quote, "If that's what the record says, there will be no problem with that. But which record?" Shapiro answers, quote, "Phone records from the telephone company that you gave us." Marsha Clark responds with, quote, "I'm going to have to locate it. I'll locate it and make sure." Counsel, just so I can make sure, you're saying it was a phone call from Nicole Brown to her mother or from the mother to Nicole? Shapiro clarifies, quote, "From the mother to Nicole." The judge, Kathleen Kennedy Powell, then says, quote, "You can transcribe this, but until I'm sure about the stipulation, then this is sealed." Well, she must have been unsure, because the official phone records were sealed, and they will not be made public Part 2 in 2069 to see what these phone records really say. Until then, thanks for watching. No, I'm just joking. This is apparently a copy of the phone records here, which clearly shows 9:37 p.m. and 9:40 p.m., not 11 p.m. and not 10 is all day long. Now, eventually later in the trial, Marsha Clark would state that the time of the call was actually 9:37 p.m. Now, I don't know the first thing about law, so forgive me for talking out of turn here. But what in the blue hell happened here? The time of the phone call was right there, on the document that Marsha Clark provided. Why did it take her 7 months to correct this? Now, because of this, we have the real issue, which is since the judge sealed Judy's official phone records and all we seem to data quality facts of Judy's calls, some people think they're fake, or that it's been doctored in order to frame OJ. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be fake. We are talking about California, where the real-life police squad created some of the weirdest mysteries of all time. But I have two questions then. My first one is why? Who is trying to frame OJ and why? Can you name another case in Los Angeles where the police squad planted this much fucking evidence? My second question is if this is fake, because Judy could have not made this call at 9:37 p.m. because she was not at home yet, then how do we explain how Ron Goldman got the message from Nicole Brown to drop off Judy's glasses before he left Mezzaluna at 9:50 p.m.? Was he fucking psychic? These phone records only support that that is what happened, regardless of whether you think they're fake or not. Ron had those fucking glasses when he left Mezzaluna, so Judy must have been mistaken about the time. So now you can see why the time of Judy's phone call in this case is so important, which is why the Dream Team tried to keep it as close to 11 p.m. as possible, because then technically, the amount of time OJ had to kill 2 people, complete the 6-minute drive back to his estate, clean up, and then get into the limo on time would be impossible. So either Nicole and Ron were psychic, had a Final Destination style premonition that Judy would call at 11 p.m. asking about her glasses before they died, or Judy just made a fucking mistake about the time she called Nicole. What makes more sense to you? I can't believe there are people on the internet that defend this fucking guy. So now that we've established that this giant dingleberry is not exonerated by these phone records, because it honestly doesn't change the fact that Nicole asked Ron to bring her Judy's glasses, and her glasses were in fact found next to Ron's dead body, the next thing that happens is at around midnight. The couple who agreed to look after Nicole's Akita noticed that the dog was agitated, so they tried walking it back where it came from, and after following it for a while, the dog stopped outside Nicole's condo. And this is when the couple saw the dead body of Nicole Brown, lying outside her house on the steps in a pool of her own blood. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick it up from the crime scene in part 2. And just mentally prepare yourself, because Jesus Christ is this crime scene graphic. But until I see you again in part 2, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. Feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments below. And if you'd like to support the
Look, you asked me a question about something.
Yeah.
And there's no superficial answer.
No.
Unless I talk about
But
it,
I can
unless
hear
I
you're
get deeper.
bugged. I can hear you're
Of
bugged.
course I am. I'm bugged to have to talk about it. You know,
Yeah.
get my blood pressure going. To have to. I don't think anybody could have gone through. I got excuses. I got totally screwed. I got screwed. You know, I got things taken from me. I got me to an extent taken from me. My kids don't have a mother, and people want to ignore because of their, as far as I'm concerned, either ignorance, and in many cases, subconscious racism. Won't look at the facts.
Can I just say one thing? You know, I don't care whether you're black, white, or green. I really don't care. The bottom line is you got off. You're innocent.
Thank you. Yeah, that is the bottom line, but
Bottom line
that ain't
is
the bottom line
save your
for
breath.
so many
You're
people.
innocent. You got off. What kind of racism is that? You're free.
You know what? Let me say
You're
something.
walking around.
Let me say something.
What's your problem here?
So
Just
anyway,
be
that's
free,
it.
be
And
happy.
once I get riled, sometimes, you know, you really get pissed, and I start thinking about stuff, thinking about this and this and this and this, and
Why do you go on?
because I'm talking to you, and you got me riled up. You got me started on this subject. So if you promise that you will not ask me another question
I will
about
never
the case,
ask you again.
we won't have to talk about it anymore.
Just did you do it?
No, I didn't. Nope. Did not do it.
After we finished filming, OJ said to me that he had a surprise for me, and I genuinely was surprised. I think it was his idea of a joke. And this is it.
Welcome back to part 2 of our investigation into the murders of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. In the last video, we debunked this idea that people have that OJ could not have killed Nicole and Ron because he was in a limo on his way to the airport when she was murdered. This time of about 11 p.m. is backed up in the coroner's report because of a sworn statement by Nicole's mother Judy, who said she last spoke with Nicole at 11 p.m. However, we can see from Judy's phone records that she only made 2 phone calls that night. The first one was at 9:37 p.m., which was to the restaurant Mezzaluna, and the second was at 9:40 p.m., to her daughter Nicole. Now, some people still believe that these phone records are fake, which is fine, believe whatever the fuck you want, but if you want anybody to take you seriously, then please provide a rational explanation as to how Ronald Goldman got the message from Nicole Brown to drop off her mother's glasses before he left the restaurant at 9:50 p.m. We'll wait. And while we wait, I just want to make sure to mention that viewer discretion is advised. We're about to get into the crime scene of the story now, and I'm not sure if you've seen the crime scene photos before, but if not, have you ever seen a Quentin Tarantino movie? Because that's how it looks. It is extremely graphic, so please be warned that you might see some disturbing content. Alright, here we go. Now, the front door to Nicole's condo was open when she and Ron were found, but there were no signs that anyone had entered the building by breaking in or otherwise. Now, this already eliminates the possibility that this was a robbery. Now, the way that Nicole's body was positioned when she was found appears as if she was taking cover because somebody was striking her in the head. So she's kinda like face down in a half fetal position at the base of the stairs of the patio outside her condo. Now, the walkway leading to the stairs was completely covered in blood, but the soles of Nicole's feet were clean. So based on this evidence, investigators concluded that she was the first person to be attacked, and she was the intended target. Now who had beef with Nicole? Apparently the serial killer Glenn Rogers, which is what some fucking new documentaries are saying. I don't know who made this documentary and I don't fucking care. It blows my mind that there is a person in the story already who openly threatened to kill Nicole Brown more than once. But no, it's a serial killer named Glenn Rogers. Nicole had been stabbed multiple times in the head and neck, but there were very few defensive wounds on her hands, implying a very short struggle. The final wound inflicted on her ran deep into her neck, which severed her carotid artery. A large bruise in the center of her upper back with a corresponding footprint on her clothing indicated to investigators that after killing Ronald Goldman, the assailant then returned to Nicole, who was on the ground at the time, pulled her head back by her hair, and then slit her throat. Her larynx could be seen through the gaping wound in her neck, and vertebra C3 was incised. Nicole's head barely remained attached to her body. Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck? Now, again, this type of brutal assassination doesn't make this murder sound like a random robbery. This sounds more like a person with a vengeance. Ron was found nearby and close to a tree and the fence. He had been stabbed multiple times in the body and neck as well. His throat, just like Nicole's, was also slit, and his hands, also just like Nicole, showed very few defensive wounds, therefore also signifying a short struggle. Forensic evidence from the Los Angeles County coroner alleged that the assailant stabbed Ronald Goldman with one hand while holding him in a chokehold. Near Ron's body, the police found a blue knit cap, a left-hand extra-large Aris Isotona light leather glove, and the envelope with Judy's glasses that he was returning to Nicole. So the theory is that Ron arrived at Nicole's been Ron trying to stop or interrupt the attacker. The situation may have then escalated, and then Ron was caught in what they call the killing cage. He had nowhere to go, and the killer was unfortunately a lot fucking bigger than him. The killer did wear a size 12 shoe, and Ron was about 5 foot 9 inches tall. So it appears as if the assailant killed Ron to remove any witnesses. Yeah, dude. This fucking sucks. But we're gonna catch this motherfucker, because now we're gonna get into the evidence. Now, a trail of bloody shoe prints, size 12 shoe prints by the way, ran through to the back gate. This could also probably be... This is where things get very interesting again, because the killer didn't only leave behind a size 12 shoe print, he left behind a very distinctive size 12 shoe print. In fact, the shoe print that was stamped in the victim's blood came from a Bruno Magli Lorenzo model. Now, why is this significant? Well, because only 9% of America wear that particular shoe size, a size 12, and only 299 pairs of this specific shoe, this Bruno Magli Lorenzo model, had been sold at the time. It just so happened that O.J. Simpson also wore a size 12, and these shoes, these Bruno Maglis, would ultimately be the reason that he lost the civil trial. So right now, in my opinion, we caught this motherfucker. These shoe prints came from OJ. But there is way more evidence to get into. Now, to the left of the shoe prints at the crime scene were drops of blood from the killer, who was apparently bleeding from the left hand. This blood, by the way, was proven with a 1 in 9.7 billion chance of error to be O.J. Simpson's blood. You know what, we'll discuss this a little more later. Let's go back to the timeline. Now, after midnight, O.J. was on the aeroplane, and assuming that he was the killer, and the killer was bleeding from the left hand, he should have had some noticeable wounds. However, a passenger on the plane as well as the pilot both testified that they did not notice any cuts or wounds on O.J.'s hands. But I just want to point out that that doesn't mean that there weren't any, especially if he was actively trying to hide one. But once O.J. arrived at his hotel, the O'Hare Plaza, he went to the front desk and he asked them for a band-aid. The manager remembered that OJ asked for a band-aid for his finger because he, quote, cut it on pieces of notepaper. Now, a broken glass, a note with a phone number on it, and bed sheets with blood on them were all recovered from OJ's hotel room. All in all right now, it's not looking very good for Orange Juice Simpson. But it's time for the police squad to get to work and fuck everything up. After learning that Nicole was the victim, the LAPD commander Keith Bushy ordered detectives Tom Lang, Philip Van Atter, Ron Phillips, and Mark Furman to get a hold of OJ to tell him that Nicole had been murdered, and so that they could escort him to the police station to pick up his kids, who were asleep in Nicole's condo at the time of the murders. So these 4 cops go over to the Rockingham estate and they start buzzing the intercom. And they buzz this intercom for over 30 minutes, but they get no response from OJ because he is in Chicago. This is when they notice OJ's car parked outside of the estate at an awkward angle, with its back end out more than its front end, and that there was blood on the door, which they feared meant somebody inside the estate might be hurt. This is when Philip Van Atter instructs Mark Furman to scale the wall of the estate and unlock the gate to allow the other 3 detectives to enter. And that was their first mistake. These 4 detectives would then argue that they entered without a search warrant because of the demanding circumstances, specifically out of fear that somebody inside might be injured. Mark Furman, while inside, then briefly interviewed Kato Kalin, who told the detectives that the car belonged to O.J. Simpson, and that earlier that night he heard 3 thumps on his wall. In a walk around the premises to inspect what may have caused the thumps, Mark Furman discovered a blood-stained right-hand glove which was determined to be the mate of the left-hand glove found next to the body of Ron Goldman. In any other scenario, this would be it. OJ would be kaput. This would be checkmate. But people don't really trust the police squad. One of the reasons OJ was acquitted was because of reasonable doubt. And most of that reasonable doubt is predicated on the notion that the police squad planted all of this evidence. Even though I personally think that he did it, even I have to admit that this glove sitting outside on the grass of his estate is pretty suspicious. But hey, just to let you know, inside his estate, in his house, in his room, investigators also found a used first aid kit in the bathroom. They found used gauze, bandages, plasters, and shit like that in the sink. This was booked into evidence, but apparently never shown at the trial. So anyway, the evidence at the estate, being the glove, the first aid kit, and the presence of blood in the driveway, as well as on OJ's car, constituted probable cause, and a search warrant for the location was actually applied and granted. Detective Ron Phillips testified that when he called OJ to tell him that Nicole was murdered, OJ apparently only asked Ron if the children had seen the murder or Nicole's body, but was not concerned about whether the killer had actually harmed the children. The day after the murders on June 13th, the police squad brought OJ in for questioning. Detective Tom Lang noticed that OJ had a fresh cut on his finger on his left hand. That was consistent with where the killer would have been bleeding from. So Tom asked him how he got the cut. At first, OJ said he cut his finger when he heard about Nicole's murder. He was in that hotel room in Chicago and he accidentally broke that glass. But when Tom Lang told OJ that his blood was also found inside his car, at this point, OJ admitted that he cut his finger on June 12th, the day of the murders, but said he did not remember how. Now, according to a guy named Ronald G. Shipp, who was a former Los Angeles police officer who knew OJ personally, they were friends for like 26 years or something at that time, would later testify in the murder trial that him and OJ were speaking about the police investigation on June 13th, when OJ told him that he was worried about taking a polygraph test, because he thought his dreams about killing his ex-wife would cause him to fail. I can't help but laugh. This story is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking ridiculous. He's not even trying at this point to hide it. And he still got away with it! Ronald Shipp said, quote, he kinda just jokingly said, you know, to be honest, Shipp, I've had some dreams of killing her. Shipp did not, however, testify as to the results of the polygraph, but to put it simply, OJ failed. Now we all know polygraphs are not absolutes, it's a little bit of pseudoscience and whatever, so let's just add this bit of circumstantial evidence to the pile. And it's a big fucking pile already. OJ then voluntarily offered some of his own blood for comparison with the evidence and samples collected at the crime scene, and then he was released back into the wild. On June 14th, OJ hired a lawyer named Robert Shapiro, who began assembling OJ's team of lawyers referred to as the Dream Team. In the following days, OJ stayed with his friend Robert Kardashian while lab tests were conducted on the DNA found at the crime scene and compared to the DNA OJ provided. And to the surprise of fucking no one, there was a match. So on June 17th, detectives issued an arrest warrant charging OJ with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Now, we'll come back to the DNA evidence again later. Now, what happens on June 17th is the police squad call Robert Shapiro at about 8:30 a.m. and they tell him that OJ needs to turn himself in that day. Shapiro then tells OJ, the jig is up, buddy. They know you're a dingleberry now. And OJ tells Shapiro, but I'm not a dingleberry. And then Shapiro says, oh yes, sorry, you're right. You're not a dingleberry. You're not even a piece of shit. In fact, OJ, you are a whole shit. OJ then says thank you, and then agrees to turn himself in later that day. The police are like, wow, that's pretty fucking awesome. This guy's gonna turn himself in, and we don't have to do anything today. Which is what we do every day anyway. And they just believe that a wanted murderer and someone as famous as OJ would not attempt to run away. How fucking stupid can you be? Whoa, shit, I gotta be careful. Let's not set a fucking goal for the LAPD, because what they did next was agree to delay OJ's surrender until noon so that he can be seen by a mental health specialist. You know, fair enough, but put him in fucking cuffs first. Anyway, they agreed because OJ was showing signs of suicidal depression. So during the short amount of time, he updated his will, he called his mother and children, and he wrote 3 sealed letters. 1 to his children, 1 to his mother, and 1 to the public. Then at noon, more than 1,000 reporters waited for OJ's perp walk at the police station. But to the surprise of no one, OJ did not arrive as agreed. OJ Simpson instead disappeared, along with another pro football player named Al Cowlings. Then at 1:50 p.m., Commander Dave Gascon, the police squad's chief spokesman, publicly declared OJ a fugitive. The police then issued an all-points bulletin for him and an arrest warrant for Al Cowlings. Later, at 5 p.m., Robert Kardashian, one of his defense lawyers, read OJ's public letter. In this letter, OJ sent greetings to 24 of his friends and wrote, quote, "First, everyone understand, I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder." Fair enough. It must have been Glenn Rogers. OJ then goes on to describe the fights between him and Nicole and their decision not to reconcile their relationship, and he asked the media as a last wish not to bother his children. He then also wrote a letter to his former girlfriend Paula Barbieri, who had broken up with him hours before the double murder. Wow. He wrote, quote, "I'm sorry, we're not gonna have our chance. As I leave, you will be in my thoughts," end quote. It also included "I can't go on" and an apology to the Goldman family. The letter concluded, quote, "Don't feel sorry for me. I have had a great life. Great friends. Please think of the real OJ and not this lost person," end quote. Now, most people saw this as a suicide letter, and it does sound like one, and we'll see in a little bit that it probably was one. Now, as news helicopters searched the Los Angeles highway for Al Cowlings' white 93 Ford Go-Go Action Bronco, 911 then got a call from OJ at about 5:51 p.m.
911, what are you reporting? This is AC. I have OJ in the car. Okay, where are you? Please, I'm coming up the 5 freeway. Okay. Right now, we are okay, but you gotta tell the police to just back off. He's still alive, that he got a gun to his head. Okay, hold on a minute. Monica? He just want to see his mother. Let me get him to the house. Okay, hold on a moment. Okay, where are you? Is everything else okay? Everything right now is okay, officer. Everything is okay. All out. He wants me to get him to his mom. He wants me to get him to his house. Okay. So that's all we ask. He got a gun to his head. Okay. And what's your name? My name is AC. You know who I am. God damn it. Okay. All righty, sir. Hold on just a moment.
Hi, what's your name? Hello?
Go ahead to his home and drive safely, and he'll be followed there.
Hello?
The call was traced to the Santa Ana Freeway near Lake Forest. Then at around 6:20 p.m., a driver in the Orange County notified Californian Highway Patrol after seeing someone he believed to be O.J. Simpson in a white Ford Bronco on the I-5 freeway heading north. The police then tracked calls made by O.J. on his cell phone, and at 6:45 p.m., police officer Ruth Dixon saw the go-go action Bronco heading north on Interstate 405. When she caught up to it, Cowlings yelled out the window that O.J. was in the back seat and had a gun to his own head. Officer Ruth Dixon then backed off, but she still kept her pursuit of the Bronco. They were cruising at about 35 miles an hour, or about 55 kilometers per hour. After a while, about 20 police cars and more than 9 news helicopters joined the pursuit and followed behind Dixon. This chase, by the way, went on for so long that one of the helicopters ran out of fuel. Man, I'm sorry I keep laughing. I find it genuinely ridiculous. I'm not trying to be insensitive, I just cannot believe that the cops just, didn't fucking ram into the car and just end the pursuit. Now, knowing that Al Cowlings was listening to KNX AM, a sports announcer by the name of Pete Arbogast called OJ's former football coach John McKay and managed to get him in contact with OJ. As both of these guys started crying over the phone, OJ told McKay, quote, "Okay, coach, I won't do anything stupid, I promise." Police squad member Tom Lang, who had interviewed OJ about the murders on June 13th, finally remembered that he had OJ's cell number and started calling him repeatedly until he answered.
Yeah? Just let me get to my house. Okay, we're gonna do that. I swear to you, I'll give you I'll give you my whole body. Okay. I just need to get to my house. Okay. I live with Nicole. We're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window. I can't do that. We're not gonna bother you. We're gonna let you go up there. Just throw it out the window, please. You're scaring everybody. OJ, you there? This is for me. This is not to keep you guys away from me. This I know that. Me. Nobody's going to hurt you. This is for me. Okay, it's for you. I know that, but do it for you. This is for me, for me. I know that. I know that, but do it for the kids, too, will you? Yeah. Think of your kids. Yeah. Please, just toss it out. You're scaring everybody, man. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I know you're not going to hurt anybody, but for me. I know you're not, man. I'm just going to go with me. Please, you're scaring everybody, though. You're scared. Just tell them I'm all sorry. You can tell them later on today and tomorrow that I was sorry, and that I'm sorry that I did this to the police department. Listen, I think you should tell them yourself, and I don't want to have to tell your kids that. Your kids need you. Everybody loves you. Don't do this. I know you're thinking. Oh. Man, just throw it out the window. And nobody's going to get hurt. I'm the only one that deserves. No, you don't deserve that. Get hurt. You do not deserve to get hurt. You do not deserve to get hurt. Don't do this. All I did was love Nicole. All I did was love her. I understand. I love everybody. I try to show everybody my whole life that I love everybody. We know that. And everybody loves you. Especially your family, your mother, your kids. Juice. Don't do it. Juice, come on. Juice. Juice, you there? Up. Hey, pick it up, Juice. Juice. Listen to me. Listen to me, OJ. Listen to me. Juice, I'm still here. Juice. OJ, no, OJ. Juice, don't do it. Juice. Hey.
Tom, your purpose there was to stop a suicide, right?
Yeah, Larry, what's important to remember here, at the time we hooked up with him, this ceased to be a murder investigation. Now we had to consider that this was a man who had obviously been accused of a very brutal double murder. He had a gun. We had to assume it was real, and we had to assume that it was loaded. It was not just Simpson. It was Cowlings. It was the police in pursuit.
And it was all of these people along the freeways whose lives were in danger, and we had to handle it accordingly.
Phil Van Adder, from listening to that, does that sound like to you a man who did it?
Well, I think the responses were very, very strange for an innocent man, especially a man that puts on a defense that the police framed him and planted evidence against him. I think a typical response would have been, if in fact that were true, hey, I didn't do this. You guys are framing me. Why don't you find out who did it? And he's apologizing for his actions to the police department. I think that's very strange, Larry.
After sitting in the Bronco for about 45 minutes, OJ finally exited the car at 8:50 p.m. And then they just let him go inside his house for about an hour. I can't believe they just let him do whatever the fuck he wants. But a police spokesman stated that during this time, OJ just talked to his mother on the phone. Robert Shapiro then arrived shortly after this, and then OJ surrendered to the authorities a few minutes later. Now, in the Ford Bronco, police found $8,000 in cash, a change of clothing, a loaded .357 Magnum, a United States passport, family pictures, and a disguise kit with a fake goatee and a mustache. That kind of reminds me of this photo of Shaq trying to hide behind this tiny ass tree. Shaq's really cool though, let's not drag Shaq into this. OJ was then finally taken to the men's central jail, and his buddy Al Cowlings was booked on suspicion of harboring a fugitive and held on a $250,000 bail. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for reasons that nobody can fully understand because they are outside of the limits of human comprehension, the Bronco chase, the suicide note, and these fucking weird items found inside the Bronco were not presented as evidence in the criminal trial. Marsha Clark, the lead prosecutor at the trial, conceded that such evidence did imply guilt, yet she defended her decision not to use it, citing the public reaction to the chase and the suicide note as proof the trial had been compromised by OJ's celebrity status. Dude, I don't know law. I don't know what that means. But you fucked up. Most of the public, including OJ's friend Al Michaels, interpreted his actions as an admission of guilt. Yet thousands of spectators were seen expressing sympathy for OJ and even encouraging him to flee from the police. I really don't know what's going on in this story anymore. So people were supporting him, and then on January 24th, 1995, the people of the state of California versus Orenthal James Orange Juice Simpson's criminal trial began. This fucking thing carried on for 8 months. It should have been over in 8 minutes. But it ended with OJ's acquittal on October 3rd, 1995. And this is where the bullshit continues. Now, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but according to Wikipedia, quote, though prosecutors argued that OJ was implicated by a significant amount of forensic evidence, commentators agree that to convince the jury to acquit Simpson, the defense capitalized on anger among the city's African American community towards the Los Angeles Police Department, which had a history of racial bias and had inflamed racial tensions in the beating of Rodney King and subsequent riots 2 years prior. End quote. Basically, Johnny Cochran kinda just told the jury to send a message to the LAPD and acquit OJ. Apparently, the majority of the jury were black, and even one was a member of the Black Panthers. Now, I don't know personally if it's 100% the reason. I don't think that the anger towards the LAPD is the only reason that the jury acquitted OJ. I think that the defense were able to take advantage of that and convince the jury that there was reasonable doubt. Now, with the whole timeline being a complete mess, and Robert Shapiro using Judy's sworn statement that she spoke with Nicole at 11 p.m., the defense were able to make a very convincing case that it would have been impossible for OJ to go over to Nicole's condo, kill Nicole and Ron, make it back to his estate, clean up, and then get into his limo on time to catch his plane. That said though, Robert Shapiro did later compromise on the phone call time, agreeing that Judy called Nicole at 10:17 p.m., 40 minutes later than the actual documented call record. I don't understand how this happened. How do you mean compromise? The time is right there. It's documented. Read the fucking time on the paper. Clearly, the Dream Team weren't good with time. So luckily for them, they were better at pointing out the police squad's stupid mistakes. The Dream Team either implied or explicitly accused the police squad of mishandling evidence, leading to the possibility of the evidence getting tainted and even tampering with and planting the evidence in order to frame OJ. Now, since this DNA at the scene is about the only thing that could conclusively link OJ with the murders, the Dream Team are correct and the evidence absolutely should have been handled better. Now, the forensic team collected about 108 exhibits, and in their mind, the defense would have to discredit all of them to establish reasonable doubt. So, the prosecution went into this murder trial with the foregone conclusion that the jury would find OJ guilty. However, that's obviously not what happened. Now, the prosecution did not only show up with 108 DNA exhibits, but they also produced corroborating evidence in hair follicles, clothing fibers from the victims, fibers from Simpson's Ford Bronco, and results from 3 different labs that cross-referenced all of the evidence and found no discrepancies. So when the Dream Team declined to challenge the results by testing the evidence themselves, the prosecution expected a conviction. But like I said, that is obviously not what happened. And the Dream Team just accused the LAPD of mishandling everything and once again trying to frame OJ. So during the trial, several criminalists and forensic experts testified how exactly the blood evidence was collected from the crime scene, from the white Ford Bronco, and from Simpson's estate. A criminalist, by the way, is a forensic scientist who applies scientific methods to collect, analyze, and interpret physical evidence found at crime scenes, and they use that to help link victims, offenders, and crime scenes. Thank you, AI Overview. Now, when the criminalist Dennis Fung testified in court, he stated that he arrived at the Rockingham estate at 7:10 a.m. on June 13th. And he also testified that Detective Philip Van Atter came over at 5:20 p.m. And for some fucking reason, Van Atter came to the estate after drawing the blood from OJ at the police station. And instead of booking this fucking blood vial into evidence like he should have, he just came straight to the estate to give it to Dennis Fung. Obviously, this decision has been criticized. Van Atter should have booked the blood vial into evidence, but he said that he didn't want to lose the chain of custody and he came to Dennis Fung to give it to him directly. And in doing so, he fucked this whole thing up. It doesn't even matter what anybody even says now because this guy should not have done this. He compromised the entire investigation by bringing this loose blood vial to the crime scene. Well, anyway, the cross-examination of Dennis Fung done by Barry Scheck from the Dream Team lasted for 9 days. Barry tried to disprove and invalidate Fung and the forensic team's findings, and started off by saying that he did not see a drop of blood on the back gate in a photo from June 13th, despite Fung actually collecting blood from that very spot on July 3rd. However, later the prosecution found a photo that clearly showed the blood was there on June 13th. Fung then, in his infinite wisdom, said, well, I couldn't see the blood on the socks that were collected from Simpson's bedroom. He then demonstrated to Scheck in the court that the blood was only visible under a microscope. The court then burst out laughing, gave Dennis Fung a standing ovation, and found O.J. Simpson guilty of murder. Oh, sorry, that didn't happen here. That happened in another, much better, much more prosperous alternate reality. God damn you, Nelson Mandela. Dennis Fung then also admitted that the blood evidence was collected in plastic bags and not paper bags as recommended, and they were also stored in a police van without being refrigerated for up to 7 hours. Wow. Well, at least this guy is honest. Barry Scheck then tried to aggressively break Dennis Fung's timeline about when he received OJ's donated blood from Philip Van Atter, hoping to show that the police actually delivered it the following day on June 14th instead of June 13th, which would give them a whole day with OJ's blood that they could allegedly use to frame him. However, there was only a 10-minute window of opportunity between Van Atter getting to the estate and handing the blood over to Dennis Fung. Now again, the only way to describe the situation is to quote Metallica. Nothing else matters. Philip Van Atter should not have done this. Barry Scheck then goes on to try to discredit Dennis Fung's documentation, and these documents just show the time that the blood vial was handed over to him, and Barry Scheck points out the P. However, the original page was with a cont and shown to be exactly the same. The defense then just said, well, fuck you, 10 minutes is more than enough time to do whatever you want with the blood. Pretty rich coming from them who have no actual concept of time and can't even get the time of a single phone call right, but the Dream Team are right. You could throw a few drops of blood here and there in 10 minutes. I just don't really know why the LAPD would have. Or, for that matter, the criminalists and the forensic experts, because this is their careers. This kind of shit will not only get you fired, but could get you thrown in prison. In fact, Mark Furman, one of the detectives here, was taken to court for this very reason, for planting evidence. Anyway, you can read the rest of the testimonies yourself if you're interested. I've linked them in the description. But all the criminalists interviewed say the same thing. They all admit the same errors, like not changing gloves a handful of times while collecting some samples, not refrigerating the blood for up to 7 hours, and using the same swatch to swab blood from 3 different places, and a couple of other stupid mistakes that they shouldn't have made. The Dream Team would then go on and accuse them all of lying and being inexperienced. So I just want to cover one more testimony from Dr. Robin Cotton, because one of the 3 labs that tested the blood samples was a UK-based DNA and forensic testing company called Cellmarks. Dr. Robin Cotton, lab director of Cellmarks Diagnostics, testified that they used the restriction fragment length polymorphism technique, which was the most precise DNA matching technique at the time. She testified that the blood found on a sock in OJ's bedroom was Nicole Brown's with a 1 in 170 million chance of error, and the blood believed to have come from the killer was determined to be O.J. Simpson's with a 1 in 9.7 billion chance of error. Now, Robin Cotton stated that the DNA sample sizes needed for their RFLP testing technique are too large to be susceptible to the degraded DNA cross-contamination that the Dream Team alleged happened. So just to clarify, what they were suggesting is that OJ's blood was planted there and the real killer's blood cross-contaminated with OJ's. Now the thing is, that would make a little bit of sense if there was a cross-contamination. However, only OJ's blood was found. So this here in these photos is his blood. Of course, the only issue with their testing technique is that it cannot explain how the blood got there, meaning her tests do not refute the possibility that the blood was actually planted. And again, that's the biggest issue here. The police squad fucked it up. But to say that they planted the evidence, what you are saying, what you are really saying, is that over a dozen LAPD officers had to work together to orchestrate a grand conspiracy to arrest this guy. Despite the fact that OJ was actually friends with a lot of the LAPD officers, and his good buddy Ship testified that he had introduced a group of around 40 LAPD officers to OJ Simpson at his estate, where they often played tennis with him, implying that he was at least acquainted or had a friendly relationship with a decent number of police squad members. The same police squad members, by the way, who already had several opportunities over the years to bust or frame OJ. His ex-wife Nicole Brown called the police on him 8 times, and OJ had his own run-ins with the law. But the police squad didn't do anything about him then. But according to the Dream Team and some weirdos on the internet, this incident is the time that they thought, you know what? Fuck this guy. Let's throw his ass in jail. So forgive me for saying, that is a hell of an accusation. So is there any proof to support the Dream Team's claim? Well, not really. Not unless you're willing to believe that the LAPD planted all of this evidence and somehow did not in one single instance cross-contaminate any of the hair follicles, clothing fibers, or blood with anybody else's DNA, which in and of itself could only be described as a fucking miracle if the LAPD actually pulled that off, because, you know, they're the LAPD. This guy can't even book a vial of blood into evidence properly, but if that's what you want to believe, go ahead. If you're kinda on the fence about the whole situation, consider this then. There were 108 DNA evidence exhibits. To assume the LAPD also planted anything here, you'd have to agree that these detectives came out to the crime scene, said, "Holy shit, fellow copper, see all of this blood and evidence? You know what I think this crime scene needs? Just 2 more DNA evidence exhibits. That'll do the trick. That's just what we need to put that orange juice asshole away forever." Now, why do I bring up 2 DNA evidence exhibits here? Well, because apparently 2 of the DNA evidence exhibits out of the 108 items and objects that had OJ's blood on it showed signs of a substance called EDTA, but the nerds in the lab call it ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid, which is found in blood vials to help preserve blood by acting as an anticoagulant. Well, damn, that doesn't sound good, because we know this idiot was wandering around the crime scenes with a loose vial of OJ's blood. The Dream Team used this as proof that the LAPD planted the blood, saying that the elevated levels of EDTA could have only come from OJ's reference vial. And I think you know what's coming next. Objection! Well, actually, I was gonna say however, but damn, I could get used to that. A guy named Dr. Frederick Reeders, who was a forensic toxicologist, testified that the results reported by an FBI agent named Roger Martz showed that the levels of EDTA found in OJ's blood drop on the back gate of Nicole Brown's home, the one that Barry Scheck couldn't see apparently, and Nicole's 1 in 170 million blood drop on the sock in OJ's bedroom was 1,000 times higher than the other evidence samples. Therefore, they believed it came from OJ's reference vial. So how did that happen? Well, Dr. Reeder used a reference article from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, that says EDTA in blood should only be detectable in parts per billion. However, in these two samples, the evidence blood contains 1,000 times more EDTA than it should, and they were measured in parts per million. Then, during cross-examination, this claim was immediately debunked when the prosecution gave Dr. Reeders a fax copy of the same EPA article that he referenced and asked him to read it out loud again to the jury. It turned out that he just misread it, because it did say that EDTA should be detectable in parts per million. Well, instead of just taking the L like a man, Dr. Reeders then claimed it was a typo.
If there's nothing wrong with me, maybe there's something wrong with the universe.
The prosecution then gave Dr. Reeders a certified copy directly from the EPA, which confirmed that he just can't fucking read properly or accept that he made a mistake, because it did indeed say EDTA is detectable in parts per million. Then the Dream Team called Dr. Reeders back again for some reason after this, and this man just clung to his claim that EDTA on those two spots came from OJ's reference vial, and still denied that EDTA was measured in parts per million. He also denied that EDTA could be found in unpreserved blood and denied that it was still used in food. And that was his biggest mistake. During the re-cross-examination, his claim was immediately debunked again. The story is just getting me. I think I'm just losing my mind reading the story for so long. Now, this time, FBI agent Roger Martz himself tested his own unpreserved blood and found parts per million of EDTA, disproving Dr. Reeder's claim. Then Dr. Reeders finally admitted that the EDTA results from Martz's unpreserved blood were very similar to the evidence blood in the O.J. Simpson case, and they weren't even close to the levels of Martz's preserved blood from a reference vial, which turned out to actually have more than 100 times more EDTA than the evidence samples. And just as one more final nail in the coffin, the claim of elevated EDTA in Nicole's blood drop on the sock that was found in OJ's bedroom was 100% conclusively disproven by Dr. Robin Cotton, who showed that the DNA in the reference vial was far more degraded than the DNA on the sock, proving that it could not have come from that vial. This very quickly went from being the trial of OJ Simpson to the roast of Dr. Reeder, because the prosecution then brought an article from the FDA showing that not only is EDTA still used in food, but it's found in the French fries and Big Mac that OJ ate approximately 1 hour before the murders. So his blood would have naturally had higher levels of EDTA anyway. He then admitted that Agent Martz was correct, and that he could not identify EDTA from a presumptive test, and the identification test was inconclusive, meaning that there was a possibility that what they were detecting wasn't even EDTA at all. Therefore, there is literally no proof at all that the police squad planted anything. And I'd just like to add, if it was only those two samples that had higher levels of EDTA, meaning those are the only two things the police squad could have planted, are you saying then that the other 106 DNA exhibits were legit? That's what it sounds like to me. Well guys, I completely underestimated how long this story would be, because I've still got about 6 pages of script left. And since I am unfortunately not a machine,
There's moral justice and there's legal justice. And when that not guilty verdict was rendered, I felt legal justice was done. As far as moral justice, I haven't discussed it with anyone, including my wife.
Doesn't sound so confident in his client, does he? Welcome back for part 3 and hopefully the finale of the O.J. Simpson saga. Now, we left off last time covering the science used in the actual criminal trial itself that determined that O.J.'s blood was not planted by the LAPD, the real-life police squad. Now, I realized I forgot to clarify something in part 2, and that was that Detective Mark Furman was taken to court for perjury, which he pled no contest for. And perjury is basically intentionally providing false information in court, which he committed by lying about racial slurs he used, which were actually recorded. So he's a bit of a dickhead, but he was not found guilty for planting evidence. There is no record of him ever being caught doing that. But just like O.J. Simpson, that doesn't mean he never did it. With that said though, I don't think it would have been possible for the LAPD to plant this much evidence. If you've seen the photos, it's a fucking bloodbath. Alright, moving on. The DNA at the scene was proven to be O.J. Simpson's with a 1 in 9.7 billion chance of error, and the levels of EDTA in the DNA exhibits were all normal and consistent, except for just the 2 that a guy named Dr. Reader ironically could not read properly. Once everybody figured out what mistake Dr. Reader made, then they realized, well, the levels of EDTA are consistent throughout all of the samples. And if anything was planted, the levels of EDTA would have much likely been 100 times higher. So that means the LAPD didn't plant anything. Now, other than the DNA evidence, what else was there that the prosecutors thought could put all orange juice away forever? Well, the bloody leather gloves, one found at the crime scene and the other found at OJ's house. The Dream Team theorized that if OJ tried to put these gloves on and they did not fit, then surely the jury would acquit him, because he could not be the killer then. So they had OJ try him on.
Alright, he appears to have pulled the gloves on, counsel.
And well, they seem to fit.
Like the defining moment in this trial, the day Mr. Darden asked Mr. Simpson to try on those gloves, and the gloves didn't fit. Remember these words: if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
What the fuck are you even talking about, man? Those things are quite clearly on his hands.
It makes no sense. It doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Damn it. What? He's using the Chewbacca defense. Why would a Wookiee, an 8-foot-tall Wookiee, want to live on Endor with a bunch of 2-foot-tall Ewoks? That does not make sense. But more important, you have to ask yourself, what does this have to do with this case? Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, it has nothing to do with this case. It does not make sense.
I feel like my intelligence is being insulted right now. This feels the same as when people say, you know the earth is flat, right? And then you show them a video of a ship sailing over the horizon, and then they say, well, you know, the government builds those ships like that on purpose so that they sink after going over the horizon to confuse the globe earthers and keep them doing whatever they're doing. The question here isn't, hey, Mr. Orange Juice, do those gloves fit comfortably? The question is, do they fit? And they do. And if you think that the struggle here is real, you do realize that he's a paid actor, right? You know that he's Nordberg in the police squad. He's not a very good actor, but do you think that this guy is just going to put these gloves on without putting up a little bit of a fuss after he went on that Bronco chase, after he almost popped a cap in his own head, after he allegedly killed 2 people? Do you think that this asshole is just going to slip these gloves on and say, yep, I murked them both. It was me, like he's a villain from Scream or something, revealing his master plan? Well, anyway, the Dream Team claimed that the glove found at Nicole's condo did not fit OJ's hand. In response, the prosecution theorized that OJ had not been taking his anti-inflammatory medication for his arthritis, which they believe would have made his hand swell and made it more difficult to try and put on the glove. The Dream Team then got medical records from the Los Angeles County Jail doctor, which confirmed that OJ was actually taking his arthritis medication every day. So why didn't the gloves fit then? Well, if you have a pair of leather murder gloves at home, you can run this experiment for yourself. But since these gloves were frozen to preserve the DNA evidence, and then unfrozen, and then refrozen multiple times, it just shrank. OJ also probably made a poor attempt to put them on. I mean, it is his life that he is fighting for here. But Cochran then famously stated during the defense's closing argument, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Damn, you gotta admit that that's actually really catchy. What do you think the prosecution was saying? If it do fit, he a piece of shit. Because the prosecution brought a fresh, brand new pair of the exact same gloves, same brand, same material, same size, and they asked OJ to put them on. And they fit OJ just fine. They could have even added an additional lyric to the song. If we find multiple photos of you wearing a size 12 Bruno Magli shoe, then we know that the piece of poo who killed these two was actually you. Well, they should have focused on these shoes because these shoes is what lost OJ the civil trial. So maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Honestly, it's irrelevant because at the end of the day, this jury was not convinced that OJ was responsible for the murders. I'll remove the names of these jurors, but one said that she thinks that the blood belonged to Simpson's children. Even though killers don't share identical DNA with their children, in fact nobody shares DNA, everybody's is different. But fair enough, the O.J. Simpson trial was one of the first high-profile cases where DNA played such a crucial role. So maybe the people back then just didn't understand it how we understand it today. Then they should get off the fucking jury then. Another juror said that she thinks Simpson's blood was left there next to these bloody footprints prior to the murders happening. If that was the case, I am positive that OJ would have had some ridiculous excuse like, oh, I slipped on Nicole's body when I heard she was murdered. And finally, the jury foreman said that she had no explanation for the incriminating evidence, but that it did not factor into her decision of reasonable doubt. So basically just how the average flat earther responds to actual evidence and solid proof, by just ignoring it. Even though OJ was acquitted in the criminal case, in October 1996 the next year, he was sued by the victims' families for wrongful death, and a civil trial began. This jury, however, would find him responsible for the deaths of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, and they awarded the families $33.5 million in damages. So what happened here then? How do we get a drastically different verdict for the same story? Well, O.J. Simpson probably would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling size 12 Bruno Magli Lorenzo model shoes that came back to bite him in the ass. According to the website Highsnobiety and an article written by the writer Alex Banks, quote, unlike the criminal case, this was the first time jurors had an opportunity to hear OJ speak for himself, after he was deposed for days on end by attorney Daniel Petrocelli. Law experts who have looked back on the civil case have applauded Petrocelli for his tenaciousness and his ability to ask Simpson questions that didn't allow him to simply recite a pre-rehearsed narrative. As a means for proving Simpson's guilt. Specifically, the vaunted size 12 Bruno Magli shoe print, and how the prosecution was never able to prove that Simpson actually owned a pair. During the deposition, Petrocelli questioned Simpson if he ever purchased a pair. Simpson obviously responded no. Like any good lawyer, Petrocelli had just laid out a trap for OJ, and he waited for him to walk straight into it. Now Dingbat here was absolutely adamant that he didn't own a pair, but Petrocelli produced a photograph in which Simpson is clearly shown wearing Bruno Magli shoes while attending a September 26, 1993 Buffalo Bills game, 9 months before the murders. Now OJ sees this and says, quote, it appears to be me, yes. Petrocelli then asks, quote, looking at the close-up of the shoes, can you believe that those were shoes that you owned at that time? OJ then replies with no, saying that these shoes he was wearing must have been something that he borrowed or was given by a personal assistant.
Did you ever buy shoes that you knew were Bruno Magli shoes?
No, because I know if Bruno Magli makes shoes that look like the shoes they had in court that's involved in this case, I would have never worn those ugly-ass shoes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it was so important to get this asshole in these shoes that an FBI agent took a look at these pictures. FBI Special Agent William Bodziak matched 18 different features on the shoes OJ's wearing in this photo. Shoes. Bodziak identified the angled heel, the waffle pattern sole, the deep stitching groove, and other features that he said were proof positive OJ was wearing a Bruno Magli. Bodziak concluded with, quote, "Based on all of these characteristics combined, I was able to determine that the shoe depicted on the right foot of Mr. Simpson in that photo is a Bruno Magli, Lorenzo-style right shoe. The left shoe, while less clear in the photo, was also a Bruno Magli." Now, OJ's defense refuted Bodziak's claim by saying that the single image had been doctored and was probably fraud, and their intention was to portray their client in a negative light and give the prosecution what many believe to be the smoking gun. And that was their biggest mistake. Because during the Christmas recess of the civil case, Daniel Petrocelli found an additional 31 images which showed OJ Simpson in these Bruno Magli shoes. After the recess, Daniel Petrocelli called OJ back up to the stand, and he said, quote, "Now Mr. Simpson, you said that the first photograph was doctored. Are you saying the next one is doctored? And the next one? And the next one? And the next one? How about this one? And the next one? And the next one? Another one? And how about this one? You orange-juiced bastard." Anyway, they did this repeatedly until the jurors couldn't even look at OJ anymore. And apparently, according to Daniel Petrocelli, they started looking down at their own shoes. And it was as obvious as it could possibly be that this witness, OJ Simpson, was lying. As part of his final remarks to the jury, Daniel Petrocelli stated, quote, "If the photos are real, you are looking at the man who killed Ronald and Nicole. Innocent men don't lie. Guilty men lie. He's done in by his lies. Those shoes will not allow Simpson to run from the truth anymore." Damn. That's even better than "if it do fit, he a piece of shit." Well, it's been a hot Kentucky minute since I've done this, but Mr. Daniel Petrocelli, you get the Mystorian's official pap of approval. Then on February 4th, 1997, this jury found OJ Simpson responsible for the homicides of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, and they ordered him to pay $33.5 million in damages to the families. Would it surprise you to hear that OJ would ever only pay the Goldman family a total of $133,000 and about $114,000 to the Brown family? But with interest, the total has since ballooned to well over $100 million.
I got totally screwed. I got screwed, you know?
Kinda sounds to me like you screwed yourself. Now, what happened pretty soon after is honestly the most intriguing part of this whole story, because according to Kim Goldman, and according to the website Radar, his heirs to turn over a mysterious bag to the Goldman family following his death. But that didn't happen when Robert Kardashian died at age 59 in 2003. Kim Goldman said, quote, "We were notified by either a lawyer or someone from the Kardashian family that Robert wanted the bag to be given to us. Kim then even arranged for the delivery of the missing luggage and added, quote, "At the last minute, we were told it wouldn't be happening. I have no idea what was in the bag. As for why they didn't want us to have it, someone must have told them that it wasn't the best decision to give it to us. I've always wondered what was in the luggage bag, and if it did indeed hold the murder weapon that was used to kill my brother and Nicole." Well, according to the ever-trustworthy and credible Kim Kardashian, apparently it was just some toiletries and some golf clothes. What? Does this make sense to anybody? Why would Robert Kardashian want to give Kim Goldman some toiletries and some golf clothes? And if it was just toiletries and golf clothes, why didn't the Kardashians give it to them then? Anyway, this is the mysterious bag that she's referring to. So of course, some people believe that OJ used his luggage to stash away the damning evidence, including his clothing and the murder weapon. Author Dominic Dunn said, quote, "I do wonder, however, if Kardashian could have played a role in the removal of the murder weapon from the golf bag, of course the knapsack that he wouldn't let Alan Park load into the limo, from the golf bag that arrived at LAX the day after Simpson's return from Chicago, when he and Simpson, in the midst of his mourning, went to the airport to pick up Simpson's golf clubs." End quote. It's pretty an errand boy or some shit like that. Anyway, after the double murders, Robert Kardashian was famously photographed carrying this Louis Vuitton garment bag, which some suspected contained the clothing OJ wore on the night that Nicole and Ron were killed, as well as possibly the murder weapon. Some other people think that the murder weapon wasn't in this bag, but stored away in a $5,000 vintage Louis Vuitton briefcase. One insider said this was a red herring. Robert made a big show of carrying this thing around, which set off wild speculation about the case. The prosecution also believed that the knife OJ used to carry out the murders was also hidden in this elusive $5,000 briefcase. Additional photos of Robert Kardashian and O.J. Simpson after the murders show Robert Kardashian holding onto a Louis Vuitton briefcase while sitting in the back of a car with O.J. What's really interesting about this though is that Robert Kardashian was never seen holding onto a similar briefcase ever again. So again, if O.J. was truly innocent, what's up with all the fucking smoke and mirrors and performances? Well, fuck me, because he was acquitted, right? Anyway, this is where things get truly disgusting in my opinion. In 2006, OJ's eldest daughter, Arnell Simpson, who is not by the way the daughter of Nicole, but she's the eldest daughter of OJ Simpson and his first wife Marguerite Whitley. Now Arnell testified in a deposition that she and Van Excel, which I at first thought was a type of medication, but it turned out to actually be a person named Raffles Van Excel, the president of Raffles Entertainment and Music Production, came up with the idea for a book called If I Did It, which was supposed to be OJ's account of how he would hypothetically kill Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. I wonder where she got that idea from. Maybe it was from this skit that Chris Rock did in 1999.
Hey! Who can forget the night OJ came by to sell his new instructional videotape? I didn't kill my wife, but if I did, here's how I do it. Crazy!
Now, according to Arnell Simpson, she allegedly pitched this idea to her father in an attempt to make money. Fucking disgusting. She testified that her father thought about it and eventually agreed to the book deal. Dingleberry said, quote, "I have nothing to confess. This was an opportunity for my kids to get their financial legacy. My kids understand. I made it clear that it's blood money, but it's no different than any of the other writers who did books on this case." End quote. Do not project your bullshit onto us. Just because every time in your life you did something shitty, people seem to look the other way and say, oh, it's fine, you're famous, just carry on being a cunt. People cover stories like this because we believe that the victims need justice. Some people cover it for money, that is true, but perhaps some of the people who wrote these books and articles on the OJ case are just over people's bullshit. People like you. Also, what about your fucking football and acting career? Why couldn't that be your kid's financial legacy? Is it because you pissed it all away by being a fucking idiot? Fuck this guy. Anyway, OJ says in this book that he has an unwilling accomplice named Charlie who urges him not to engage with Nicole, who OJ apparently plans to scare the shit out of. Some people have speculated that this Charlie character is OJ's way to disassociate from the crime, and that Charlie is just a figment of his imagination, kinda like Tyler Durden from Fight Club. It's because in the book, nobody ever actually interacts with Charlie except for OJ. Now we all know the first rule of Fight Club is fuck you Charlie, don't tell me what to do, so OJ ignores Charlie's advice and continues to Nicole's condo, where he finds and confronts Ron Goldman. Nicole then falls and hits her head on the concrete, and Ron crouches in a karate pose. OJ then says, quote, "Then something went horribly wrong. And I know what happened, but I can't tell you how." End quote. He then regains consciousness later with no memory of the actual act of murder. Now, according to some sources, Ron Goldman was a third black belt in karate. Objection! Kim Goldman, his sister, has stated repeatedly that that is not true. According to Kim Goldman, quote, "Back in 1994, we didn't really have the internet as we have it today, right? Now you can search through blogs, comments, Reddit, the access is just ridiculous. With that comes a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot of mistruths." End quote. Anyway, a writer named Pablo Feñez ghost wrote the book based on interviews with OJ. The publishing deal allegedly started when Regan Books employee Judith Regan received a phone call from OJ Simpson's lawyer, who said that OJ was ready to confess to the murders. Regan claimed that the word "if" was put in the title so that OJ would have plausible deniability, when his children read the book, because, quote, "he couldn't tell them that he had done it," end quote. Now what the fuck is going on? Because I thought the book was the kid's idea. They apparently pitched the book to him as a hypothetical scenario, so they knew about it. And before he wrote it, he said it was blood money. Whatever. This waste of paper that some poor trees had to die for was then scheduled for release in November 2006, But finally, something right happened for once in the story, and the book was cancelled due to public outcry. Then, in September 2006, Ron Goldman's father took OJ back to court to obtain control over OJ's right to publicity. This whole, finally something right happened in the story was good while it lasted, all 5 seconds of it, but then the first edition of this book was then published in November 2007, and after the Goldman family got the rights to it, they renamed it to If I Did It, Confessions of the Killer. But they reduced the size of the word if to such an extent that it's barely visible at a first glance. The word if has been hidden in the large red letter I, making the title appear to read, I Did It, Confessions of the Killer. No additional material was added or changed, but additional commentary was added by the Goldmans, the ghostwriter Feniers, and the investigative journalist Dominique Dunn. Now, I have had to skip over quite a lot of other criminal charges where he's been fined or questioned or taken to court, but as is tradition, people just keep letting him go, and he just keeps doing his thing. But then on the night of September 13th, 2007, a group of men, led by O.J. Simpson, entered a room at the Palace Station Hotel Casino and stole some sports memorabilia at gunpoint. Shocking. Can't believe it. This guy, who's had more run-ins with the law than your average Grand Theft Auto character, did another shitty thing. What are the chances? Now, this crime resulted in OJ being questioned again by the police. Simpson admitted to taking the sports memorabilia, but he said it had originally been stolen from him. But he denied breaking into the hotel room and also denied that he or anyone else carried a gun. 2 days later though, OJ was arrested, and long story short, Simpson was charged for multiple felony counts, including criminal conspiracy, kidnapping, assault, robbery, and aggravated assault. He could not bullshit his way out of this one because there was actual video evidence. He was then finally sentenced to prison and stayed there until he was paroled in 2017. Now, like I said before, the murder weapon was never found. It could have been disposed of at LAX and then Robert Kardashian came to collect it. The killer could have also hidden it somewhere else where nobody has ever thought to look, or it could have been shot into space. Nobody knows where this knife is, but in one final strange twist to the story, in 1998, OJ sold his Rockingham estate and the new owners planned on razing it, which means to destroy it. Sometime in 2002, while construction workers were there, a construction worker found a 5-inch buck knife buried on the property. He then took it to an LAPD officer, who then called his supervisor, who said, quote, "We don't want anything to do with this knife." Of course you don't. We don't want anything to do with this. O.J. Simpson has been acquitted. There is double jeopardy. Even if the knife had blood all over it, there is nothing we can do. End quote. Without the LAPD, a lot of unsolved mystery channels would just have nothing to talk about. The cop who was given this knife by the construction worker then just decided to keep it in his toolbox until 2016, until he remembered he had it and wanted to display it in a frame as like sort of an artifact or something, even though no one believed that this knife was the actual murder weapon. However, another cop then found out about this and said, "Hey, you gotta report this." Well, presumably, he said, "I already did report it." And the other cop was like, "Yeah, those lazy cops from 2002 are gone now, report this again and do the right thing." So the cop did, and he handed the knife over. The LAPD captain at the time, Andrew Neiman, then said in a press conference, quote, "It has been submitted to our lab. They are going to study it and examine it for all forensics, including serology and DNA and hair samples." Now, the main reason I'm bringing up this story is because while in jail, a prison guard and OJ's self-proclaimed best friend, Jeffrey Felix, said OJ heard about this and said, quote, "If the knife is rusted, I cannot be busted." Come on, man, is that the best you got? That's not nearly as catchy as "If it do fit, he a piece of shit, and these shoes will not allow Simpson to run from the truth anymore." If the knife is rusted, I cannot be busted. You can't even print that on a t-shirt. It just sucks, man. Jokes aside though, what this shows is that this asshole was clearly having a lot of fun with this murder shit. Of course, what I mean is this If I Did It book, the stupid little rhyme "If the knife is rusted, I can't be busted," and of course the infamous interview with Ruby Wax, where he pretends to be Michael Myers. And also celebrating and taking photos with people the very next day after being acquitted, which even his lawyer Robert Shapiro said was in poor taste.
How did you feel when you saw OJ laughing and posing for pictures shortly after the verdict?
I thought it was inappropriate. 2 people were dead, and there should still be some respect, certainly for your ex-wife.
Now, if you're wondering what happened to Robert Shapiro, why didn't he defend OJ again in the 2007 trial, the one about the criminal conspiracy, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and sports memorabilia? Well, it's because, firstly, OJ didn't ask Shapiro to, and secondly, Shapiro wouldn't have anyway because OJ owed him a lot of money. Anyway, back to this rusted knife. Even if it was the murder weapon, OJ couldn't have been retried for the murder anyway because of double jeopardy, which prevents people from being tried for the same crime twice. Alan Dershowitz, former member of the Dream Team, said, quote, "The type of knife discovered will be the key. The only way it will be relevant is if it has some kind of serrated knife blade that they say was consistent with the wounds. It won't change the verdict, but it might change the verdict of history. But most people already think he did it. For those who think he did it, this will just confirm it. For those who think he didn't do it, they will just say it's the LAPD again trying to frame him. I don't think it will change much in terms of the way people think about it." End quote. Fair enough. In the end though, the knife turned out to be unconnected, but the points discussed here are still relevant. If he did it, and it was proven, nothing would have happened anyway. So if OJ did it, and it seems pretty fucking likely like he did, he got away with it. In closing, a guy named Mike Gilbert said in the finale of the Netflix series that one evening he worked up the nerve to ask OJ what actually happened, and told him to his face that he always suspected that he was guilty. Now, according to Mike Gilbert, OJ said, quote, "If Nicole wouldn't have opened the door with a knife, she would still be alive." Now, I've read that Mike Gilbert has been called out quite a few times for talking bullshit, so I don't know how trustworthy he really is. So did OJ actually say that? Who knows? But based on everything we've covered, I would not be the least bit surprised if he actually did say that. Anyway, I'm fucking sick of talking about this guy now. Now, with everything I've found, everything I've read, and everything I've covered, I am 99.9% sure that he was guilty. But what do you think? Feel free to add your thoughts and theories down below in the comment section, and I do have another question for everybody. One story that I'd really love to cover is Jack the Ripper and the Whitechapel murders, but I've held off on it because at the moment my script for that is about 40 pages long. So my question to you is, did you guys like this sort of mini-series in the murders of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? And would you like something like this as detailed and in-depth on Jack the Ripper and the Whitechapel murders? Let me know if you think that sounds cool or if you think that sounds like complete dog shit.
Today's video is Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. I'm happy to have you here for another video. If you are new, welcome. Today we are going to be talking about a case that I first saw on the reboot of Unsolved Mysteries, which was on Netflix. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. As many of you know, Unsolved Mysteries is an older show that was, you know, kind of reimagined and brought back on Netflix. And personally, I think it's incredibly well done. I think they did such a fantastic job of telling these stories in the right way. They didn't have some annoying, salacious host, you know, they weren't grasping for every bit of drama in the situation. They kept it very real. And what I really liked about it is, for the most part, I think they really let family members tell their story. A lot of the cases on that show really piqued my interest, made me want to look into them more, but there was one in particular that just stayed with me. I don't know what it was about it. This case is intriguing, it's incredibly frustrating, but it's also just so sad. Today we're going to be talking about Alonzo Brooks. His family was featured in the Unsolved Mysteries episode, and I just really felt for them. There was something about these people that seems incredibly genuine, warm, real, and how open they were about the pain they've been through was really inspiring to me. Like, it's not easy for these families to get on these shows and talk about the worst thing that has ever happened to them in most cases. They're really looking for more awareness on their case. Obviously, the Unsolved Mysteries episode was huge for them, but things have quieted down a little bit. However, there have been updates since that has come out, and I will go over all of that. But let's go ahead and jump into the case. So this is Alonzo Tyree Brooks. He was born on May 19th, 1980 in Topeka, Kansas, to his parents Billy Brooks Sr. and Maria Ramirez. And Alonzo was the youngest of 5 kids. He had 3 older sisters, Demetria, Felicia, and Esperanza. And he also had an older brother, Billy Jr., who he was very close with. Alonzo had a lot of friends. He had a lot of family he was close with as well, and most of them actually called him Zoe. That was his nickname. Eventually, Maria married Alonzo's stepfather, whose name is Stuart Porter, and he had kids of his own. And they all actually got along really, really well. Alonzo loved his step-siblings and his regular siblings, and they were one big happy family. There really wasn't anyone that Alonzo didn't get along with, according to his family. He was such a friendly guy, such a low-key dude, and really never caused drama or issues with people. He just didn't have enemies.
He likes anybody and everybody. He was real friendly, very friendly guy. He was just my baby. That's what it was. He's my baby.
So Zoe had a lot of friends, but there was one friend that he considered his best friend, and that was Rodney English, and they had been friends for a really long time. They grew up together, they considered each other brothers, always there for each other. They spent a lot of their childhood running around outside, building bike ramps and playing games. One of their favorite things to do was climb to the top of the compost pile and try to play King of the Hill, which is where you knock the other person down and try to get to the top first. Zoe was also a natural athlete. His favorite sport to play was football, and he made several of his closest friends while playing. He was a very athletic guy. He also liked basketball and karate. So oftentimes, as the baby of the family, you aren't able to do the things that your older siblings are able to do. And that was the case with Alonzo and his siblings. Sometimes Alonzo would feel a little left out, but his mom give him extra attention and make sure he felt really cared for and involved, even though he couldn't always do everything that they could do. And Alonzo's older brother, Billy, thought that his mom coddled him a little bit too much. His main reasoning for that was because he knew the world could be tough and he wanted his brother to be prepared for anything. But whenever the two of them were like roughhousing, his mother would step in and tell them to stop. She would never want Alonzo to get hurt. And Billy kind of thought that was coddling. When he was a teenager, Zoe was very polite. And he even cared about his appearance quite a bit. His sisters would actually make fun of him for ironing his pants before wearing them. Alonzo's favorite color was red, and most of his clothes were red and black. And he also was known for wearing beanies. So after he graduated from Topeka High School, he and his mother decided to move to Gardner, Kansas, which is quite a bit different than Topeka. It's a lot more rural, and it was a change for them. Alonzo got a job working for his stepfather, actually, at a maintenance company, and he liked it okay. But the change from Topeka to Gardner is the state capital. You know, it has plenty of things to do and a population of over 125,000 people, but Gardner is a small town. In 2004, the population was only 13,001. So it was a big adjustment for Alonzo, but he was open to it. You know, the transition was a struggle, but he actually could see himself becoming a farmer one day, living on some land, raising animals. He actually was really into the idea of that lifestyle. Alonzo also had a close group of friends in Gardner that he would spend most of his, off time weekends with. They would go to a lot of parties together, little kickbacks, and just hang out. So one Saturday, April 3rd, 2004, one of his friends heard that there was going to be a party in another town. And it was a little ways away, and it was supposed to be for a guy who was going into the military, and it was kind of a send-off for him. But people from a bunch of different towns were going to be at this party. Alonzo was the oldest friend in the group, and he was also the only black friend in the group. This isn't something that his friends or Alonzo really ever thought about, but unfortunately, it really matters in this case. Because not only was he the only black person in this group of friends, he was also one of maybe 3 black people that were at this party they were going to. I've heard mixed things. I've heard he was the only one. I've heard there were 2 other people there as well. I'm not sure. But it was a very sketchy situation because this town they were going to was known for racism. Alonzo wasn't a huge partier by any means. He hadn't been to that many parties in his young life, but he decided that he really wanted to have a good time at this party and go all out. So the group of friends meets at Alonzo's house, and they all talk about how they're gonna get there, who's gonna drive, whatever. Zoe was all ready to go. He was pumped to go. He was wearing jeans, a t-shirt, a sweater, and a skull hat. And he also wore a pair of boots, and he wore them quite often. And normally he would wear them with 2 socks to make them fit, a little better. And he also had a hurt ankle from playing basketball. So he had kind of a slight limp going on, and he ended up rolling one of his socks down to, create more support around his ankle. Before he left, he gave his mom a kiss and a hug goodbye, and he told her he would see her later that night. And then Zoe drove to the party with his friend Justin, and then the other guys followed behind in a different car. Now this party was nearly 50 miles away at a farmhouse, which was pretty creepy, outside of the Lacine area in Lynn County. This is in east central Kansas, and it has a population of barely over 1,000 at the time. So Lacine makes Gardner look like a big city in comparison. So as they're going, they're driving down all of these random country back roads that they had never heard of or been on before, and Justin was driving. Alonzo is just relaxing in the passenger seat. But basically, they were going to the middle of nowhere for this party. When they finally got there, the first thing they noticed was how long the driveway was. It doesn't look like it in the photos, but the driveway was actually decently long. They had to go quite a ways to get to the house. And this farmhouse is surrounded by woods and fields, and there's a small creek running along one side of it called Middle Creek. And this creek branches off into 2 other directions. As they walked up, a few people were just standing outside of the house drinking and whatever, and Alonzo walked up to them and kind of made his presence known by saying, "Who wants a beer?" Justin actually remembered this being a little out of character for Alonzo because he was a pretty reserved, shy guy, and he didn't know a lot of people at this party. But for some reason that night, Alonzo just seemed in a really good mood and really wanted to party. A little while later, the rest of their friends arrived and they realized they were probably the only ones from Gardner at this party. Many of the other people at the party seemed to be part of a tight-knit group who had probably been born and raised together out in the country, and a lot of them were dressed in boots, cowboy hats. It wasn't Zoe's normal crowd, but like I said, he really got along with anybody. Zoe's friends estimated that there was about 30 to 50 people at the party, but as investigators have looked a little more into it, it could have been as many as 100 that came through. And most of the people at the party were on the younger side, like 16, 17. Alonzo was probably one of the oldest ones there at 23. And in most ways, it was just a typical party. There was music, dancing, and people gathered around different tables playing drinking games like flip cup and card games. And nearly everyone at the party was drinking. Some were also smoking weed. And right away, Alonzo wanted to get in on the action, so he started playing a drinking game as soon as he got there. And all of his friends really noticed that that particular night, he seemed to be having such a great time. He was very outgoing, which wasn't that normal for him. I mean, he was friendly with people, he was social, but he was a little bit more reserved in the way he went about it. So they just thought, wow, he really wants to have a good time tonight, or he's in a great mood or something. At one point, Zoe's friend Daniel Fune found him in the kitchen, and they took a few shots together. After they took their shot, Daniel left briefly to talk to someone else, and he came back later, and Alonzo was in a fight with someone. Not physically, but he and this other guy were yelling at each other. And to Daniel, it looked like things were close to getting physical, so he decided to step in and break it up. And in The Unsolved Mysteries, Justin talks about how he believes that that fight was over Alonzo's skin color. He said in their group of friends, it was never something that they thought about or was never an issue. But in this area, in Lacine, there was a lot of racist people. But Alonzo didn't seem too bothered by it, honestly. He decided to let it roll off his back. He wasn't gonna let anyone else ruin his night. He was there to have a good time. So his friend Daniel stayed at the party with him for about another hour until they decided to go to a different party. And he got a ride to this other party, and they left Alonzo there. Before he left, he said goodbye to Alonzo, and Justin, his other friend, was still there with him, so he wasn't completely alone. The plan was for Justin to take Alonzo home, and around 1 a.m., Justin realized that he was out of cigarettes. So he decided to just go out quickly and get a new pack. So he tells Alonzo, I'll be back in a little bit, I'm just gonna go get cigarettes. And Alonzo tells him, hey, if you're going, just get me a pack too. And he says you'll see him later, and they'll drive home together. That's the plan. Now, to head back to town, Justin was supposed to, when he left out of the long driveway, take a left. But instead, he accidentally took a right. He ended up stuck out on a gravel road. He'd gone like 30 minutes before realizing it, so he was completely lost with no idea how to get back to this random farmhouse. So Justin calls another friend who's at the party and asks him if he can take Alonzo home. And he actually could hear Alonzo in the background kind of giving him shit for getting stuck and, having him drive home basically with someone he didn't really know. Justin thought, because he was already 30 minutes out and he was stuck, once he got unstuck, he was just gonna go straight home, not come back to the party, pick him up, and then go home. But that would have been the smart move. And this is why the buddy system is so important when going to random parties or parties in general. So the next morning is Sunday, April 4th. And Maria, his mother, gets a call from someone, one of Alonzo's friends, asking if he made it home that night. And she was very surprised that he'd be calling to ask her that. She figured that he was just in his bed like he normally would be. I mean, she said that Alonzo, as much as he would go out and stuff, would always come home. And she knew her son would end up at home at the end of the night in his bed. And if for some reason he wasn't gonna be able to get home, he would let her know.
He never stood the night over anyone's house. He always was the type of person that wanted to go home to his own bed.
So she went into his room, and that's when she noticed that his bed was still made. He clearly hadn't been in the room at all. She called his name in the house thinking that, maybe he had slept in the basement or something, but got no response and realized that Alonzo was not home. So she told this friend to start calling all of the other boys that were at the party that night and had been with Alonzo and figure out where he was. And right from the beginning, she was terrified because she just knew that Alonzo would never do this. This was so out of character. He would always come home at the end of the night. He'd find a way.
I knew something was wrong because Alonzo didn't call or... That's not like Alonzo.
That morning, all of Alonzo's friends that he was with that night were woken up with frantic calls asking if they had seen him or if they were with him, and none of them had seen him since the night before. And all of Alonzo's friends said that this was just unlike him. You know, he would not have not come home and then not called his mom. They all knew something was very, very wrong. So Justin decided to call the friend who was supposed to take Alonzo home from the party, who he had talked to the night before. And when he talked to him, he said that somehow the two of them missed each other at the end of the night, that he basically just left without him. I think he thought he already left and he may still have been there and he left without him. But no one's sure. He said that he had figured that Alonzo had already left though and gotten a ride with someone else. Maria decided to call Alonzo's lifelong best friend, who was not there that night, Rodney. And he was extremely concerned as soon as he heard about what was going on. He hadn't even met any of the friends in Garner that, you know, Alonzo had, but he rushed over as soon as he could, dropped everything to help. So Justin ended up driving Rodney and a few other friends out to this random farmhouse where the party was. Right off the bat, Rodney was just surprised that they went so far away and that he was left there. They pulled up to the house. They all got a really eerie feeling, but they got out anyway and started looking around for any sign of Alonzo or maybe any of his belongings. At this point, you know, maybe it was possible that Alonzo had gotten really drunk and passed out somewhere on the property, and they were hoping they could find him. They ended up walking to a wooded area across the road, directly across from the farmhouse, and they found just out in the open one of Alonzo's boots and his skull hat. They kept looking, and down the road on the same side as the house, they ended up finding his other boot, and it was just lying along the creek bank. And Rodney immediately thought that it looked like maybe someone had just thrown these items out of their car as they were driving down the road. And after they found the second boot, a guy that they didn't know drove up on a four-wheeler and told them that they had to leave. They got really sketched out, just bad vibes. Alonzo's friends from Gardner wanted to stay, fight back, and tell this person to fuck off. But Rodney was really freaked out, and he wanted to get the hell out of there. He knew that this was a mostly white area that was known for racism, and he was the only black guy in the group. So he needed to get to safety.
We're not naive, we're not ignorant to know that there is racial issues out there, and a lot of us in our family, because it's a big family, have come across it.
And this incident really made Alonzo's friends realize the giant mistake that they had made, leaving him at a party in this town. And right away, Rodney couldn't help but feel very frustrated with Justin. You know, he was his ride, he was responsible for him, and he should not have left without him. He should have gone back and got him. And Justin felt terrible. I mean, it was a mistake, but there was nothing he could do at this point. And he kind of justified the situation, saying that, you know, when he left, everything looked fine. Everyone was cool, no one was fighting. He thought he was gonna be back in a little bit. I mean, it's understandable, but again, this is why it's so important that when you go to parties where you don't know people or in a different town, that you have a buddy system and that you stick to that. So they reported back to Maria what they saw about the boots and about the man who told them to leave. And she immediately went to the police station to report Alonzo missing. But they ended up telling her that she had to wait 48 hours to report him as missing because he was an adult. That she immediately went to the police station hours. But they tried to assure her that he would just show up soon, but she knew that this was not true. Something was seriously wrong here. That night, she called Alonzo's siblings, and she was hysterical. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know who to go to. So Zoe's brother Billy told her that he would drive down to Lacine first thing in the morning to find out what was going on. And he and his wife Cindy found out who owned this random farmhouse, and it turns out that it was a rental property. So they drove out to the house to have a look around for themselves. When they got there, they got out of the car, went down the driveway, and looked into the windows and realized that the house was mainly empty. She was really surprised that there had been a party there just a few nights ago. It looked like no one had been there. And as they drove through the town, they noticed right away that they were getting a lot of dirty looks from white residents. They ended up meeting with the sheriff in the town, and he wasn't concerned at all. He said Alonzo was probably just walking around, because that's something people just do. Spend days just walking around. It makes no sense. It's so frustrating. Plus, they pointed out that Alonzo wasn't wearing shoes, clearly, since they had found them. So it's not like he was just out barefoot walking around. They felt pretty hopeless when they left the scene. All they could do was hope that the sheriff would look more into it. The sheriff sent Deputy Paul Fila out to the property where Alonzo was last seen to investigate. Paul checked out the farmhouse, walked along the creek, and searched the surrounding property, but he didn't see any signs of Alonzo or anyone else. When he was done looking, he reported back negative contact. And at that point, the case was turned over to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. And within just a few days, the KBI organized and launched a full intensive search for Alonzo Brooks in this area. They brought in their evidence recovery team, cadaver dogs, and the Kansas Highway Patrol supplied helicopters as well. And investigators meticulously searched the fields and wooded area. They walked down along the creek with the dogs, and there was no sign of Alonzo. Then on April 10th, 2004, the FBI ended a week after Alonzo had gone missing. So this was really good. And they were immediately under the suspicion that this was a hate crime and that Alonzo was targeted for being Black, for being Hispanic, or both. And the media also started reporting that this could potentially be a hate crime. They reported that Alonzo was being called racial slurs at the party by several attendants.
Both Alonzo's mom and the FBI think he was a victim of a hate crime. They say he was one of a few Black people at a mostly white party, and they also said there were racist comments made at that party.
And the residents of Lacine were actually really pissed about this coverage. They thought it made Lacine look like a bad place, and they said there were people from other towns at the party as well, and that Lacine wasn't some horribly racist place after all. But investigators were really worried. I mean, they knew the history in the town, and they told their family to try to stay away from Lacine as much as possible. And since they couldn't directly help out with the search, their family decided to make t-shirts and flyers with Alonzo's picture that said "Lost but not forgotten." And then eventually an underwater rescue and recovery team were brought in to help as well. And they were hopeful about this. This was an all-volunteer rescue team that specializes in forensics, dive operations, and evidence recovery, and they use high-tech equipment and the latest technologies in the field. So their family was feeling very positive about it. They figured if there was a body, Alonzo's body, in the water, that they would find it. Now, during their search, they realized that the creek was no deeper than 3 feet at any point, and they could pretty much always see the bottom. The divers ended up separating into 2 different teams, and they cleared all the brush along the water and searched every inch of that creek. But at the end of it all, they didn't find any indication of a body in the creek or any sign of Alonzo at all. They reported their findings to the police station, and they offered to come back if needed, but they ended up never being called back. And eventually the investigation into Alonzo Brooks' disappearance was closed. Overall, law enforcement did like 6 searches of the property, of the farmhouse and the creek. There were over 40 people searching in the group, and they literally went shoulder to shoulder, combed every single area, and searched them multiple times. And at the same time, the KBI and the FBI are conducting tons of interviews with people who were at the party to see if they could figure out. Witnesses were willing to take polygraph tests. They did give them out to people who volunteered. And Zoe's family kept hearing rumors about a fight breaking out around 3 or 4 in the morning. This would have been after all of Alonzo's friends had left, but the details around it were really sketchy. His friends met up with investigators several times and talked to them about what they had witnessed that night. They gave them more names, more phone numbers of people to contact who may know something, but they were told over and over again that Alonzo probably just got drunk, kicked off his shoes, and tried to walk home. maybe got lost along the way. But that just didn't make any sense. And Justin was trying to tell them over and over again that there was no way he would have done that because he had a hurt ankle. Why would he do that? He had that sock rolled up to support his ankle for a reason. So if he's gonna walk home, why would he take his shoes off to do that? Plus, there's no way he would have started trying to walk home. But it didn't seem to matter how much his friends pushed back. The investigators seemed stuck on the idea that there was no foul play involved. For 3 weeks, Alonzo's family members called the Lynn County Sheriff's Office every single day, asking for updates on the case, trying to get permission to join the search, but eventually investigators told them to stop calling. They said, "We'll contact you when we know something." But then finally, almost a month later, on May 1st, 2004, the family was given the green light to go ahead and search the property for themselves. At this point, Zoe, of course, had been missing for almost a month, and they didn't have a lot of hope for finding anything. They were just more focused on finding any possible evidence, anything that may belong to Zoe or could give them a little bit more information. They weren't really suspecting to find him, of course. But they rounded up friends and a few community volunteers and headed out to the property to look. There was more than 50 of them that actually gathered at the property. They put on orange vests and started to scour every area of the property and the creek behind it. There was one group that was led by a volunteer named Karen Turner. Karen decided to search an area around a shed. And as her group walked towards this shed that they were gonna go check out, they're clearing a bunch of thick brush around the creek. And when they reached the edge of the ravine, she looked out over the water and suddenly saw Alonzo. He was just lying there. It almost looked like he was still alive. She knew he wasn't, but he was just lying there so peacefully, almost as if he had like fallen asleep in the creek. They were totally shocked that they actually found him on the property, that he hadn't been found yet. So she used the radio to alert Zoe's uncle Edward, then told Billy that they had found his little baby brother's body, and he ran over to the spot that he was. And when he got there, he said it just took everything in him not to run over and grab him, but they knew they had to leave everything untouched. And of course, as soon as they found Alonzo, they knew that something horrible had happened, that there had been foul play involved. And they knew that there was just no way that the search and rescue team and the cadaver dogs, the helicopters, all of that missed him right on the property. It didn't make any sense. So they believe that someone got word that they were going to be finally able to search the area, and they moved his body there for them to find. As soon as they found his body and reported it, a bunch of law enforcement came to the scene. Alonzo's body was then taken to Shawnee County, where seasoned pathologist Dr. Eric Mitchell performed an autopsy. And he said that he found no trace of acute penetration, no bone fractures, gunshot wounds, no evidence of stabbing, drowning, or strangulation. Although he said that there really was no way to determine if he was strangled because all of the soft tissue around his neck had been decomposed, and a lot of it had been eaten by bugs and animals in the ravine. There was no water in his lungs, but that doesn't necessarily mean he couldn't have died from drowning. There were also no marks that could be seen on his bones, but
I remember I grabbed a knife. I do remember that portion, taking a knife from Charlie.
Welcome to Thriller Vault. Tonight I have the story of O.J. Simpson and the murders of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. This is a story you've likely heard, but you might not have heard this story from O.J.'s perspective. After O.J. was acquitted in 1995, the families of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson filed a civil lawsuit against him. In February of 1997, a civil jury unanimously found Simpson liable for the wrongful death and battery against Goldman and battery against Brown. O.J. Simpson was ordered to pay $33.5 million in damages. O.J.'s net worth at the time was $11 million. He paid the Goldman family $500,000 from the auction of his Heisman Trophy and other valuables, but O.J. moved to Florida and started a business in the name of his kids to avoid paying the settlement. In 2006, 12 years after Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman were stabbed to death, O.J. Simpson wrote a book with the help of a ghostwriter. The publisher only agreed to produce the book because they believed the book would contain an admission of guilt for Nicole and Ron's murders. O.J. Simpson refused to directly admit that he committed the murders, but he did talk about the murders in hypothetical terms. The publisher and many others felt that this was a confession. Goldman family initially found out about O.J.'s impending book. They sought to block the publication, not wanting O.J. to profit from the pain he had caused. But they eventually changed their tune, believing that the book was a confession that should be published. So they fought in court to take possession of the book as partial payment for the tens of millions of dollars that O.J. still owed them. The Goldman family was eventually awarded the book. The title, If I Did It, remained, but the cover was cleverly constructed, the "if" in the title barely visible. The story of O.J. Simpson's perspective is primarily derived from If I Did It. Quick disclaimer, I've edited, paraphrased, and made this into a story. Some minor details may be speculation and or fiction, but the main details are true according to O.J. Simpson's own words as told to the ghostwriter. Here is the confession. My name's Orenthal James Simpson. Most people know me as O.J. Chances are you think you know me. I'm the most infamous suspected murderer in the history of the world. But you don't know me, and you don't know what happened. I know what happened in 1994 when my ex-wife Nicole and her friend Ron Goldman were killed. I know all the players, all the details, and we're going to get to that. But I'm not just this infamous person. Before all this mess, I was a pretty damn good football player and a very successful guy. I won the Heisman Trophy at USC, an award given to the best college football player. In the NFL, I won the AFC MVP 3 times. I was a 5-time All-Pro. To this day, I'm the only player ever to run for 2,000 yards in a 14-game schedule. I was so good that I became a college and an NFL Hall of Famer. After I retired from football, I became a football analyst for NBC. I did some acting and I was in some commercials. You might remember my Hertz ads with me running through the airport, jumping over luggage, late for a flight. But I assume you're not here for all that. You want to know about me and Nicole. Someone told me once that all stories are love stories, and this story ain't no different. It's a love story, all right, one with a tragic ending. In the summer of 1977, I was married to my first wife, Marguerite. We were coming up on our 10th wedding anniversary, but our marriage wasn't doing too well. We had separated at one point, but we were trying to make it work for our 2 kids. Then, in the middle of dinner, Marguerite tells me it's not working. But that wasn't all. She was 5 months pregnant, too. I knew our marriage was on the rocks, but I was shocked. Our youngest child would be born into a broken home. The next day, I told Marguerite I was going to the mountains to think things through. On my way out of town, I ran into a friend, and we had breakfast at the Daisy. Our waitress was gorgeous, blonde, slim, with a smile that could bring a man to That was how I met my future wife, Nicole Brown. At the time, she was only a month past her 18th birthday. I was 30, with 2 kids, a wife, and another on the way. I didn't think I was going to do anything with Nicole. I went to the mountains, and I thought about my failing marriage. But I kept thinking about Nicole. I couldn't get her out of my mind. When I got back from the mountains, I wasn't any clearer on my marriage, other than I knew it wasn't going to work. I went back to the Daisy, and I was honest with Nicole. I told her I was married, but my marriage was ending. We went to a party that night, and after that, I was hooked. For the next month, I spent every single day with Nicole. I ended up getting a room at the Marquis. I was living two lives. I was the estranged husband and father of 3 kids, and I was seeing Nicole at the hotel or her apartment. I eventually moved out of the hotel and into my friend Robert Kardashian's house in the Hollywood Hills. I asked Nicole to move in with me. I eventually introduced Nicole to my kids, and they really liked her. 1979 was a tumultuous year for me. My 1-year-old baby girl, Erin, fell into the pool and drowned. Also, my divorce with Marguerite was finalized, and she moved out of my Rockingham house. I was going to put the place on the market, but Nicole loved it and wanted to redecorate. We were in love. We were happy. Mostly. But Nicole was getting antsy. She wanted to get married. She was constantly on my case saying stuff like, "Don't you love me? Don't we have a future together? When are we going to have children?" These comments often led to arguments, and Nicole had a serious temper. I would just leave when she got crazy and come back after she cooled off. We finally got engaged in 1983, but that didn't stop the pressure. She wanted a marriage date, and she wanted kids. I loved Nicole, I really did, but she could be a real pain in the ass. In 1984, we were having another argument. I went outside to get away from her craziness. We had a tetherball hanging from one of the trees. There was a baseball bat nearby, and I started hitting the ball with the bat, just releasing a little steam, you know. Nicole comes outside, and she's glaring at me, and I glared right back at her. Then I flipped the bat into the air, and when it fell, it hit the rim of her Mercedes. Technically, it was my Mercedes that I bought for her. She said, "You gonna pay for that?" I said, "Yeah." Then I grabbed the bat and smacked the hood and said, "I guess I'll have to pay for that too, since it's my car, and I pay for everything around here." Despite our heated arguments, we loved each other, and we got married in February of 1985 at our Rockingham house. We had a band and a big tent over the tennis court and 300 friends. Everyone had such a great time that most of our guests stayed until sunrise. A few days later, we went to Mexico for our honeymoon. We made love 3 times a day. That was what we were there for, right? 6 weeks after we got back, Nicole found out she was pregnant. She was beyond happy. She was glowing. Sydney Brooks Simpson was born on October 17th. Nicole was a great mother. She doted on Sydney, too much if you ask me. I couldn't even get Nicole to leave the house. She was so damn protective of Sydney. A few years later, in August of 1988, our son, Justin Ryan, was born. I looked at my second family, and I felt complete. We had a mostly storybook marriage. We had our share of arguments, though. After Justin was born, Nicole started getting physical with me, coming at trial in 1994. The prosecution said they'd found handwritten notes from Nicole in a safe deposit box, alleging abuse by me. The notes were ugly, and they were bullshit. They said that I was notes, but there were a bunch of notes. It was all bullshit, though. We had a volatile relationship, but I only got physical with her one time, and that was New Year's Eve, 1989. We were at a party, hanging out with Marcus Allen, my old football buddy, and his girlfriend, Catherine. Marcus had bought his Eve gift, some diamond earrings. Well, Nicole got jealous because when we got home, she wanted to know where her diamond earrings were. I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Nicole said, "Catherine told me you bought earrings just like the ones Catherine was wearing. Where are they? If you didn't get them for me, who'd you get them for?" I said, "You're crazy. I didn't get nobody no damn earrings." Nicole tried to hit me. But that was only because she went to get the key. Then she attacked me, fists and feet like usual. So I grabbed her and threw her out again. But I kept the key this time. I went to bed. I was dozing when someone knocked on my door. It was the housekeeper, Michelle. She told me through the door that the police were there. I thought, the police? What the hell? I went outside, and Nicole was sitting in the back of the squad car. You've probably seen the pictures of her. But it was 3 in the morning. She had been drinking and crying, under fluorescent light with no makeup. How do you think she's going to look? At the hospital, doctors noted that she had bruises on her face and arms. I put the bruises on her arms when I grabbed her, but I didn't punch her in the face. She might have done that to herself when she was wrestling with me. Nicole came home that morning and said, "Leave me alone, I'm sick of this." I was sick of it too. We tiptoed around each other for a few days, but I figured it would eventually blow over. A detective came by and asked me some follow-up questions. After that, I figured it was over. Then, a month later, I see the whole ugly incident on the Herald Examiner. I was shocked. Nicole was too. They used Nicole's testimony and those photographs they took at the hospital to charge me with domestic abuse. I was convicted of spousal abuse, put on probation, given a fine, and community service. I was a convicted wife beater. Can you believe that? I did drag Nicole from our bedroom, but I didn't beat her. For the next few days, I thought everything was fine, but I was oblivious. Maybe I was working too much. In January of 1992, Nicole told me that she wanted to separate. I thought she was having an affair, but she denied it. She didn't want to get the lawyers involved. She just wanted to take a break for a month. She suggested I move out of the Rockingham house. She talked about how she'd been with me her whole adult life and that she felt like she was living under my shadow. She said she needed to find herself or some shit. It. Nicole asked a guy she had met skiing in Aspen to live rent-free in the guest house. That was Cato Kalin. Despite our separation, we ended up in bed on occasion. Nicole usually cried afterward. It was really weird. Nicole was going out on dates with guys and she'd be calling me for advice. She was insecure, worried about whether or not she was beautiful or if some guy was going to love her for her. And here I was trying to reassure her. But she's my wife, you know? It was bizarre. To be honest, Nicole sounded like a teenager. And maybe in she was a teenager. After all, we'd been together since she was 18, so she didn't have much time to date. One night, in May of 1992, I was out with and I saw Nicole and some of her friends. One of Nicole's friends made a joke saying to me, "Hey OJ, are you stalking your estranged wife?" I smiled and said, "Yeah, me and my whole posse." We went our separate ways for the evening. When I was out with the guys, I couldn't stop thinking about Nicole. So at the end of the night, I went by her house. I parked on the street and walked up to the house. The lights were on. I looked in the window and I saw Nicole on the couch with her supposed friend, Keith. They were going at it pretty hot and heavy. I banged on the front door hard to let them know that they'd been seen. I went home alone, but I was pissed. to Nicole about it. I said, "It's your business what you do, but the kids were in the house. It's not cool if they would have walked in on that shit." She was apologetic, making excuses about drinking too much and telling me that Keith was just a friend and it wasn't supposed to happen. I was still pissed. Shit like that doesn't just happen. I hadn't had sex in months, and Nicole was running around town dating different men. Made me sick. A few weeks later, Nicole went to Cabo San Lucas. When she got back, she told me, "I met someone, a guy I'm pretty crazy about." I told her that we should let the lawyers handle the divorce, and we should do it quickly and amicably. At first, I felt sad. I really thought we were going to patch things up. But then I felt relieved. I didn't have to try to be the good, estranged husband. I could move on. The next night, I was at an LA club, and I saw a Hawaiian Tropic model I knew. She had heard about my separation from Nicole, and she was real sorry about that. Not so sorry, though, because we went out to dinner. Then she came over to the house. I thought, OJ is coming out tonight. But it wasn't the Hawaiian Tropic model who I really liked. It was another model I met through my friend Marcus Allen. Her name was Paula Barbieri. She was fun and beautiful and easy to be with. She wasn't so combative like Nicole. During this time, Nicole was calling me constantly. It was obsessive. She would start with something about the kids, but really, she wanted to talk about her personal problems. I would take her calls and try to help her, but she really wasn't my responsibility anymore. On one of these phone calls, she told me that she was pregnant. I asked if the father was Hobo. She said it was another guy. Then she told me she was going to get an abortion. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? I guess she did because there wasn't a baby. In October of 1992, our divorce was final. Only months after our divorce, Nicole was hinting around about getting back together, but I wasn't interested. Nicole started sending cakes and cookies with the kids, and they'd say, "Mom made these for you." One time, the kids showed up with a CD for me filled with love songs. Finally, she tried a grand gesture with a package for me with our wedding tape inside and a letter. In the letter, she took responsibility for all her craziness. She ended the letter with this: "OJ, you'll be my one and only true love. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you, and I'm sorry we let it die. Please let us be a family again, and let me love you better than I ever have before. I love you forever and always." I tried to avoid Nicole because I didn't want to get back together. I was happy with Paula. One of my friends had died, and I ran into Nicole at the funeral home. We ended up going to a restaurant in Santa Monica. Nicole started talking about my friend Marcus Allen and his fiancée, Catherine. They had asked me to host their upcoming wedding at my Rockingham house, and I had agreed. I talked about how nice Catherine was and how she reminded me of Nicole. Then, Nicole started crying for no reason. I said, "What's wrong? I wasn't trying to upset you." She said, "That's not it." "Then what?" I asked. "Marcus is not your friend," she replied. Then she told me about how she'd slept with my friend right before his marriage at my house. What the hell was I supposed to do with that? Well, Nicole was asking me what to do about it. I told her to tell Marcus if he doesn't leave her alone, she'll tell Catherine. I figured that would cool him off real quick. What a mess. And I couldn't cancel the wedding at my house. It was too late for that. I figured Nicole and Marcus were technically single at the time, so it's... Nicole was a mess after telling me. She wanted to come home with me and to be with the kids. We fell asleep with the kids in between us. Then the next thing I knew, Nicole was pulling my arm and leading me to my bedroom, and before I knew it, we were making love. It was all so confusing. I cheated on my girlfriend with my ex-wife, and I felt terrible about it. I didn't tell Paula, and I didn't have any intention of getting back together with Nicole. But Nicole started stalking me. House late at night, she would drive by the house late at night, and if Paula's truck, before I knew it, we were sleeping together 2 or 3 times a week. Nicole wanted to get back together, but I didn't want that. Like I said, it was all so confusing. Nicole was in therapy, and she told me that her therapist thought she had an anger problem, and that she tried to create drama because it made her feel alive. Of course, I already knew that about Nicole. She was always fighting with someone, a bouncer at a club, a friend, some jerk at the gym. I was glad she was getting help for her issues. I went to Cabo twice with Nicole behind Paula's back. We spent time with the kids as a family. Things were going really well with Nicole. I was falling in love with her all over again. I finally agreed to give it another try, but I didn't want her moving back into my house with the kids in case it didn't work out. I didn't want the kids to have their lives disrupted again. So we agreed to be together for a year. Then, if it worked after a year, we'd remarry and we'd move back in together. I told Paula that I was going back to Nicole. Paula was disappointed. She said, "Don't expect me to wait for you." There were problems with Nicole right away. We started bickering like old times. Nicole was spending a lot of time with her so-called friends. I have to be honest, I didn't like them. They were a bunch of losers and druggies into all sorts of shady stuff. One of Nicole's friends was Brett Cantor, a waiter in Brentwood. He was knifed to death that summer of 1993. The police never solved that case, but I heard rumors that Brett's killing was drug-related. I didn't like Nicole being around these losers, and I certainly didn't want my kids around them. But Nicole continued to see him, despite my complaints. I was happy to be working on the Naked Gun sequel, as it got me away from Nicole and her craziness. While on set, I ran into a girl who was a stand-in for Anna Nicole Smith. She told me about some wild parties she'd been to recently, and she had seen Nicole and her friends there often. This woman described Nicole's friends as a pretty rough crowd. This woman was actually a part-time hooker. She worked with the Hollywood madam, Heidi Fleiss, and this hooker was telling me that my wife was running around with a rough crowd. I was pissed. Nicole and I had a big fight about it, but Nicole kept saying they were her friends and they were nice people. I said, nice people don't go around getting themselves knifed to death. Nice people don't do hard drugs. Nice people don't turn into whores. The fight escalated, and Nicole ended up locking herself in the bathroom and calling the police. I had every right to be pissed. Nicole had drug addicts and hookers hanging around my kids. I didn't touch Nicole, so thankfully they didn't arrest me. The next day, I was back on set for The Naked Gun, and Nicole called me to see how I was doing. She acted like nothing happened, like she hadn't called the police on me for no damn reason the night before. Nicole continued to hang out with her druggy friends. Some of her close friends wanted me to intervene. Nicole started to look like she was doing drugs too, all sickly and shit. I tried to intervene, but what could I do? Nicole wouldn't listen to me. She denied doing drugs, but I think she was lying. Nicole wasn't just arguing with me either. She was constantly picking on my housekeeper, Michelle. Michelle was a lovely woman, never did nothing to nobody. But Nicole didn't like her for some reason. Nicole was constantly telling me to fire Michelle, but I wasn't going to do that. Who I hire and fire is my business. Then, in March of 1994, it got so bad between Nicole and Michelle that Nicole hit the poor woman. Can you believe that? Nicole actually hit Michelle. I had to beg Michelle not to call the cops. Michelle ended up quitting. I felt so bad I gave her severance for as long as she needed. At this time, I was filming a television pilot called Frogmen. I was playing a former Navy SEAL. For the role, the studio hired experts to teach us combat techniques, including knife fighting. After Nicole and Ron were murdered, people made a big deal about this, but I'm an actor. It was just a part. When Mother's Day of 1994 rolled around, our year-long trial was finally up, and I was done with Nicole. I was ready for it to be over, for good. I told Nicole it was over. She was sad. She said she should have worked on herself a little more before asking me to try again. We made love after we broke up, knowing it would be the last time. I ended up getting back together with Paula. I was happy that she took me back after everything I put her through. 2 weeks before Nicole's death, her best friend Cora contacted me wanting to talk. Cora lived nearby, so she came over. Cora begged me to do something about Nicole. She said, "You've got to get her away from these people." I told Cora, I tried, but Nicole doesn't listen to me. Then Cora said something that I still think about to this day. She said, "Nicole just refuses to accept that she's in serious trouble, and in my heart, I know something bad is going to happen." I told Cora to talk to Nicole's mother, because Nicole wasn't my problem anymore. After the murders, I felt bad for not trying to help. June 12th, 1994 was the night it happened. Earlier in the day, My daughter Sydney had a dance recital at her school. When I got to the recital, I saw Nicole and her parents and her sister. Nicole wore a very short skirt that looked inappropriate for even a teenager. She looked ridiculous. At the intermission, I saw Cora's husband, Ronald Fishman. He filled me in on what Nicole and her girlfriends had been doing. Apparently, they were out of control with the drugs and the partying. Ronald and Cora had split over it. In reference to Cora and Nicole, Ronald said, "I'm sure we don't know the half of it." We don't know the half of it. That stuck with me. That really bothered me. After Sydney's recital, the Brown family went out to dinner. I told them I wasn't going to dinner and that I needed to stay away from Nicole because we weren't getting along. During the trial, the prosecution acted like I was angry that I wasn't invited to dinner. But I didn't want to go, and if I wanted to go, I could have. When I got home, I saw Cato Kalin. He had moved into my guest house when Nicole moved to her condo and didn't have room for him. We talked for a few minutes. Cato showed me a girl in his Playboy magazine, said he knew her and could hook me up if I wanted. I wasn't interested, but she kind of looked like this Raiders cheerleader I used to know. This cheerleader and got her machine. I said, "Hey, it's me, OJ. I wanted to see how you were doing and to tell you that I'm a free man, a totally free man." Technically, I wasn't a free man. I was still seeing Paula, but she was pissed at me because I didn't want her at Sydney's recital. I was trying to be respectful to the Browns. Then I got hungry and went to McDonald's with Cato. As I was eating, I didn't talk much. I thought about Nicole and how she'd been treating me. The last few times I called Nicole to spend time with my kids, she made it difficult for me. There was always some excuse why I couldn't see my kids. They were tired, they just ate. I didn't understand it. It was like she didn't want me to see my own kids. Nicole wasn't the same person I fell in love with. She was a complete stranger to me. When I got back from McDonald's, I started packing. I had a late flight that night to Chicago for a meeting with the Hertz people. After packing, I chipped a few golf balls into my neighbor's yard. Usually golf calms me, but I couldn't stop thinking about Nicole. I thought, that woman is going to be the death of me. It was about 9:30 then. I found out later that the Browns ate at Mezzaluna, an Italian restaurant in Brentwood. Nicole's mother had left her glasses at the restaurant. Nicole called the restaurant and they said that Ron Goldman, a waiter, would drop them off at Nicole's house after his shift. I tried calling Paula on my cell, but she wasn't picking up. She was still pissed about not being invited to the recital. I was trying to do the right thing, but it doesn't pay to do the right thing if you're doing it for people who don't give a shit about you. All of a sudden, I felt exhausted. I was getting old. I could barely walk with my aching knees. I had arthritis in my hands, too. I sat on a low wall near my front door. I was feeling whipped by life. I used to be somebody, but now I was tired. Nicole beating me down. I was so damn tired. I thought about the time I caught Nicole going at it on the couch with her friend Keith, with my kids in the house. It made my stomach turn. I heard Ronald Fishman's words. We don't know the half of it. Nicole was on her way to hell, and she was taking me and the kids with her. I checked my watch. It was 10:03. I needed to take a shower and get ready to catch my flight. From this point forward, this is all hypothetical.
I hate to say this, but this is hypothetical. I'm sorry.
Then a car I didn't know slowed by my gate. The driver walked up to my gate and waved. It was Charlie, a guy I met a few weeks ago. I won't give you his real name.
Charlie.
I liked Charlie. He was always happy. I told him to stop by if he was ever in my neighborhood. I figured that's what he was doing. But it wasn't a happy visit. Charlie told me about what he heard about Nicole and her friend, and what they had done in Cabo a few months back. He said there was a lot of drugs and a lot of drinking, and apparently things got pretty kinky. I was so sick of hearing this shit. I told Charlie to come with me. Charlie asked, Where are we going? I said, we're going to scare the shit out that girl. Charlie tried to talk me out of it, but I was in a frenzy. I shouldn't have told you, Charlie said. No, you did the right thing. This shit's been eating away at me forever, and it's got to stop.
And I remember thinking, well, whatever's going over there's got to stop.
We went to Nicole's condo. I parked in an alley behind her house, but I parked down a ways, so I wasn't right behind her condo. I remember it was so quiet. Charlie wanted to leave. He asked, "What if she's with someone?" "She better not be," I said. "Not with my kids in the house." I reached into the back of my Ford Bronco for the wool cap and gloves that I used for the golf course when it was cool in the morning.
In the hypothetical, I put on cap and gloves.
Charlie was alarmed, telling me that I looked like a burglar. I grabbed my knife from under the seat and said, "Good." Charlie took the knife from me and said, "Go talk to your girl if you have to, but you're not taking that knife with you." Nicole's back gate was supposed to be locked, but the lock was broken. I entered the backyard and slipped into the skinny courtyard and crept toward the front. Flickering lights and soft music came from Nicole's condo. She was expecting one of her boyfriends. Nicole and some guy were going to get all nasty while my kids were upstairs asleep. I was furious at this point. That's when the back gate squeaked. I turned around and saw a guy walking in the yard like he owned the effing place. I didn't recognize him, but he was a good-looking guy with dark hair.
A guy that I really didn't recognize. I may have seen him around, but I really didn't recognize him to be anyone.
I didn't know it then, but he was Ron Goldman. When Ron saw me, he froze.
In the mood I was in, I started having words with him.
I said, "Who the hell are you?" He was stuttering and shit, telling me some bullshit about returning a pair of glasses. He told me that he was a waiter and Judy left him at the restaurant. This pissed me off. Judy was Nicole's mother. Why was this guy on a first-name basis with her? Charlie came up behind us, blocking Ron. He was carrying my knife.
I think Charlie had followed this guy in, wanted to make sure it was no problem, and he brought the knife.
Ron and I argued some more. I called him an effing liar. I told him that Nicole had candles burning for him in the house. Ron said that the candles weren't for him. Then Nicole came outside. She was wearing a slinky little black dress, probably nothing on underneath. Nicole was like, "OJ, what the hell is going on?" "That's what I want to know," I replied. Then Nicole's dog came outside, wagging his tail at Ron. I started interrogating Ron again, accusing him of dealing drugs to Nicole. He denied everything, and Nicole got pissed. She attacked me, arms and legs flailing. I avoided her, and she slipped and hit her head on the ground. She was laying there, not moving.
I just remember Nicole fell and hurt herself.
Charlie was freaked out. He was like, "Let's get the hell out of here." I glared at Ron, and he got into his little karate stance. I was like, "You think you can take me with your karate shit?"
This guy kind of got into a karate thing, and I said, "Well, you think you can kick my ass?"
He was circling me, bobbing and weaving. If I wasn't so pissed, I would have laughed in his face. Charlie was trying to get me to leave. I noticed the knife in Charlie's hand, and in one quick move, I took it.
And I remember I grabbed the knife. I do remember that portion, taking the knife from Charlie.
I looked at Ron and said, "You think you're tough, mother effer?" Then something went terribly wrong. I know what happened, but I can't tell you how.
And to be honest, after that, I don't remember, except I'm standing there and there's all kind of stuff around, and
I was standing in Nicole's yard, listening to my own heartbeat pounding. My shirt was wet. I looked down. I was covered in blood. Nicole was on the ground in front of me in the fetal position. Ron was slumped against the fence. They were both lying in massive pools of blood. I've never seen so much blood. I wondered what the hell happened. Then I noticed the blood-soaked knife in my hand. My right hand, wrist, and halfway up my forearm was covered in blood. Charlie said, "Jesus Christ, OJ, what have you done?" I didn't know what he was talking about. I hadn't done anything. We got the hell out of there, though.
I hate to say this, but this is I'm sorry. I know we got to back up again. It's okay.
According to the LA coroner, Ron Goldman was stabbed multiple times with injuries to his neck, face, ears, chest, thighs, hands, forearm, and abdominal area. Ron Goldman had fatal wounds to a major neck vein, his lung, and severe abdominal bleeding. Goldman had dozens of defensive wounds, suggesting he fought very hard for his life. From what I could find, Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown were platonic friends who had only known each other for 6 weeks. Nicole Brown was stabbed 7 times in the scalp and neck. Defensive wounds on her hands suggested that she fought for her life. She suffered a gruesome gash across her throat, almost 6 inches long. The cut severed the carotid arteries on both sides of her neck, as well as her jugular veins. It was so deep that the knife nicked one of her vertebrae. During the trial, the medical examiner testified that Nicole's face was smashed into a wall. She was face down on the ground when her killer likely delivered the fatal neck wound by grabbing her hair and slicing her neck. Nicole Brown likely died minutes afterward, going into rapid shock. Detective Tom Lang testified that Nicole Brown was likely killed before Ron Goldman, citing the lack of blood on the bottoms of her feet. O.J. Simpson's trial was a media and cultural lightning rod, heavily divided by race. In a 1994 poll, 22% of black respondents believed O.J. was guilty, while 63% of white respondents believed he was guilty. O.J.'s reputation has deteriorated over the years. A 2016 poll showed that 57% of black respondents and 83% of white respondents believed O.J. was guilty. Many Americans watched O.J.'s verdict in real time. Footage showed the dramatic disparity in the reactions between white viewers and black viewers, perfectly illustrating the deep racial divisions in America. Despite overwhelming DNA evidence, O.J. was acquitted. Why? In 1995, DNA evidence was a brand new science. It's possible that the jury didn't fully understand the importance and infallibility of DNA. If O.J. Simpson were tried today, the DNA evidence against him would be more than sufficient to merit a conviction. The blood found near Nicole and Ron's bodies was likely to be O.J. Simpson's blood. There is a 1 in 170 million chance that that blood was someone else's. Nicole's blood was likely found on O.J.'s sock. There is a 1 in 21 billion chance that it was someone else's blood. The blood found inside O.J.'s Ford Bronco was similarly matched to Nicole and Ron Goldman. There was never any evidence to support the existence of an accomplice.
Charlie.
The DNA evidence being too new might not have had anything to do with O.J.'s acquittal. A former juror on the O.J. trial had this to say 26 years after that not guilty verdict.
Do you think that they're members of the jury that voted to acquit O.J. because of Rodney King?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
How many of you think felt that way?
Oh, probably 90% of them.
O.J. Simpson died on April 10th, 2024, of cancer, at the ripe old age of 76. Ron Goldman was only 25, and Nicole Brown was only 35 when they were murdered. In the wake of O.J.'s death, David Zucker, who directed O.J. and the Naked Gun, wrote, "His acting was a lot like his murdering. He got away with it, but no one believed him." If O.J. was still with us, I think this is what he'd say about the murders.
Did not do it. No, I didn't. Nope, did not do it.
Thank you so much for watching and listening to Thriller Vault. If you enjoyed this story, please be sure to like, share, and subscribe. I hope to see you all next week for another thriller story.
You park in the alley, and you put on a wool cap and gloves.
In the hypothetical, I put on a cap and gloves.
Right. And you reached under the seat for
a knife.
20 years ago next week, it became a searing American flashpoint. The verdict in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. That courtroom saga was broadcast all day, every day to an audience of millions. But you never heard Simpson speak. He never testified. Tonight, you will see O.J. Simpson in an entirely different way. You will see him forced to answer questions about what happened the night his ex-wife and her friend were killed from VHS tapes waiting in that underground garage. You'll hear from everyone, from Kris Jenner to O.J.'s friends, and from those who swore to bring him to some kind of justice. Will what you hear tonight change the way you look at O.J. Simpson? Take a look and see.
Attention all units and stations. Attempt to locate 187 suspect.
June 17th, 1994.
Plate 3 Delta Hotel. Subject's last name is Simpson.
It's 7 p.m. on Friday night.
At this moment, a car chase is going on.
We now go to a special report.
I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters. Let's immediately go to a picture in Los Angeles. We're interrupting 2020.
And every single television network
we are looking at pictures of Al Cowling's cars
is fixated on a single image.
Down there on the ground is a white Ford Bronco.
Dozens of police cars are in pursuit.
In the number 3 lane at approximately 30 miles an hour.
An armada of news choppers broadcasting live to 95 million people.
There are about 15 California Highway Patrol cars.
In the backseat is O.J. Simpson, beloved sports hero and movie star, with a loaded gun pointed at his own head.
It was mesmerizing.
The people are stopped alongside the road.
You could not stop watching. O.J. Simpson is in a Bronco.
Driving slowly.
Driving slowly with people on the sides of the road.
Waving and calling out his name.
It was crazy.
His friend, A.C. Cowlings, is behind the wheel.
This is A.C. I have O.J. in the car. He's still alive, but he's got a gun to his head.
After a 2-hour chase, the Bronco pulls into Simpson's Brentwood mansion.
Here he is now. Here's the car pulling into the driveway.
Simpson is arrested. Was nearly decapitated outside her condominium. It was news that spawned a media frenzy.
The body of 34-year-old Nicole Brown Simpson, ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, was found after midnight.
Tanya Brown is Nicole's youngest sister.
All I remember is turning on the news that morning, and there was a white sheet over Nicole. I remember as my mom saying, "That's my kid."
I remember just kind of falling to the floor. I don't know if I screamed out loud. I felt like I was screaming. It just, everything started to spiral.
Kim Goldman's brother Ron had been stabbed more than 20 times. His father, Fred Goldman.
It was devastating. He was always a good kid. He was fun. He had a good sense of humor, always laughing.
He had a good heart.
He had a good heart.
O.J. Simpson was the prime suspect from
moment one
in this case.
As police gather evidence, things are looking bad for O.J. Simpson, and he knows it. He seeks refuge at his friend lawyer Robert Kardashian's house. Kardashian later told author and filmmaker Lawrence Schiller what happened in the hours before that infamous Bronco chase.
He was sitting there with a gun and his pictures of his kids and of Nicole. And then O.J. said, "I'm gonna kill myself in this room." And I said, "You can't." I said, "This is my daughter's bedroom."
He first wanted to kill himself in Kim Kardashian's bedroom.
Right, Kimmy's bedroom, yeah.
And Robert said, you can't kill yourself here. My little girl Kim sleeps here.
Yeah. I can't have my little girl in this bedroom, and every time I come in here, I'm gonna see your body.
Simpson would later explain in his deposition why he then left in the white Bronco.
You left the Kardashian Bronco, driving residence in Mr. Cowling's, and did you tell anyone that you were going?
No.
Why did you leave?
Because I wanted to go to Nicole's grave.
He says he wanted to kill himself at her final resting place. It is an image of Simpson that for the public that revered him seemed unfathomable. He was an American icon, his story the American dream. He grew up in the projects of San Francisco and became a record-setting NFL running back and Hall of Famer. And then a lovable hit on the silver screen. With his looks and his charm,
here's a few tips on how to get out of an airport fast.
He became a master pitchman.
Go, dude! Go!
He had endorsements, and he was very well loved by everyone who he ran into.
Kris Jenner is a ubiquitous television personality today, but in 1994, she is the ex-wife of Robert Kardashian and the mother of 4 young Kardashians who will eventually achieve their own modest measure of fame. She and Robert were close friends with O.J. Simpson.
O.J. was one of the groomsmen at my wedding.
Kris helped O.J. call the beautiful blonde waitress named Nicole Brown that he had met at a Beverly Hills restaurant.
Nicole was how old at the time?
18.
And you were how old?
I believe 28, 29 maybe.
29?
Yeah.
Were you married?
Yes.
But 2 years later, he was divorced, and in 1985, he and Nicole were married and had 2 children, Sydney and Justin.
We all bonded. There was great chemistry. It was great friendship, a great life.
Nicole's sister Tanya was just 7 years old when Nicole met O.J.
What were your memories of O.J.? I mean, you called him Uncle O.J.
The O.J. I knew, he was fun, laid back, kind, sweet. I never heard them fight.
But there were secrets behind the red carpet smiles. By 1992, they are divorced. And by 1995, the O.J. known for his charm was in a courtroom charged with murder.
There's Nicole, and there's Goldman.
The scene outside the courtroom got crazy. Every day,
Look, here it is.
there were people hawking items to buy. There were baseball caps with the names of all the lawyers on them.
Seriously?
There was a Judge Ito Jello mold.
A Judge Ito Jello mold?
And there was screaming and yelling and...
O.J. did it!
Inside the courtroom, prosecutors try to prove that O.J. Simpson was a serial abuser, violently beating Nicole during their marriage of 7 years. Their evidence includes these photographs of a bruised and beaten Nicole, and there are the harrowing 911 calls she made asking for help.
911 emergency.
Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please.
Well, okay, what does he look like?
He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here? He's going nuts.
Just stay on the line.
I don't want to stay on the line. He's going to beat the...
Wait a minute, wait.
Her voice pleading for somebody to come to her house, that was so shocking to me because I had never heard that before.
Lost in all the attention paid to the Simpsons' turbulent marriage is the other murder victim.
He was always referred to as the other victim, and that really drove me bananas. And I remember watching the television, always yelling, his name is Ron, he's got a name.
He had a name and a job at the restaurant at which Nicole had dinner with her family the night of the murders. Ron was returning a pair of glasses that had been left behind to Nicole's house. His father believes he arrived just at the time Nicole was under attack.
He could have run
but
away.
He didn't. It wouldn't have been who Ron was. He wouldn't have run away. He would have wanted to help.
The Goldmans are convinced the case against O.J. Simpson is a slam dunk. In addition to the history of domestic abuse, there is an avalanche of forensic evidence connecting Simpson to the crime scene. A suspicious cut on his left hand, his blood, his hair, clothing fibers, and DNA are all at the murder scene, along with a size 12 shoe print, O.J. size. And in his Bronco, blood consistent with Ron and Nicole's blood. And in his bedroom, a pair of socks with Nicole's blood.
And the results of the analysis of that blood confirms Orenthal James Simpson took her very life.
Every piece of evidence pointed to O.J. There was no identifiable other suspects except for O.J.
Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
All right, Graveyard Shift family. We are in the Brentwood area neighborhood in Los Angeles, and we're here on South Bundy Drive, and we're headed to walking towards what was once 875 South Bundy Drive, which is now 879 South Bundy Drive, which is the exact location that Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson were tragically murdered. So as you can see, this is a quiet neighborhood. It's really, really nice. Nice properties. Seems to be a pretty expensive neighborhood. But literally that night that the murders happened, man, I can only imagine how like loud and crazy this block was. But here, let me show you. So these are the properties on South Bundy Drive. These are the neighbors. But this is what's crazy. So I'm gonna show you nowadays photos, or now footage and past photos of the same area so you can see the difference. But this is where it happened at, right here, guys. This is not the exact walkway that it happened. It's been remodeled and moved. The exact walkway was actually to the left of this, where the murders took place. So there's a lot of shrubbery and trees here now, but literally right to the left of this walkway is where the bodies were found. And yeah, I will show you. Let me show you this. So I'm going to show you how it matches up to the pictures. So where she lived back in the day, they changed the entrance to the house. This is the entrance of the house now. So this is the entrance, the current day entrance to the house that Nicole Brown Simpson was living in. But back then in 1994, the entrance was actually right here. Which this isn't the walkway. It was literally to the left of the walkway. So I'm going to show you a picture so you can see the alignment of these two areas. Okay, in this present day video, you can see two distinguishing factors that align with the property now and what it was back in 1994. The sun is bright, so it's kind of hard to see, but I'm going to show you. If you look here, you see this palm tree and this drainage hole right here. These two things are what encompasses both ends of the entrance to Nicole Brown's house where she was murdered. So I'm going to pull up a photo so you can see that literally it is between this tree and this drainage hole right here. Literally, palm tree, drainage hole, and right there is where the murders happened. See if we can get across the street. Cybertruck. So here, literally, you can see drainage hole, tree, and right here is the exact spot where the bodies were found. I get why they changed the whole area up and added trees. Nobody probably wants to live and see that same, spot over and over again. There you have it, Graveyard family. The exact location. A tragedy that's been ringing for 30 years. And people still live there. At least people can't walk through that area anymore. I just want to take you guys to the exact location so you could see where it happened. See how the world just changed to move on. Let me see if I can take you to one more place. Let's go. So according to reports, they say whoever committed that crime came through that gate. And that's how they were able to attack Nicole and Ronald Goldman. So they came through that gate right there, went through the side of the house, and was able to attack them in the front. This is the back of the house. All right, family, we are here on the corner of Gorman and what street is this? San Vicente. And this is the exact location, this building here, where the old Mezzaluna Cafe used to be. And this is the cafe that Ronald Goldman was actually working at, where Nicole Brown left her glasses, or her mother's glasses, and he essentially took them from here, walked to her house to drop them off. And this is the building right here that used to be a restaurant where Nicole Brown Simpson frequented and Ronald Goldman actually worked. Let's look. It's crazy how times change, people change, buildings change. But this once was a restaurant. And Nicole and distance from where the murders happened. And this is where Mr. Goldman was a waiter. Just a piece of history now, turned into the Shade Store. What's going on, Graveyard Shift family? It's your fearless shift leader. And I am here in Lake Forest, California. I'm standing in the shade right now. But we are at the Ascension Cemetery in Lake Forest, California. And I'm here today because I am going to attempt to try to have a conversation with Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Now, I was very, very young when this case first happened. I think she might have passed away maybe in 94. So in 94, I was, 9? So I might have been like in the 4th grade. But I vividly remember walking down the hallway of my private school that I went to in the 4th grade. And when the verdict came out, all the teachers rushed into the hallway and they were just pissed that OJ got off. And it was just really, really interesting to me just to see just the wave. I remember just the wave of just like those that thought OJ did it and those that thought OJ didn't do it. So I think even to this day, everyone has their suspicions and has their theories, including myself. I'm not here today to put forth my opinions on if OJ did or did not do it. I'm here to ask questions and get down to the bottom of it. So I thought, what better way to do so than to literally come out to California and just pay our respect to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Just give her an update on what's been going on and just see if she would be willing to have a conversation with us. And if she chooses to, I am going to ask her who did it. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like this case was just very, very instrumental in the way a lot of things were just handled and changed, I feel like, in the media, in the law arena. Like, I just feel like if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Like, rang bells in courtrooms across like the world. Look at this. I think this is so cool. I think these are 3 little kids, but just the family has their area decorated so nice. I like these. I know I told y'all when it's my time, I want to be put up in a mausoleum. Build me a 5-story mausoleum and don't let nobody in there but me. And maybe Stacy. Well, I'll think about letting Stacy in there. But I kind of like the VIP section of the club, like this. What do y'all think about the VIP section of the club? Get your own little section. Bottle service at night. Hookahs, sparklers. I kind of like the little sections. But over here, if you are trying to come visit Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, she's very, very, easy to find. But all you have to do is come to the mausoleum area, come to the back of the mausoleum, and literally towards the end, directly in front of the second column or pillar right there. And right here you have, always in our hearts, you have Louis H. Brown Jr., you have Juditha Dita Brown, and you have Nicole Brown Simpson, 1959 to 1994. Nicole Brown Simpson. All right, y'all, let's set up the conversation. All right. How you doing, Mr. Lewis, Miss Juditha, Miss Deedle, Miss Deedle? They got Dita in parentheses. I'm assuming that's your nickname. Then you have the wonderful Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. So I know y'all don't know me, but my name is Dalen, and I'm with a group of people called the Graveyard Shift. And what we do is we come to resting communities like this, and we try to speak to those who may not have been spoken to in a very long time. But what we also do is we revisit a lot of cases in the past that have either remained unsolved or just seem a little sketchy. And as you know, you passed away in 1994. Nicole, I was 9 years old when you passed away. I'm 39 right now. So you passed away literally 30 years ago. People are still to this day remembering you, talking about you. The world every year sees pictures of you. Like, you have not been forgotten 30 years later. Now, a lot has transpired in those 30 years. As of recent, your ex-husband, I'm not sure if y'all divorced or not, but OJ passed away. So I have a lot of questions. And I would love if you would take the time to grace us with your presence and, answer some of those questions for us. You can do so by making this machine sound off. I'm going to set it right here on the side of your stone. And, if you feel like communicating, you can just touch anywhere around this antenna and it will go off and I will know that you're here. So we can try. Nicole, if you're here, can you make this machine light up and sound by touching the antenna? I know it can be different or interesting or weird, but it is one way for us to kind of just gauge if there is someone here with us. And it shows that I'm not interfering with anything. So again, if you feel like communicating with us or showing us that you're sitting here, by all means, feel free to just touch anywhere around the antenna. Now, there's another way that we can speak, and that's through this speaker. So I'm going to cut on this program, and I can hear you through here. So if you feel like talking, I can hear you through here. If I miss any of your responses, I'm going to go back and listen. And just know anything that you say will not be missed. It will be heard. So love, love, love. Nicole, I'm going to start this session. I hope that I can get in contact with you. My name is Dalen. Is anyone here with me? Hold on, y'all. Let me cut my... There we go. All right. My bad, Nicole. All right. My name is Dalen. Is there anyone here with me?
Good.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Sure.
I came here to speak to someone specific. Can you tell me who I'm talking to? So I'm close to them. Her. But can she tell me her name? Said, why you just know me? Why? Okay. So by you telling me your name, it lets me know that I am actually, one, communicating with someone, and two, you know who I'm trying to communicate with, and three, it just, gets the conversation going. But I would just like, it just gives me a little bit more confirmation. Yeah, so that's all. But I would just like to hear you say your name if possible. So I always ask a few times. So you can ask me that? Okay. So can you tell me your name, please? I feel like a lot of people start saying their names. Okay. So Nicole, are you here? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You said you would mind? Okay, so Nicole, I can understand maybe being a little nervous or having some apprehension about this, but I do want you to understand that we come in peace, love, and respect. I'm not trying to exploit your situation or your death, but I'm just genuinely curious. Just genuinely curious. Like, I remember when the verdict came out. I remember when it happened. I remember that. Like, I remember everything about that situation. That unfortunate situation. And I feel like everybody has gotten their voice except for you. And of course, Ronald Goldman, who I am going to go speak to after you. I just feel like literally everybody has gotten their word off except for you. So that's why I'm here. And just to be honest, yeah, hopefully it does get a lot of views. Like, like this, it's a website called YouTube, and it's kind of like you can put your own TV shows on there, and you hope people see it. So I want the world to see it. But again, this is just one of those cases that has always, I feel like, meant something to me. And I don't know why. Again, I don't know why I was so drawn to it in the 4th grade, but I just remember, again, everything so vividly. So, Nicole, I would love to hear from you. I would love to communicate with you. But I won't bug you. But I will ask you a couple of questions. So now, Nicole, do you mind talking to me?
Well, people in
Did you say there were two people? It was two people that did what? Did you say killed me? So there were two people that attacked you? Is that what you're saying? No. So are you saying that there were two people killed that night? So you and Ronald? Did you know the person that did it? Hold on 1 second. Make sure the camera's still rolling. So, Miss Nicole, did you know the person that attacked you? I thought I heard something about he lived with me when he was famous. You said short man, kind of built. Was it OJ? Nicole, can I get a very clear answer? Did OJ Simpson kill you? Did you say without a doubt? Okay, sound like I gotta go back and listen. And it sounds like she really doesn't probably want to do this conversation, which is fair. So, does that sound about right, Miss Nicole? Do you want me to leave? Did you say actually yes? Okay. I understand. Okay. Can I ask you two more questions, though? Okay, I'm about to leave, Nicole, because I know you probably don't want to talk about this, and I know you're probably tired of people talking about it. You said you got your result? Okay. Do you not like when people come visit you? Okay. You said film? I got you. Okay, I appreciate you.
Moved in.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So let me tell you what I got from this, y'all. Let me get on up out of here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. All right, Graveyard Shift family. Let me tell you what I got from that. It feels like she feels like she's just been exploited throughout this whole situation, even in her death. And I guess she feels like maybe I'm not genuine because I'm filming the interaction, which is fair. So I'm not just some guy who's just over here trying to find out. I'm some guy who's trying to profit off of her situation, which is fair, which is 100% fair. And I can see that side, for sure. So I respect it. Hey, listen, man, I'm the type of guy, man, hey, listen, I don't lie to myself, and I can accept how others feel about me and what I do. And that's real. That is real. That's real, man. Because think about it. I feel like her whole existence has been monetized for others. All the shows, all the movies, everything has been like overly monetized. And probably her and her people got nothing for it. You know what I'm saying? So even me coming out there posting a video on my YouTube channel, even if it make $20, it's like, that ain't my $20. It's like so I feel her. So it was almost like, look, I'm not going to play these games with you. Here's the answer. That's what you came for. Get up out of here. But there is a pinwheel. There is a pinwheel. So before we get up out of here, y'all already know. My name's Dalen. Can you stop the pinwheel for me? I appreciate you. It seems like I love pinwheels. I feel like every wrestling community should have a pinwheel. Every wrestling community should have its own, not every wrestling community, but every plot should have a pinwheel for communication purposes. I'm not sure we have Mary Jane Bowert. And we have Grammy. We have Suzanne. So we got Susie and Mary Jane. I'm not sure which one I'm speaking to, ladies, but I hope both of you are resting well. Can y'all stop the pinwheel for me? Look at y'all. Ladies, I hope y'all are resting well. I'm with a group of people called the Graveyard Shift, and we just wanted to come show y'all some love. I hope you ladies are resting well. Hope you ladies are resting well. Love. At least I sped up. Thank you, ladies. Booyah. But see, that again, the energy is just different. The same way Miss Nicole maybe didn't want to speak to us for whatever reason. Those two ladies over there seem to be very, very, very happy with our presence. So you never know, but you got to take the good with the bad and take everybody's emotions and make them just as important as the next. Off to the next one. Love, love, love. What's going on, family? I am here in Westlake Village, California, and I am at this resting community. It's called the Pierce Brothers, I think, Memorial Park. Something like that. I'll write the name on the bottom of the screen, y'all. But I am here to see if we can get in contact with Mr. Ronald Goldman. So if you don't know, or if you need me to, jog your memory, Ronald Goldman was the young gentleman who unfortunately lost his life alongside Nicole Brown Simpson that night in 1994. So from my understanding of the story, it seems as if maybe Nicole was eating at a restaurant and apparently either her or her mother left a pair of glasses. And they say Mr. Ronald Goldman, who was working at the restaurant, grabbed the glasses and took the walk to Nicole's house to drop them back off. And that's where he and her were met by whoever it was that took their lives that night. So to this day, again, OJ was arrested for it, but he was acquitted from it or found not guilty. And no one else has been found guilty of that crime since. So depending on where I place this video, I either have already talked to Nicole or I'm about to go talk to Nicole. So, yeah. I'm curious to see Mr. Goldman. I'm probably going to put this after I talk to Nicole, to be honest. Okay, y'all. So I've already talked to Nicole, and we saw how that session went. It seemed as though she really didn't want to talk about the situation too much, but for her own personal reasons, which is rightfully so. We didn't push it. We didn't push the envelope. We asked a few times, and we got up out of there. But now it's time for us to do the same thing with Mr. Goldman. Maybe the energy will be a little bit different. Maybe he will expound on what happened more. Maybe he'll be more open to talk to us. So I'm just going to try. And yeah, so we're here to pay our respect to Mr. Ronald Goldman and to have a conversation with him. So if you're trying to get to Ronald's grave, when you first pull into the cemetery, you literally drive in. And once you cross this first intersection, you can just pull over and park. Because he's right here in the first section to the left. The marker can be this big old tree. Yeah, I know I don't know trees, types of trees. But literally he's right up here. It's a beautiful day in California. Someone's over there having a service now. Y'all, life just keeps going, man. Every day people are born and every day people pass away. It's just like one big cycle. Y'all know we gotta stop and holler at anybody that got a picture on their grave. Look at Carol. Hey, girl. Oh, your birthday 3 days after mine. What up, Carol? I hope you're resting well, love. Blessings to you. Love, love, love. But here we are, right here, resting. It's Mr. Ronald Lyle Goldman, July 2nd, 1968 to June 12th, 1994. Let me see if I can clean this a little bit. Let's just make sure we can get Ronald cleaned up over here, man. There you go, Big Ron. There you go, brother. Oh, man, somebody broke your little heart, man. There you go. There you go. There you go, brother. Brother Ronald. It sound like we play at the same fraternity. Big Brother Ronald. There we go. All right, Ronald. Ron, man, my name is Dalen. And what I do is come to resting communities like this, and I try my best to speak to those who may not have been spoken to in a very long time. I'm here today, man, just to try to communicate with you. I would love to talk to you. I would love to hear from you. I'm just gonna be completely honest so you're not caught off guard. I am gonna ask some pretty tough questions about what happened the night of June the 12th, but it's not for anything other than knowing just your truth. I would love to communicate with you, Ron, and yeah, I'm about to set up, so let's get to it. Yo, it feels good out here today. All right, Ronald. And what it can do is it can sound and light up if you touch it. And what that does for me, it just lets me know that you're here with me, Ron. It doesn't hurt you, it doesn't harm you. It just lights up and sounds. So watch. If I set it right here, and it'll let me know that you're here. So I'm just gonna sit there right there respectfully on your headstone. And if you feel like communicating with me, feel free to touch it. It just lets me know that you're here, Ronald. And it allows our viewers to have another piece of equipment to validate our interaction. So I'm about to open up this program. And what this does is allows me to communicate and talk to you. So if you want to say anything, I can hear you through this speaker. So Ron, I would love to communicate with you. Again, I come in peace, love, and respect, Ron. Okay, here we go. May I please speak to Mr. Ronald Goldman? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, can you tell me your name just for verification purposes? There's Mary Ellen. But can you tell me your name, please? Sound like it hurt. It's Ron. Something about his parents. Okay, I'm gonna ask you one last time and then we're gonna move on. Just for clarity, can you say your name loud and clear for me?
Get in.
Okay. Ron, do you mind having a conversation with me? He said maybe I want to. Okay. Oh, shoot. Got bit by ants, y'all. All right. All right, ants in my pants, y'all. All right. Oh, there are ants everywhere. All right, y'all. Ain't nothing gonna stop us. Nothing is gonna stop us, Ron. Give me a second, brother. Let me get my life together. I got ants in my pants. Oh. All right. To show you how committed I am, Ron, we're gonna do this squat style for as long as we can. Okay, that was about as long as we could. That was about as long as we could, Ron. I ain't gonna lie to you. My legs ain't like they used to be. All right, Ron, hold on. We're gonna figure this out. We might just have to stand up. Let me see. Excuse me, Graveyard Shift family. Just a little bit of technical difficulties. I want y'all to see Ron in the picture. Hold on. Yeah, the ground isn't level, so I'm trying to not only position this camera, but it's like I'm trying to position the camera on a slope. Maybe we'll do it this way. Maybe we'll do it this way. Maybe there. Okay. Y'all, if y'all can't see me after this, then my bad. It ain't about me, it's about Big Ron. All right. We back to it, Ronald. Now, where were we? Ronald, man, I have a few questions about what happened to you. Do you mind answering them for me? You said sit down now? You want me to get bit by boar ants? Okay. Well, Ron, what I want to know is, why does sound like I thought I heard Kim Kardashian. Why would it say that? Okay, Ron, let's get back into the questions. They say the night of your incident, you were bringing a pair of glasses to Nicole Brown Simpson's house. Is that true? So, okay. People insinuated that you and Nicole had a relationship. Is that true? You said not yet? Okay. Okay. So, you said we waited? Okay. So you did have intentions on trying to date her. Yes. So she had a family, and this is why you were trying to wait? Wow. Wow. Okay. So, what did you think was going to happen that night when you brought those glasses over? Did you think he was gonna like give you some cool points with Nicole? You said it did? Hey, y'all, tell me Ronald ain't talking to us right now. Okay, let's go, Ronald. Let's go. Okay. So what happened? Do you know the person that hurt y'all? He did. Can you tell me the name of the person that hurt y'all? Just help me. I'm trying to help, man. Can you tell me the name of the person that harmed you? I haven't heard a name yet, Ronald. Can you tell me the name? Okay. Was it more than one person that attacked you?
Great.
Or was it just one person that hurt you in Nicole? Well, Ronald, how were they able to hurt you both?
I went up here.
Something about you went upstairs and something to your face? You got hit in the face? And you fell? Your life feared? So you feared for your life? So once you got hit, did they immediately stab you? Were you able to fight back? Do you regret going over there that night? Yes. So if you could do everything all over again, what would you have done differently? Said stay home? Had you intended on staying home from work that night? Resting? Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but this conversation with Ronald is probably one of the most fluid conversations we've had. If not ever, definitely in a long time. Ronald, you talking like you've been waiting to get stuff off your chest. What are you most upset about, Ronald?
In there. Well, he's like.
Ronald, let me ask you this. Was O.J. Simpson responsible for your murder? Say, yeah. Again, these are the words of the speaker box of the person I'm talking to and not the opinions of Dalen Spratt. So you said it was OJ that did it. Did he have any help? David? He had help by somebody named David? His son? Black dude? Does OJ have a son named David? Hold on, y'all. Let me Google that. Let me Google that. Hold on one second. Okay, OJ has a son named Jason and Justin. Okay. I was just like, what? It sounded like he said David. Anyway. I don't know. I don't know what we're getting. I don't know if they're saying he had help figuratively, like throughout the process, or like somebody helped him the night of. It's getting windy, y'all. The wind is picking up. Ronald, let me ask you this. Was there a chance for you to get away? See, it was too fast? Did it happen too fast for you to really react? Terrifying? Are you upset that you even interacted with Nicole Brown Simpson and got involved with her? I mean, that's just an unfortunate situation, man. So OJ died recently. Have you ran into him on the other side? Have you been able to approach OJ on the other side? So Ron, let me ask you this. Are you at peace? What would bring you the most peace right now? Okay. Ronald, while we're here, can you make the rim pod go off one time? No. Okay, that's fair. Ron, man, I appreciate your time, brother. Is there anything else you would like to say? All right, Ron. Love, love, love. Said, now you're leaving? Lunch, man. I haven't eaten all day. seemed like you was a cool dude, bro. I would have went and got a drink with you. Yeah. Well, maybe save me one on the other side, brother. I'll catch you later, man. A lot later. Said I might. All right, brother. Bye. Hey, man. Ronald's a cool dude, man. It really seems like he just got caught up in a situation that didn't have anything necessarily to do with him. There was always speculation. Y'all, there are so many ants out here. There was always speculation that maybe Ronald and Nicole were messing around or were entertaining one another. But it seems like they weren't, but you know, his intentions were. But he just didn't get there yet. And yeah, that unfortunate night, you know, the worst, the most unimaginable thing happened. So again, it seems like just a case of wrong place at the wrong time, which is the worst, man. The worst. Because think about it, like the person that whoever did commit the crime, how did they know that Ronald was going to be over there for him to have the intentions of coming over there to kill both? Maybe the person was there to just try to find Nicole. And again, Ronald just happened to be there. Either way, it's unfortunate for everybody involved, but it's really interesting, the straightforward communication that Ronald brought forth. Huh. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section. Who do you think did it? And will the world ever know the truth? Love, love, love. See you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is going to be a long trial, as you can
In what's been called the trial of the century, O.J. Simpson seemed to face an unsurmountable battle.
I've never seen so much evidence